Split Realms, Level 1. The Crimson Cloak. Chapter 1. Begin. He climbed to his feet and scanned his surroundings. Trees draped in ivy, unkempt foliage. This wasn't Rosie Denfield's neatly mowed backyard. Where the hell was he? And, wait, who was he? Arlo Cross, he reminded himself, 24 and single. I live on Old Bethel Road and can't afford the rent because Chloe left me last month for someone else. I do odd jobs for a pittance. Wincing, he massaged the base of his skull in an effort to rub away the throbbing headache. His eyeballs hurt when he squinted toward a shaft of sunlight filtering through the trees. Could that be Rosie Denfield's backyard? Maybe he'd climbed the fence and wandered into the neighboring woods, yet he had no recollection of doing so, and that scared him. What was the last thing he remembered? He'd arrived at the old lady's house to clear out the shed for her, and then a maelstrom of green light and sparks and flashing. And then he'd woken up here, in the woods, wearing somebody else's clothing. This startling revelation took his breath away. What the... He wore a pale blue one-piece zip-up suit exactly like a mechanic's coveralls and a pair of unfamiliar boots. In his day job, he took on the role of carpenter, plumber, electrician, and all-round odd-job man, a veritable jack-of-all-trades. But he was never a mechanic. The change of clothes concerned him more than the switch in location. Someone had undressed him. He clutched at his groin, suddenly aware he had no boxers underneath. What the hell? Breathing hard, he pushed through a clump of ferns, then frantically spun around, seeking a way out of the woods. The trees clustered together, their canopies thick. He had the increasing feeling this wasn't the small patch of woods adjacent to Rosie Denfield's home. It was bigger than that, an expansive forest. He could be anywhere. The shaft of light through the trees offered slightly more comfort than his current gloom, so he headed that way, hoping to spot a footpath. His mind whirled. What had happened? Someone had knocked him out cold and brought him to these woods, this forest, and switched his clothes. It made no sense, at least not to him. A prank, maybe? The trickle of a stream caught his attention, and voices. They came from beyond the illuminated patch he headed toward, so he quickened his pace, eager to be out of this mess. Thorns snagged the loose fabric of his coveralls as he went. At least the boots fit well enough, high in the ankles and snugly laced, almost like he'd tied them himself. Which, of course, he hadn't. "Where am I?" he demanded out loud in case the prankster was nearby. Then white light flared directly in front of him. Inexplicably, a 2-foot square panel hovered at chest height. It shifted with him when he recoiled, perfectly in sync with his movements. He couldn't shake it off no matter how much he darted from side to side. He paused again, heart thudding, as words formed within the glowing panel. "Greetings, Arlo. Are you ready to play?" At first, he couldn't get his lips to form a response. His throat had seized up. When he got a hold of himself, he swallowed and said, "What's going on?" A slew of new words appeared under the first line. "Welcome to Split Realms. You must complete 3 quests. 1. Begin your skill development in the nearby old village. 2. Find a way to reach the fortified town of Midway on the cliff. 3. Finally, seek the mysterious Pinnacle and make an important choice that will determine the future of the realm. Tip: look out for the Crimson Cloak along the way. It has special powers that will come in handy. You are currently in adventure mode. Switch to multiple choice? Yes. No." Arlo stared at the floating screen, trying to make sense of it. The funny thing was, a nagging feeling at the back of his mind told him this was perfectly normal. No, not normal, but to be expected? He had to read the words 4 times before they sank in, but in the meantime, another part of his brain was busy trying to figure out how the holographic image worked. The brightly lit screen stuck with him no matter which way he twisted, as though attached to his waist by a selfie stick. He even checked to see if such a physical connection existed, but no, the screen floated independently. Yet it bobbed and turned exactly as he did. That's pretty high-tech, he thought with a shiver. The last couple of lines puzzled him. Switch to multiple choice? Yes, no, 3, 2. Screw this, he muttered. I don't care. The screen bleeped and the text changed. You have opted to remain in adventure mode. Enjoy. What the hell does that even mean? Before he could formulate any kind of response, the screen added, Find a mage pomelo to replenish your vitality. Arlo stared in annoyance. Wow, you're serious about this? Raising his voice, he shouted off into the trees. Are you kidding me? You think this is a game? A game. That actually rang a bell. He tried and failed to walk around the screen. The damn thing remained steadfastly in his way, blocking his view ahead. Waving his arms through the brightly lit anomaly made no difference, nor did leaping back and forth. All he achieved was snagging his clothes on a thorn, which tore a small hole as he wrenched himself free. High-tech though it was, the screen quickly got on his last nerve. Get out of my way, he yelled. Screen off! To his surprise, the floating square of light abruptly flickered and vanished. He stood still for a moment, hardly daring to move. Then, curious, he muttered, Screen on? The white light flared into existence again. This time, all that remained on the screen was the hint about replenishing his vitality. Screen off, he said, and the hologram flickered and vanished. Arlo sighed. After some hesitation, he resumed his trek through the forest. His mind continued to whirl. A hologram? Huh. The extent of the prank impressed him. Knocking him out, relocation to a forest, a creepy change of clothes, and as for the hologram screen, unease settled over him. It all seemed so elaborate. This was more than a simple prank. The hologram screen suggested something bigger. As he moved between the trees, the sound of distant voices grew louder. It was a general hubbub, a crowded place. Daylight shone bright ahead, and he forged onward, stamping through ferns and tripping on roots. Eventually, he burst out of the forest and blinked in the glare of the sun. He faced a sizable community of closely abutted stone cottages and cobblestone streets. Smoke drifted from crooked chimneys. Moss added a touch of vibrant color to the slate tile rooftops. Definitely not Rosie Denfield's neighborhood. His pulse quickened as he picked up a dirt path leading to a small town where, at an arched entryway, a wooden sign read, Old Village. A groan escaped his throat at the sight of people dressed in medieval-style clothing, milling about like it was just another Thursday afternoon in 15th-century Europe. Arlo couldn't stand Renaissance fairs. But okay, so a European-themed town, some kind of tourist attraction. The overhanging eaves cast such deep shadows on both sides of the street that he bet everything remained gloomy, even on bright, sunny days. The metal drain pipes and gutters were a dull gray color, and carved gargoyles stuck out here and there, tongues protruding as if thirsty for rain. There were no Ren fairs near where Arlo lived that he knew of. He couldn't get over how authentic everything and everyone looked. Not a single modern intrusion that he could see. No poorly disguised electrical wires, no wrong period clothing choices, nothing. It was all so eerily realistic. This isn't happening, he murmured. Yeah, it is. It's supposed to be like this. You just have to remember. There was that nagging feeling again. Arlo walked among the people in a bit of a daze. Conversations echoed off the walls, but they abruptly died at the sight of him. A man, sweating and panting as he wheeled a wooden barrow filled with sacks of grain, halted with shock. A woman, hanging damp clothing on a line in a backyard, froze and dropped a shirt on the ground when she glanced his way. A couple of kids ran laughing from one alley to another, then cried out and bolted. He came to an intersection and moved out from under the shadow of overhanging eaves. It meant shielding his eyes against the sun as he peered up at a towering cliff face beyond the rooftops. It couldn't be too far away, and had to be at least 300 feet tall. Why anyone would build a village at the base of such a cliff was beyond him. What about the danger of falling rocks? He shuddered at the idea of boulders and rubble crashing down all around. He called out to a sandy-haired, blue-eyed young woman as she passed close by. "Excuse me? Where the hell are we?" She paused, gripped her basket of bread as if he intended to steal it, and fixed him with a wide-eyed gaze. She wore a tan-colored frock that hung almost to her ankles and a brown shawl over her shoulders. With a fearful expression, she opened her mouth to speak, but then a slight movement in Arlo's periphery caught his attention. He tilted his head upward again, squinting in the glare and cursing his migraine. Something on the very top of the cliff moved. A boulder had come loose. No, a car had shot over the edge. "Oh my God," he croaked. Wait, no, it was neither of those things. Instead of plummeting out of control, the oddly lozenge-shaped object began a graceful, spiraling descent, not in free fall, but under power. "What the hell's that?" The vehicle's elongated surface glinted in the sunlight, accompanied by a faint, whining engine. The blue-eyed woman twisted around to look up. Then she exclaimed and dropped her basket. All at once, multiple screams filled the air. People took off running, glancing skyward as they went, jostling each other in their haste. Doors slammed, and the pitter-patter of feet quickly died away to leave an eerie silence. "Hey!" Arlo barked at the young woman. "What's going on?" She paused to study him, her once fearful expression now tinged with curiosity. "If you're not one of them, you should hide." With that cryptic message, she ran away, leaving her upturned basket on the ground. "What the hell's happening?" he growled, wincing at his worsening migraine. First a holographic screen, then a medieval village at the foot of a giant cliff, and now a flying car? And, judging by how quickly the streets had cleared, nothing good would come of this unexpected visit. The vehicle appeared to be aiming directly for a landing in the middle of the intersection where Arlo stood gawking. He backed off, then hurried around a corner out of sight. There he crouched and waited, his vision blurring and headache pounding. Chapter 2, Collection Day. Arlo watched in amazement as the beaten, rusty vehicle thumped down in the middle of the street with an angry hiss amid a cloud of white steam. It had no wheels, just 4 landing struts. Its front end was rounded and slender, with a wraparound windshield that had a crack on one side. Deeply ingrained dirt and rust suggested the vessel wasn't well maintained, and when a door descended to form a ramp, it made a squealing noise and juddered all the way to the ground. Figures appeared. Arlo almost expected thug-like alien monsters. He was, after all, an unwilling extra on the set of a fantasy or science fiction movie, right? Instead, a group of humans emerged, stomping down the ramp and spreading out. These 6 ordinary men of average build wore modern zip-up coveralls, pale blue in color, exactly like his own. Except these guys had weapons holstered at their sides, making them dangerous. Though his mind refused to accept this as anything but an elaborate set piece, with him being the butt of a huge joke, he still found himself cowering out of sight in an alley, peering around the stone wall and wishing his skull didn't ache so much. "We've come to collect," one of the men yelled. "Bring her out!" Bald, but with a heavy, dark gray beard, he stood with a wide stance, looking toward the nearby doorway of a corner tavern. "You have exactly until the count of 5. You know what happens if I reach 5. After a pause, he barked, "1!" He didn't get as far as 2. The door eased open a few inches and a hidden man called from the gloom within. "Shh, she's coming out." The bald man smiled and nodded. "Good." All 6 men waited in grim silence, their attention focused on the door as it creaked wider. A woman stepped cautiously into view. Arlo squinted, surprised by what he saw. She didn't look like the rest of the medieval-style peasantry. This white-robed woman was something else, something special. She had a wheatish skin tone, lustrous black hair that fell around her shoulders, and sultry brown eyes. "Come here, sweetheart," the bald man called, his tone anything but friendly. The woman approached, her beautiful eyes wide with fear. Her white robe had a regal look about it, thin straps at the shoulders, leaving her arms bare and a sizable slice of cleavage. The fabric cinched at her waist with a scarlet sash before flowing around her long legs to brush the cobblestones. "Lovely," the bald man purred. "What do you think, lads?" 5 men rumbled their approval. "What's your name, lady?" he went on, as she halted several paces away. She whispered her name, and the man tilted his head. "What? Indira? Well, Indira, come closer, there's a good girl." Reluctantly, she took a few more steps. The bald man held out his hand. When she lifted hers, he clasped it tight and bowed to kiss the back of her wrist. Then he straightened and, still maintaining a vice-like grip, studied her up and down. "My name is Leighton. You are mine now. Gotta say, I forget how many absolute beauties you peasants have stashed away. Maybe we should increase our quota, eh?" He glanced over his shoulder. "What do you say, boys? Should we shop for wives more often?" The men roared in agreement. Leighton grinned and faced Indira again. She looked like a deer caught in headlights. He placed both hands on her shoulders where he could gaze deep into her eyes. "Now, Indira, don't look so scared. I'm not going to hurt you. Being my wife comes with privileges, and your small sacrifice avoids the need for my boys to rain hell down on all these nasty little homes. Think of the lives you're saving. Do you have family here?" Indira nodded, but the man immediately shrugged. "I honestly don't care. The point is, you're the chosen one this time around, and I have to admit I'm impressed. Very pleased indeed." Still cowering behind the wall, Arlo's heart beat hard and fast. The nagging feeling had returned. A memory was developing. All of this was normal. He remembered sitting down in a leather armchair and a man talking excitedly as he approached. His words were indistinct, as if speaking from the bottom of a swimming pool. The device he held, though, some kind of headpiece. "Yeah, you and I are going to get along just fine," the bald man was saying to Indira. He grinned around at his men. "She just might be my favorite wife. But then, I probably say that every time." They laughed and nodded, perhaps a little too enthusiastically. It was obvious to Arlo they were afraid of Leighton. They certainly hurried to obey his sideways nod when he released Indira and stepped back. 2 of the men rushed to grasp her arms, then marched her up the ramp of the waiting vehicle. "All right," Leighton shouted, his voice echoing down the streets. "You've delivered my new wife to me, and I'm pleased. Very good. Now send out the lazy scumbag responsible for this week's shortage." Arlo had been tense the whole time, not to mention sweating buckets. The increasing pain behind his eyes and the slowly rising nausea threatened to overwhelm him, but he grimly held still, peering around the corner. To his horror, the hologram screen suddenly appeared, projecting into the alleyway, and he jerked backward out of sight before the men spotted it. "Find a mage pomelo to replenish your vitality." "Get lost," he hissed. When the screen remained, he added, "Are you kidding me? Screen off." To his relief, it vanished. He returned his attention to the tense scene at the intersection. A newcomer stepped into view from the tavern doorway. He was middle-aged and didn't look well. He stooped as he walked, and the way he gripped his abdomen suggested his gut ailed him. His straggly hair and unkempt beard made him look like a vagrant. Leighton sneered as the man shuffled into the street. "Disgusting and weak. You're a weak link, do you know that? You let the team down. Weak links must be punished." He gave a dismissive gesture and abruptly turned to head up the ramp of the waiting vehicle. Before disappearing inside, Leighton stopped and offered a curt wave. "Farewell, old village. Keep working hard, and my men will see you as usual next week. No shortages, all right? I do hate violence." He vanished from view. The 2 men who'd taken Indira aboard reappeared straight after, and they stamped down the ramp to join the others. 5 thugs now surrounded the so-called weak link. They closed in, their intent clear. Arlo watched with mounting horror as one man stepped forward and struck the vagrant hard across the face, causing him to stagger. Immediately the others joined in, their fists flying until the man stumbled and fell. Then the kicking started, and they were real kicks. Arlo could see the boots connecting with the jaw and teeth dropping loose. A cheek splitting open wasn't simply a special effect. The sickening cracks and thuds came from actual kicks to the face. All the blood that leaked from the man's mouth and nose couldn't have come from hidden capsules. Despite an overwhelming urge to run far away, Arlo suddenly found himself rushing into full view and shouting, "Stop that!" His warning got their attention at least. They paused and twisted around. Arlo stood trembling as they glared at him from afar. Then one laughed and said, "Look at the rookie, boys. Another one here to save the day." This elicited a chuckle, and then they went right back to beating the vagrant. Unable to tell if he felt relieved or angered or both, Arlo clenched his fists and began stalking along the cobbled street toward the fight, breathing hard as he mustered the courage to leap into the fray. "They're gonna beat the crap out of me. I'm gonna die." Yet he couldn't stand by and watch. Maybe it was his own self-preservation kicking in, but at that moment his headache surged with a vengeance. Arlo halted and clutched at his temples. Dizziness swept over him. Squinting and blinking, he bent double and grasped his knees, then vomited. White light flared and the annoying hologram screen popped into view once more. "Find a mage pomelo to replenish your vitality." "You said that already," he growled. Simply knowing his vitality was low didn't help him one bit. What the hell was a mage pomelo anyway? His world spun, and he pitched forward to thud down on the cobblestone. He felt nothing, like he was cushioned. Everything blurred after that. Arlo was dimly aware of laughter, then a shouted comment, and footsteps as the group of men stomped up their ramp. The whine of an engine cut through the town as Leighton and his men took off. Arlo wanted to look up and study the vehicle's ascent, but he knew that would only make him more nauseous. Cracking open his eyes for one bleary moment, with his face pressed against the ground, the last thing he saw before blacking out was the lower half of a tan-colored frock and a pair of brown boots as a woman, whoever she was, hurried toward him. Chapter 3. Emery. Arlo woke again. Groaning, he blinked and stared straight up at low rafters and a planked ceiling. An orange flickering caught his attention. Shadows danced. The familiar, comforting sound of a crackling fire eased his tension a little, and he lay still, trying to decide if his headache had passed. It seemed so. It all came back to him then, and he gasped. His mind spun at the awful memory of a man being beaten to a pulp, and of the woman named Indira, who'd been humiliated in the street and abducted. Nobody had lifted a finger to help. The people in the village had offered the two as sacrifices. But another memory surfaced, one that made sense of it all. "Oh my God," he groaned. "I'm in a virtual reality game. This is all in my head." He could picture himself quite clearly now, arriving at Rosie Denfield's house to help the old lady clean out her shed. Then, a large man in his 30s, with untidy dark brown hair, coming out of nowhere with his hand outstretched. "Arlo Cross? No need for all that hard work. Sorry for the subterfuge, but I'm Julian Ravencroft, and I'd like to pay you to sit in a comfortable armchair and try out my new gaming system. Interested?" It was a startling clear image, and so it should be, having occurred only a short while ago. The guy had actually warned him some short-term memory loss was possible. Arlo pushed himself up on his elbows. His bed cover slid down his bare chest, and he frowned. What the? He was naked under the sheets. First, he'd woken up in the forest with strange blue coveralls on. This time, he'd woken up in a stranger's bed with no clothes on. But what struck him wasn't so much the lack of clothing as the different body. Being in construction, he was pretty fit, but not this fit. He patted his stomach, amazed at the muscle definition. His chest and arms, too, and he lifted the sheet, took a look, and blinked. Well, damn. Julian had said the avatars in this game world were of dreamlike quality. Everyone had their own version of perfection, of course, but most guys would agree to a certain leveling up in terms of physique. Smiling to himself, he perched on the side of the bed and looked around. He obviously wasn't a prisoner here. In fact, the bedroom had no door to secure him. The cottage's central wall only spanned half the space, intended as a partial divider from the adjacent room. Flames crackled around a large pot in a double-sided fireplace built into that wall. Whatever was cooking smelled delicious. He couldn't help admiring the array of animal furs and strings of large teeth that adorned one corner. Drapes hung at the sides of the small window. A wardrobe stood against a wall, and on the chest of drawers next to it lay a neatly arranged set of man's clothes, which he guessed were for him since his pale blue coveralls were nowhere to be seen. "Hello?" he called softly, half hoping nobody would answer. Not a sound. He stood up, then froze at the sound of a door opening and street noise drifting into the cottage. He quickly lay back down and yanked the covers over himself, at first pretending to be asleep before chastising his own foolishness. Why am I acting like a kid getting caught after lights out? The door closed, and the cottage plunged into silence again. Soft footfalls approached, and then a figure came into view around the dividing wall. "You're awake," the young blue-eyed woman said. "I am," Arlo croaked. It was her, from the street. He'd almost expected a middle-aged farmer's wife with a weathered face and a mass of wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, someone with a maternal instinct who'd found him unconscious in the street. He didn't know why he'd imagined such a person, though. Of course it was the young woman he'd spoken to, the one with the mouse-colored hair and startling blue eyes. She was beautiful. "You'll meet a gorgeous 20-year-old chick," Julian had promised, while his grandmother, Rosie Denfield, had stood listening. She'd tutted with disapproval at the phrasing. With her hair pulled back in a ponytail, she was wrapped in a brown shawl over a tan-colored dress that had seen better days. Practical, but old. Her boots appeared well-made, but worn almost through. She approached the bed. "You've been asleep for nearly 2 hours. I put away your Midway clothing. You can't walk around here wearing that, not if you want to be accepted. There's something else instead." She pointed without looking toward the chest of drawers. Arlo swallowed and nodded. "I saw that. Thanks. So I guess you saw me puking my guts out?" "Yes. I could tell your vitality was low when you first stopped me in the street, and when you stood up to those men, well, I knew you weren't one of them. So when you collapsed, I carried you home." "You went and got help?" "Thank you." "No, I carried you myself after I ate a couple of blue marulas." Her statement made no sense. It had to be a game thing he couldn't yet fathom. "Got it." As if the matter was settled, she turned and gestured for him to follow, removing her shawl as she went. "Come on, I have a pot of stew. It's ready to eat by now." She stomped out of the room. Moments later, Arlo heard the clatter of bowls and the clink of silverware from the other side of the dividing wall. Then the scrape and clunk of the pot being lifted from the fireplace and set on a hard surface. A chair creaked. Tiny scraping noises followed, and when he listened hard, it was clear the young woman was blowing on her stew before attempting to swallow it. It really smelled delicious. Arlo climbed out of the bed and grabbed his clothes. He felt a little less vulnerable once he'd dressed, but awkwardness lingered. So he'd been unconscious for 2 hours? In that time, she'd dragged him home, stripped him, got him into bed, and made stew. A small mirror on the wall caught his eye. Or not so much the mirror as the stranger looking back at him. The body he'd taken over was fairly handsome, no complaints there. Early 20s, slightly tousled, dark brown hair, hazel eyes. But man, it felt weird as heck to be staring at himself but not seeing himself. As he shuffled into the other half of the cottage, a combined kitchen and living space with a table and 3 chairs, he decided to go easy with his interrogation. Start with the simple stuff and lead up to darker matters of sacrifice, abduction, and violence. "What's your name?" he asked as he sank into a chair at the table. "Emery," she said before taking another cautious sip. His gaze swept around the room. Its basic furnishings looked medieval to his untrained eye. The kitchen was nothing more than a narrow counter near the fireplace, upon which sat the steaming pot. Shelves lined the wall, pans hung from hooks. "Emery," he repeated, focusing on her at last. "Nice to meet you. I'm Arlo." "Hello, Arlo." She gazed at him. "Are you from beyond the dome?" "Dome?" Arlo puzzled over that for a moment. "Do you mean from outside the game?" Now it was Emery's turn to be confused. "Game?" Her expression was wide-eyed and earnest. Arlo couldn't help being intrigued. Julian had told him his assigned NPC companion would have a more realistic personality, more relatable than the rest of the townsfolk, and she obviously didn't understand she was a game creation. I'm from somewhere else, he said at last. Emery grinned. I knew it. You're an outsider, here to save us. I wasn't sure at first because you wore the blue uniform, but you stood up for us in the street and I guessed you were new to the realm. I don't know how you came to be here, but I'm glad you are. Whoa, slow down. She paused only for a moment, then leaned closer. How long do you think it will take for you to reach Midway? Do you think you can restore the realm and free us from their tyranny? Arlo got up and started pacing. Damn, this was boggling his mind. Julian had promised an immersive experience, but he hadn't realized the NPCs would have some kind of backstory. Well, of course they did. He had to play along. Then he remembered the holographic screen's initial welcome message. It had mentioned Midway and Pinnacle and talked about an important choice to be made. It was consistent with Emery's version of reality. Screen on, he commanded. Immediately, white light flared and his screen popped into being. The text had scrolled up a little, so only the bottom part of the initial welcome message remained in view. That will decide the fate of this realm. Tip: look out for the crimson cloak along the way. It has special powers that will come in useful. Below that was the same health tip as before. Find a mage pomelo to replenish your vitality, and right after that some new text had been added to confirm his return to the living. Success! You have consumed 2 mage pomelos, and your vitality is replenished. Keep up the good work. Thanks, he muttered. Emery blinked in obvious surprise. For what? For the mage pomelos? Oh, you're welcome. I had to mash them up in a glass of water and get you to drink it down. It was difficult. So, what are they, exactly? Emery's eyebrows lifted. Do you really not know? Okay, deal with that one later. Arlo gestured at his screen. Can you do this? She stared at him, her mirth fading. Can I do what? Open up a screen like this. A frown developed on Emery's face. A screen. It was then Arlo realized the truth. She couldn't see his holographic screen, or at least she pretended not to. Screen off, he said, then sat. She'd already filled his bowl with stew, so he grabbed the spoon and took a sip. It was good. No complaints there. So, he said, after swallowing half the contents. He paused and gently tapped the spoon on the bowl, avoiding Emery's gaze. Then he looked her square in the eyes. Those men who came down from the cliff. In the skiff, yes. The skiff, that's what you call a flying car around here? Emery shrugged. They came from Midway and took Indira. I knew she'd be nominated. She was born too beautiful for her own good. But she's in Midway now. Her life may be better there. She didn't sound convinced. Better? Arlo almost spat out the word. Being married to... He stopped and ground his teeth. And the poor guy who was beaten up, did he survive? Emery shook her head. No, but he was dying anyway. At least this was a quick and honorable death. Arlo threw down his spoon and stood up, his chair falling over backward. He paced about, then realized Emery looked decidedly worried about his simmering anger. It was one thing to inject a rich history into the NPCs' minds so they had something to play off, but why make it so nasty? People from Midway came down here, stole their women and murdered weak old men. What was all that about? Why hadn't Julian warned him? They're NPCs, he told himself. They're not real people. They've been programmed. But as he gazed at the pleasant young woman seated at the table, he found himself unable to accept that as an excuse. He clenched his fists and spoke evenly. If this is all real to you, then explain to me why nobody fights back. Who's in charge of this place? What can those assholes on the cliff do to hurt a whole village? How many of them are there? His barrage of questions took her by surprise. She pushed her bowl aside and drummed her fingers on the table, looking like she might be struggling with which question to answer first. We can't fight them, Arlo. There aren't many in Midway, but they're smarter and have weapons. They're more advanced than us, and they're cruel. Our people in Old Village don't know how to be cruel. Maybe we're not smart enough to know how. She stood and looked him squarely in the eyes. But now that you're here, you can fight for us and make it all right again. Me? Fight against violent armed men at the top of a cliff? Suddenly, Arlo had the distinct feeling he'd been duped, thrown into a pit to fight like a gladiator, while Julian watched with glee from the comfort of his computer desk. Chapter 4: Control Room. Rosie lifted her lightly clenched hand to knock, then decided her arthritis would complain too much, so she simply eased the door open a few inches. "Julian, dear?" Seated at his desk, her grandson mumbled to himself, or perhaps mumbled into his headset to one of his gamer friends. He talked to himself a lot, so it was hard to tell the difference. Either way, he would likely bark at her if she interrupted. The Denfield residence was a little dated inside and out, but Julian's back office had always struck Rosie as something out of a science fiction movie. On top of the crescent-shaped matte black desk, 3 displays spanned the entire width in a seamless arc. A 4th hung above like a pane of enchanted glass with endless, streaming computer data. 7 computers, or towers as he called them, stood on top of each other, each framed by soft, white light. Rosie would never understand why a single person needed so many machines running at once. Admittedly, her grandson had explained the reason to her once or twice, but his words had washed over her. Seated in one of 2 leather armchairs by the window, fully reclined, was Julian's most recent recruit, a pleasant young man who'd come to clean out the shed but had quickly agreed to test the virtual reality game for a couple $100. They always agreed. No matter their walk of life, everyone loved the idea of stepping into a new world for an hour or 2. From where Rosie stood, peering through the gap in the door, she could see that sinister red light on the front of the VR headset, meaning a game was in session. She steeled herself and edged deeper into the room. "Julian, I'm sorry to interrupt, but..." He still didn't hear her. He leaned over his desk, staring at the monitor, his fingers tapping on the keyboard while he mumbled into his own headset, a far more slender one, with a microphone. Growing a little impatient, Rosie walked over to him and tapped him sharply on the shoulder. "Julian, I'm talking to you." He jerked and spun around in his swivel chair. "Gran, what the fuck?" He bit his lip just in time and slapped his tabletop. "Why are you sneaking up on me?" "Dear, I'm not sneaking up on you. Now look, there's a..." "Did you knock?" That gave her pause. "Well, no, because..." "So, you're sneaking up on me," he accused her with a scowl. "Damn it, you have to let me work. I just got a new player started on his quest and it's important to track his vitals. I can't do that when you keep barging in on me." Rosie sucked in a sharp breath. "Julian Alexander Ravencroft, I am your grandmother. This is my house, and you'll show me a little more respect. You may be a 33-year-old grown man, but you're not too old for a clipped ear. I'd do it right now if it weren't for my arthritis." He sighed and backed down. 32, sorry. What's up, Gran? I'm kinda busy." "You're always busy. Why do you think I help you with this gaming nonsense?" His eyebrows shot up, and his face darkened. "Gaming nonsense? Gran, this is gonna make me rich. And if I'm rich, you're rich. It's far from nonsense. I've created a state-of-the-art virtual reality experience with..." "Anyway," she interrupted, "I just came to say that the young woman is back. The one who was here earlier." That shut him up for a moment. "The McIntyre lady? What does she want?" Rosie's patience had worn thin. "Julian, dear, I am your grandmother, not your secretary. How about you get out of that chair and go see for yourself? She's waiting on the front porch." With a grumble, he pulled off his headset and threw it down on the computer table. "Fine." As Rosie turned to shuffle from the room, Julian checked on the gamer in the armchair. She liked that young man. His name was Arlo Cross, and he'd seemed genuinely eager to help clean out her shed, even though the work was a little beneath him. If only Julian would learn some respect and manners like that. "Is he all right?" she asked. Julian shrugged. "Right as rain, he's settling in." "All ready?" "Gran..." Julian had that fed-up expression on his face again. "I know it's hard to understand, but the virtual reality experience is like dreaming. Dreams happen fast. A few minutes hooked up to the VR is a few hours inside the game. It's 1 minute per hour, okay?" Feeling a little foolish, she nodded, and mumbled, "Yes, well, maybe I remember you explaining that once before." "Multiple times, actually. All right, let's go see this chick on the porch." Rosie huffed in annoyance as he brushed past her. How many times had she told him off for using disrespectful words like that? She would have said so again, but he was already halfway down the hall. And by the time her weary bones made it to the living room, Julian was outside on the front porch. Naturally, he'd left the door wide open so cold air could waft in. She went to close it but paused, listening. "Okay, but why are you back again?" Julian asked. "Did you forget your phone or something?" "Not at all," the young lady said. "My experience inside your game earlier left an impression, and I wanted to give it another go. It would make a great story, and my boss has signed off on it. So, I was hoping you'd let me try level 2. "It's more dangerous than level 1, Julian warned. "I'm willing to take that risk. It's a game, after all." And you'd write a good story? You'd make me look good?" "I'm a reporter, Julian. Your gaming world is amazingly realistic, and I'll tell my readers about my experience of living in the game for what seemed like days and whether I enjoyed it." A pause. Then, "To be honest, I have mixed feelings about the first level, but I think it was let down by fellow players rather than the quest itself. How does level 2 compare?" "Oh, it's totally different. You won't have to worry about other players. All the danger is in the quest. Real adventure stuff, you know? Still want to try it?" "I do." "Okay, fine, one more session. But I have a guy in the game at the moment, so you can't go in until he's finished." "I thought you could also do multiplayer." "Not like this." Julian stared at her, obviously not willing to elaborate. The reporter shrugged. "Okay, so how long will the other guy be?" "He only just started, so it'll be an hour or so. Come in." Rosie had to back up in a hurry when Julian came barging through the open doorway. He glared at her briefly, then brushed past. The young lady had shoulder-length dark hair and cute round glasses. Her button-up blouse, knee-length skirt, and sensible heels suggested her office dress code was reasonably formal. She'd come by earlier, on an extended lunch break, for a chat with Julian and a glimpse at the world he'd created. In fact, she'd stayed long enough to play through the entire first level. And now she was back, apparently impressed by what he'd shown her. "Glutton for punishment," Rosie said with a chuckle. "Sure am, Mrs. Denfield," the reporter said with a smile as she entered. "Going to write a story about my grandson, are you?" "Absolutely. I told my editor about this, and she sent me right back here." "Miss McIntyre," Julian boomed from along the hall. "You coming or what?" Rosie's ire flared immediately. "Julian Alexander Ravencroft, I did not raise you to be this rude." But the young lady merely raised an eyebrow and rolled her eyes. "Don't worry about me, Mrs. Denfield. I can look after myself, and if he doesn't watch out, he'll be going down in my story as an obnoxious little man who lives with his grandma, instead of the programming genius he wants me to write about." She winked and sidled past. Rosie liked her. Julian had better treat her with respect, or else. "Would you care for some coffee?" she called after her. "Oh, that would be lovely, thank you." Busying herself in the kitchen for a few minutes, Rosie made up a tray of coffee and cookies, then grimaced when she picked up the tray. Putting it back down, she gingerly massaged her hands, steeled herself, and tried again. "Grin and bear it. I won't let a spot of arthritis dictate my twilight years." "Here we go," she said, putting on a cheerful voice as she entered Julian's office. Her grandson ignored her, but the thoughtful young lady broke off from their chat and rushed to clear a space on the small table that stood between the two armchairs. "Thank you so much, Mrs. Denfield." "Oh, do call me Rosie, please. None of this Mrs. nonsense around me." The reporter smiled, her green eyes twinkling. "Fine, and please call me Emery." Chapter 5. The Realm. On Arlo's request to explore the village, Emery eagerly led him through the streets, pointing out some of the people she knew and gesturing at quaint storefronts. At the local bakery, a delicious smell of fresh bread wafted in the air. They passed the tavern at the intersection where the Midway men had landed, Arlo couldn't help peeking inside the open door to the darkened interior as they passed. It reeked of stale beer. Maybe half a dozen men sat around tables and gazed into their tankards. The barkeeper was a stern-looking woman with gray hair that didn't suit her youthful face. The mood was somber. "Drowning their sorrows?" he commented, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. "Starting to wish they'd had the balls to stand up for themselves?" Emery didn't catch his sarcasm. "No, they're upset because everyone loved Indira." "Then why choose her as a sacrifice?" "Because she was the safest bet. If Leighton had been displeased with our offering, we would have suffered the consequences. Indira was a good choice." "What consequences, exactly?" Emery looked skyward, her eyes filled with fear. "Pray you never witness it. Sometimes it's the skiff, sometimes the dragonfly. If you didn't live on Midway's doorstep, you wouldn't be so under their thumb. There's a ton of forest you could spread into, away from the cliff." "Perhaps, but simply moving isn't easy. Old Village has always been here. The Midway people are new. The cliff itself is new." "The cliff is new?" Arlo shook his head. "Explain to me why you call this place Old Village." Emery shrugged. "It wasn't called that before. The realm was once vast, endless, stretching far beyond the perimeter you see here. Our land was known as Westlawn, our village Aralan. But those names are now distant memories. Some say they were never real, but many believe they must have been, because we weren't always known as Old Village, Midway, and Pinnacle." Interesting, Arlo thought. A pretty detailed history implanted in their minds. Emery raised her eyebrows at him, a clear sign she was eager to move on if he allowed it. He wasn't quite ready. "So the realm was once vast, but isn't anymore?" "Now we're limited to the boundary," she explained. "We're trapped inside a dome." Arlo blinked at her. "Wait, what? You're saying this realm is actually inside a giant glass dome?" "Not a glass dome, but a barrier all the same." She made a wide, sweeping gesture as if that somehow confirmed her claim. He saw nothing untoward from where he stood, but the idea of it astonished him. Emery turned to him. "A terrible curse has befallen us, and we find ourselves unable to rise up against Midway, unable to do anything except comply. They demand meat, fish, and grain, and we supply it. And if we don't, or if we're short, they punish us. It hurts to give up our own for sacrifice, but we see no way out of our dilemma. We want to fight, but we can't muster the courage." Her eyes had welled up. Tears broke free and ran down her cheeks. And for the first time, Arlo saw actual remorse for what had seemed like pretty ambivalent sacrifices earlier. He still found it hard to believe anybody could be so weak. But maybe that complete lack of courage was exactly right for the denizens of a video game. Since Arlo was a new player in this realm, the people of the village would look to him as a hero, come to save them all from the evil of Midway, and the only way to actually win the game. "I need to get to Pinnacle," he mused aloud. Emery's eyes widened, and she nodded vigorously. "Pinnacle? Yes. It's said to be the place where our realm and vast lands can be restored, but to get there, you first must reach Midway." Privately, Arlo figured he'd give Midway a wide berth. Getting to Pinnacle was important, but there was no need to confront the enemy in between. Then again, game structure probably wouldn't allow it. Quests usually had to be fully completed in a certain order. He sighed. "Okay, so where do I start?" Of course, she had no answer to that, so Arlo called for help. "Screen on." The hologram flared into view. Even on the daylit street corner, it shone bright and clear, its most recent message about Mage Pomelo still firmly logged. Emery watched him closely. "What are you looking at?" "It's an outsider thing. I can see a screen." He squinted at her. "You gave me 2 Mage Pomelos, which helped my vitality, right? What was the other thing? You said you ate a couple and then you were able to carry me home and into bed?" She brightened. "Blue marulas? Yes, would you like to try one?" Without waiting for a response, she marched off at a brisk pace. Arlo followed, keeping his screen open. It glowed in front of him, hindering his view. Computer? I am Oracle. Ah, okay. Well, Oracle, tell me my first step. How do I get to Midway? The most recent text scrolled up a little, and a simple new sentence filled the screen. Arlo slowed his pace to read the words with interest. Riding a Quanthor is one way to make a breakthrough. What the hell does that mean? He muttered. Pardon? Emery said from ahead. She paused and waited for him to catch up. What does what mean? Taking his hand, she tugged gently. Come on, it'll be dark soon and we can't be out after dark. Dark? Our late lunch wasn't that late. It'll be dark soon, she insisted. Fine, Arlo muttered. He closed the screen with a simple command and hurried along with his guide, a little bemused that she held his hand. We're going to the forest? It was a dumb question, considering the alley she led him through literally ended at the trees just outside the village. It wasn't where he'd first arrived. This route took them into the forest via a well-trodden narrow footpath. For a while, she let go of his hand so they could walk single file along the damp trail. Her ponytail of sandy-colored hair swished from side to side. Overhead, through the leafy canopy, the surprisingly gloomy sky perturbed him. Either a storm was brewing, or dusk had arrived early. Hey, Emery, he said at last. What's a Quanthor? She stopped and looked back at him. A Quanthor? Is that important? They're in the fields if you want to see them. She hurried onward. I'll show you in a minute. Blue marulas first. After another minute's walk into the forest, Emery took a hard right and plunged deep into a thicket. Arlo followed, noting how well-worn even this narrow offshoot trail was. They emerged in a small clearing a short while later. At its center grew an 8-foot-tall plant. Not exactly a tree, more of a thin trunk sprouting from the long grass and dividing into dozens of even thinner branches that curled outward. Each was laden with large green leaves and fist-sized fruits that had mottled blue skins. What are they? He muttered, staring at them. Blue marulas, Emery said, and grasped one in her hand. She wrestled with it and plucked it loose, then dug her thumbs into the thick skin to begin peeling it like an orange. I can't have another now, or I'll get sick. A couple a day is the limit, but you can try one. She deftly got it half peeled. It broke into segments the same way oranges did, only these were a deep, vibrant blue color. Arlo took the proffered segment and sniffed at it while she feverishly peeled the rest. It made him recoil. Smells like it's been dipped in barbecue sauce. He grimaced and took a tentative bite. After a moment of chewing, he had to admit it wasn't bad. Weird. Tastes like grapes dipped in a tangy sauce, but with a jello texture. It's okay, though. She offered him the rest. Get your strength up. He spent a minute chewing and swallowing the rest of the blue maruler, then licked his fingers. Oddly, he felt a curious tingle all over, and it wasn't a bad sensation. Not bad at all, like a shot of adrenaline. I feel all jacked up, he murmured, curling his fingers into claws and staring intently at them. It's like electricity is pumping through my veins. You're strong now. How strong? Emery shrugged. It affects people differently, and it's only temporary. How temporary? About an hour? What if I eat 3 or 4? No more than 2, she warned. Otherwise, they'll have the opposite effect, and you'll get sick. She lifted her arms out to the sides. Pick me up. A little confused and still buzzing with energy, Arlo approached her. Pick you up? Yes, come on. Grab my waist and pick me up. Hoping he had her intentions right, he planted his hands on either side of her waist and bent his knees. She couldn't be more than 120 pounds. He braced himself and straightened up. She rose far easier than expected. Oh, he gasped, his arms fully extended and elbows locked. With her feet dangling, she looked down on him and started laughing. You see? Rather than set her down again, he began pacing around the blue maruler plant, carrying her the whole way with no effort. She weighed no more than a toddler. He'd tire eventually, but there was no doubt he'd doubled or tripled his strength from the single blue maruler he'd wolfed. So this is how you carried me back to your house? He said, joining in with her laughter. You popped a couple of these fruits and threw me over your shoulder? After putting her down, he marched up to the plant and began plucking more. With no basket or bag, he lifted the front of his shirt and piled them in. At the third, Emery reached out to stop him. "No, that's too many." "I'm not eating them all at once," he assured her. "I figured I'd pop a couple later or maybe tomorrow as soon as I figure out blue marulas rot within an hour. There's no point plucking them if you're not going to eat them. That's just wasteful." His appetite for the strength-giving fruit waned. The idea of eating something that rotted so quickly grossed him out. He hoped his stomach acids would digest it before it got to that stage. "So that's why you have none in a bowl at home." She peered upward, and not for the first time. "It's getting dark. Let me show you a Quanthor, and then we'll head home." Arlo sadly dumped the blue marulas. At least this tree, with its plentiful supply, grew close to the village. He could return at a moment's notice. Their onward route through this part of the forest was narrow and meandering. Emery explained that farmers used a much wider track for their carts, but she hardly ever ventured that way. It was usually muddy, the wheel ruts treacherous for walkers, and slick with random piles of manure. With that in mind, Arlo developed a grudging acceptance of the thorny vines hanging over their footpath, as well as the protruding roots that threatened to trip them. They emerged from the trees into a meadow of lush, knee-length grass. Here, the rapidly sinking sun shone down on bright wildflowers of all colors, and just for a second, Arlo forgot all his worries and enjoyed the scenery. The cool air smelled fresh. Then he stared with trepidation across the landscape. In the distance, a haze indicated some kind of semi-translucent barrier, the wall of the dome Emery had mentioned. It struck him as eerie and ominous. On this side of the barrier, the grass and bordering forest land stood out in vivid shades of green. On the other side, beyond the haze, everything had a muted, dark, foreboding appearance. The same could be said of the sky. Early evening swaths of orange and red to the west as the sun descended, and deep blues to the east. But all of it was notably darker nearer the horizon. Darker than it had any right to be. "There," Emery said, nudging him. "A Quanthor." Arlo turned his attention to the large animal grazing not too far away. "It's a cow," he muttered, noting how muscular this one seemed to be. "A Quanthor," she repeated. "Okay, fine," he said with a sigh. "This world is populated with fruits and animals that are similar, but not quite the same." He considered the oracle's hint. Riding a Quanthor is one way to make a breakthrough. So he was supposed to ride one of these oversized, steroid-pumped animals? How would that lead to a breakthrough? Did it mean he'd experience a revelation while atop his steed? Or was it referring to smashing through a solid wall? Game makers loved their riddles. This was a simple one with two possible outcomes, but he'd have to mount the animal to know for sure. He'd never ridden a cow before, nor a horse for that matter, and the idea of climbing on its back. "We should head home," Emery said, touching his arm. "We don't want to be out here after the sun goes down." "We should have brought flashlights," he grumbled. "Flashlights?" Emery shook her head. "The darkness is the least of our worries. Come on, let's go." Arlo was tempted to leap aboard the grass-munching Quanthor and get his first task over and done with. But he trusted that Emery knew the ins and outs of her realm far better than he did. "All right, but I need to ride it first thing in the morning." Emery chewed her lip for a moment. Outsiders often feel a need to complete strange assignments before their ascent to Midway, and now you're doing it. You want to ride a Quanthor. Has anybody else felt a need to ride one? Not that I know of. But there have been other outsiders, he mused. Are the challenges always different then? That's a hell of a lot to program. "There's someone you can meet," Emery said. "My uncle spent some time with the last outsider. He might be able to help you." She quickened her pace, and Arlo hurried to catch up. "That sounds good," he called after her. "Put that on the to-do list for tomorrow." They left the forest and entered the village. Their footfalls echoed off the cottage walls when the dirt underfoot gave way to cobblestone. Emery had clammed up. It was obvious she wasn't happy about his plan to ride a Quanthor, and he thought he knew why. Messing around with seemingly pointless tasks probably belittled the dire situation these people faced. They needed a serious hero to restore the realm, whatever that meant. As they turned a corner, Arlo caught her by the elbow and gave her a gentle tug to slow her down. "Emery, what exactly does it mean to restore the—" At that moment, a cacophony of awful howls and shrieks filled the air. Chapter 6. When Night Falls. Arlo froze at the unexpected din. It came from the forest they'd just left behind. "Those are Shriekers," Emery warned, picking up her pace again. "Night wraiths. It's now dark enough for them to leave the shadows and manifest. They'll be over the village as the night deepens, and they'll shred the skin from your body if they get a hold of you." It took a moment for her words to sink in, but when they did, Arlo shuddered. He was keenly aware of the streets rapidly emptying. The tavern turned out its customers, doors and windows slammed, and the dusky evening air fell as silent as when the skiff from Midway had descended from above. In less than a minute, the village was deserted. The sunlight had gone. "It's quiet around here," he muttered as Emery's home came into view ahead. More distant shrieks sent shivers down his spine. She waved him inside her cottage and pushed the door shut behind her. The eerie shrieking cut off, and she heaved a sigh and smiled. "We're safe now. No shrieker has ever come in before, but we must not venture outside until dawn." Emery had an oil lamp in the kitchen that she kept on low overnight. It seemed like a waste of oil, but Arlo found it comforting. Better than being left in total darkness with a bunch of phantoms floating around the village. Already, impatience began to gnaw at the pit of his stomach. "So we can't do anything until the morning? We're stuck here?" She shot him a glare, then shuffled off toward the bedroom. "You can sleep on the floor wherever you like," she said. "I have blankets you can bundle up in. I'm going to read for a while before sleeping. Feel free to choose a book from my shelf." He realized he'd upset her. "When I say we're stuck here, I don't mean your home is a horrible place to be." He paused, hearing no response. "Emery? I mean it. If we're going to be stuck anywhere, I'm glad it's here." He started across the room to follow her. "It could definitely be a lot worse for me if you hadn't—" "Oh, sorry." Emery had lit another lamp, kicked off her boots, and was already half undressed. Facing away from him, she made no comment but let her tan dress fall around her ankles, then snatched a white nightdress from the bed and tugged it over her head. Once the garment hung to her knees, she twisted to face him and frowned. A gentleman would have averted his gaze. "Sorry," he said again. I noticed a scar on your back." This was true. A long slice of white scar tissue across her shoulder blades. It had stood out quite plainly. Rather than answer, she reached above the wardrobe and brought down a few folded blankets. She tossed these on the floor at the foot of the bed, then offered him one of her 2 pillows. "It's not much, but—" "Oh, it's fine, thank you," he said quickly. "You've been really nice letting me stay here. This is great." He knelt to arrange the blankets. "It's early yet, though. What do you do in the evenings with all that shrieking going on outside?" Emery also knelt, but she reached under her bed to pull out a bronze-lidded chamber pot. "What do you mean, what do I do?" "I read a page or 2, then go to sleep." He paused. "You said that, but it's only just got dark. Hell, I can't believe it's sunset already." Sitting in full view, Emery squatted and slid the pot under her nightdress. This time, Arlo averted his gaze. He pulled off his shirt and crawled into his makeshift bed. Once she'd finished, she said, "Do you need the pot?" No, thank you." He listened while she stoked the fireplace. Then, the creak of bed springs and the soft flutter of pages told him she was settling down with a book. Arlo felt completely out of sorts. His body told him it was mid-afternoon, yet night had fallen. Now that the two of them were still, the only sound was the gentle crackling of burning logs and the muted howls and shrieks in the distance. "What are those things?" he asked. Emery sighed and snapped her book shut. "The dead. Their numbers grow as our people die. My mother is one of those Shriekers. She died from a sickness. Arlo swallowed. I'm sorry. He changed the subject. What's that scar on your back? It's where I was whipped by one of Leighton's men years ago. It was a single lash with a red-hot burning flay stick. Arlo sat bolt upright so he could peer over the bed to where she lay, staring at the ceiling, her book closed on the nightstand. What the hell could you have done to deserve such a punishment? Like Indira, I was chosen by the village to be his wife, she murmured. Only I wasn't to his taste. Arlo clenched his fists and ground his teeth. This poor young woman. He wanted to leap up and yell out the window for Leighton to come get him. He huffed through his nostrils for a moment, hell-bent on revenge when he made it to Midway, dreaming of the things he would do to those monsters. How old were you? He asked eventually. I'm not sure. Well, roughly how long ago was it? I can't remember. How old are you now? Even then, her answer was tentative. 20? If the constant threat of soul-sucking, skin-flaying shriekers wasn't bad enough, these people really suffered from memory loss as well. Okay, so what's your earliest memory? She paused, then said, This, living here. My mother once lived here too. I don't know how long ago that was. It seems like 4 or 5 years ago, maybe more, but it's all a blur. Sometimes it feels like forever. Arlo lay back down, and Emery extinguished the lamp. Darkness enveloped them, but embers still glowed in the fireplace, and a lantern flickered in the kitchen, all of which offered a comforting orange glow. A long silence followed. When Arlo heard her soft, slow breathing, he realized she'd dozed off. To his surprise, he now felt pretty tired himself. This place seemed to be recalibrating his circadian rhythm. To his annoyance, he realized he needed to pee after all. If he didn't go now, the urge would only grow stronger during the night. He sat up again. Use the chamber pot or go outside. Dangerous creatures floated around somewhere, but he only had to step out for a moment and pee against the wall. Slipping out of bed, he headed for the front door and gently pulled it open. The night air had dramatically cooled since his late afternoon visit to the forest, and goosebumps rose on his bare upper half. Leaving the door ajar, he took a few steps outside and glanced all around to check the night sky. He saw nothing but darkness, though the constant shrieking echoed in the distance. You're really doing this? It would be easy. A few more steps to the nearest wall. He'd be done in 30 seconds, maybe 20. In the end, he sighed and let out a nervous chuckle. Yeah, no, I'm not that dumb. I'll use the chamber pot. He turned to head back inside, and at that moment, a terrible, ear-splitting shriek sounded from directly above as a shrieker descended on him. Idiot! Chapter 7. Shriekers. The shrieker's skull trailed flames, the eye sockets were empty and black, and its raggedy robe flapped in eerie slow motion. But it was the long, glinting claws that sent a bolt of abject terror through Arlo's body, causing him to shrink low rather than dive for the open doorway. That mistake cost him dearly. The creature slashed and knocked him sideways off the front step. The sting on his back made him cry out in pain, but he clambered up again, determined to leap into the safety of the cottage. Only the shrieker now blocked his way. Arlo backpedaled as it lurched toward him. He ducked low again, but once more it slashed from behind, this time catching his shoulder and arm as well. Stumbling clear, Arlo turned to run. Emery's voice rang out, "Get inside!" Easier said than done. With the shrieker dogging his every move, all he could do was stumble farther away. He found a neighbor's door to his left and banged on it, but had no time to stick around to see if they would answer. The demonic figure was already in pursuit, flying gracefully at times and falling behind, then shooting closer and reaching for him. Sometimes its claws nicked his skin. This made him sprint even harder, his bare feet slapping on the hard cobblestones. He took a left turn down an alley, feeling hemmed in by the close quarters of the cottages on either side. If he held his arms out to both sides, his fingers would scrape both walls. The shrieker glided after him, its skull grinning and shrieking, flames trailing, razor claws flashing. Left again. Arlo tore around the corner, his heart pounding. To his horror, 3 more Shriekers appeared above the rooftops ahead, looming out of the darkness. He barreled onward, hoping to speed past before they spotted him. They did soon after, and their shrieks filled his ears. Gasping, he took another turn, praying he wasn't getting himself hopelessly lost. This had to be the way back to Emery's home. He now had 4 of the demons on his tail, and they randomly shot closer to slash at him, and more times than not, they scored a hit. It hurt like crazy, and he was sure his back would be mincemeat before long. Breathless, he whipped around yet another corner and kept moving, his bare feet slapping on the hard surface. He couldn't keep this going all night. "Help me!" he screamed in frustration. Soft lights flickered inside a few cottages, but most remained dark. Though the sun had set not so long ago, it was full-on night here in Old Village. People couldn't help but hear the unearthly shrieks coupled with his own. They had to be used to the racket after all these years, but did they really choose to ignore his desperate pleas for help? At that moment, Emery appeared in the street ahead, her white nightdress almost luminous in the gloom. She beckoned and turned to run long before he reached her, but he moved so swiftly that he caught up and grabbed her hand, and they sprinted together, pursued by the 4 Shriekers. One was far more persistent than the others and kept lashing out. Arlo imagined he could feel its icy, cold breath on the nape of his neck every step of the way. Emery led the way around several corners, but every street looked the same. He must have zigzagged all over the place before she'd intercepted him. "There," she gasped at last, pointing to his left. Her door was wide open and unguarded, and he almost laughed maniacally with relief at the sight of it. He pushed her ahead of him, then received another painful slice across his back as he dashed through the doorway and fell inside. Emery threw the door shut, but the Shrieker's arm got jammed against the frame. As she put her weight against the door, Arlo leapt to his feet and joined her, squeezing the creature's arm so tight that it wailed. "Hold it!" Emery shouted, and she dashed off to fetch something. She returned a moment later with an axe and swung the tool with all her might. The blade came down on the Shrieker's forearm. Her aim was so good and her swing so hard that she buried the axe head deep into the frame, and half of a skeletal arm fell to the floor with a nasty splat. At this, the Shrieker wailed and yanked itself free, and the door shut with a thump. Arlo kept his shoulder to the door, panting and gasping. Emery bent double, her hands on her knees while she collected herself. Then she stood up straight and looked at Arlo with obvious annoyance. "Why? Why did you go outside?" I'm sorry, I just went for a piss. I didn't, though. I changed my mind, but..." He felt faint. His back and shoulders stung like crazy. Stretching to reach his injury, his probing fingers came across warm dampness, blood. He stared in shock, and the pain doubled. "How bad is it?" he groaned. Tentatively, he turned sideways, keeping his gaze on Emery the whole time. Her eyes widened, and her hand flew to her mouth. "It's really bad," she whispered. "Damn." Arlo closed his eyes. "This is a nightmare. What the hell?" "You need Mage Pomelos." Emery went to rummage around in a cupboard, and it was only then, with her back turned, that he realized she'd been injured too. Her white nightdress had a couple of bloody slashes. Arlo felt dizzy. He staggered to the kitchen table and flopped down into a chair. "Take these," Emery said, putting a bowl of red fruit in front of him. "Mage pomelos have healing properties and increase vitality." They looked similar to strawberries, only malformed and ugly. Arlo counted 7 of them, but he didn't care if there was some kind of safe limit. He stuffed them in his mouth and chewed quickly, swallowing them with a grimace. They tasted sour and unpleasant. Emery eased around to stand behind him. He didn't want to know how horrified she was, nor see the damage. Still, he already felt marginally better. The Mage Pomelos definitely helped, but he needed more. Staring at the empty bowl, he pointed with a shaky hand. "Where can we find these?" "Tonight?" Emery slid into the chair beside him. "We can't. We'll have to wait until the morning." Arlo gazed at her, suddenly filled with remorse. I just ate the whole bowl and didn't offer you a single one. I'm such a jerk. She shrugged. Your injuries are far worse than mine. Yeah, but... He smacked the table. What's wrong with me? Why did I do that? Eat all the mage pomelos or go outside in the first place? Both. She considered, then lightly patted his arm. You're an outsider. It's hard for you to understand the danger of Shriekers until you're slashed by them. And you ate all the mage pomelos because you needed them more than me. That's not... Even now, you're still worse off, she insisted. Don't worry about it. We'll fetch more at first light. Arlo sighed. And until then, we're supposed to lie around in agony? He closed his eyes. Damn it, sorry. This was my fault, and... I'm sorry, Emery. I'm gonna stop whining now. This time, Emery placed a hand firmly on his arm and smiled. We may not have any mage pomelos, but I do have some numbing ointment that will help us get through the night. The ointment she spoke of came out of a jar and was foul-smelling, requiring her to wear gloves while handling it. They both wrinkled their noses as she dabbed it on his back. At first, it hurt like crazy. Then the pain eased, and she switched to a rag, dipped it in a bowl of water, and wrung it out before carefully wiping his flayed skin. He was appalled at the amount of blood rinsed into the bowl. It was a slow, gentle process, and he sat still, sideways on the chair while she cleaned him up. Then it was time for more of the numbing ointment. After a while, he felt absolutely nothing back there, not even her gentle dabbing. You're done for now, she said. Let me change the water, and then you can fix me up. Once again, he felt like a jerk. She'd been hurting the whole time and hadn't said a word. He immediately got up and took over from her, first throwing the bloody water down a drain in the floor, then dipping into a small barrel near the wall. Just for a second, he studied the metal pail next to it and wondered how close the nearest stream or pool was. It wasn't like they had indoor plumbing. It smelled fresh, though. Is this drinkable? He asked, filling the small bowl. Yes, I refill it every morning. He returned to the table where she now sat in his place, sideways on the chair. She was carefully trying to peel her nightdress off her shoulders, but the bloody fabric had stuck to her back. Tell me about Quanthors, he said as he helped her. Is it safe to ride them? It wouldn't be the first time. She winced, and then her arms were free of the nightdress. Arlo pushed her hair out of the way and concentrated on her wounds. People ride them for fun, or what? He asked. No, they're very strong. They can pull plows, logs, wagons. They're made to work. Do people ever crash through walls with them? The slight tilt of her head told him it was a dumb question. What? Never mind. Arlo dabbed at 2 vicious lines across her back. If she hadn't already told him about Leighton's flay stick, he'd have guessed the old scar higher up was also the result of a Shrieker's attack. When she winced again, he switched to the ointment and dabbed some on, and he could plainly see the tension leaving her body. Her bare shoulders relaxed, and she rolled her head from side to side as if working out a knot. He realized he'd made a stupid mistake when he dipped into the bowl for the wet rag and went to squeeze it out. Oh, crap! She peered over her shoulder. What's wrong? Then her eyes widened, and she broke into a grin. You didn't put the gloves on. You handled the numbing ointment with bare hands. Yeah, and now... He had absolutely no feeling in his fingers, no sensation of the wet rag clutched in his hand, even though he held it up in front of him. He couldn't even detect the dribble of water as it ran down his arm, at least not until it reached his elbow, and then it tickled him. Emery laughed and stood up, clutching the nightdress to her as she headed for the bedroom. It'll be hours before that wears off. Let me change, and then we should turn in and get some sleep. He tried to clean up the kitchen while she was gone, but the absolute numbness in his hands threw him off more than he could have imagined. He gently thumped the table and felt nothing but the slightest jarring farther up his arm. Emery returned, having changed into a clean pink nightdress. This one was wrinkled and a little tattered, and when he briefly looked her up and down, she reddened and shrugged. I only have 2. This is not my favorite. Oh, it's fine. I didn't mean to. You need a change of clothes too, though, she said with a frown as she edged around him. Your pants are all bloody at the back. Should I wash them again? We can hang them in front of the fire to dry. Yes, please, he said with a grimace. Go to bed, she suggested. I'll wash our clothes and be there shortly. We need to sleep before we run out of nighttime. Her remark confused him. Just when he'd begun to wonder if the days in this place were crazy short and the nights extra long, she blew his theory with a throwaway comment like that. His mind spun as he carefully crawled into bed and let Emery take his pants. Short days and nights? How on earth did these people function? This isn't Earth, he thought. It's a game setting. Why bother with full 24-hour cycles when you can condense it down to a reasonable 7 hours of daylight and then a similar period to reboot? Julian hadn't mentioned that. He'd said only that a few minutes plugged into the VR was equivalent to a few hours in the game. Oh, and he'd said the real-life VR duration would be an hour or two at most. So call it 7 minutes for 7 daylight hours, and the same again for night, meaning 14 minutes for one complete daily cycle. An hour of VR time in Julian's office would allow for 4 days and nights inside the game. Food for thought. Despite unrelenting visions of burning skulls and razor-sharp claws, he eventually succumbed to sleep. Chapter 8, Control Room. Well, Arlo's made it safely through the first day, Julian announced as a soft beep sounded from his desk. He grinned. His mind is at rest now, a little behind schedule, but he'll get back on track. Rosie edged closer to the two armchairs. The pretty young reporter sat with her legs crossed in one. The odd job man lay motionless in the other. Nothing seemed to have changed with him. He remained calm and quiet, the red light on the VR headpiece still lit up. I want to hear more about how that works, Emery said, digging out a notebook and pen as well as a small recording device, which she placed on the arm of the chair. Now she really looked like a reporter. Do you mind if I record our chat? Julian shrugged. At this, Emery switched on the recorder and mumbled, Interview starts on Thursday, June 4th at 3:23 p.m. with Julian Alexander Ravencroft, lead software engineer for Splinter, his newly formed gaming company. Julian's grandmother, Rosie Denfield, is present. She smiled and raised her voice. Yes, I know from my own experience that the days and nights inside the game are short. Why did you go that route? Julian didn't respond. After an unusually long silence, Rosie glanced over and realized her grandson was sending a you-can-leave-now look. Thanks, Gran, he said, and to back up his warning glare, he nodded toward the door. Miss McIntyre and I are in the middle of something here. His dismissive attitude annoyed her, especially when he didn't even bother to hide it in front of the nice reporter woman. Just for once, Rosie stood her ground. Oh, but I'm interested too. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to fetch me a chair, my dear. What? Why? Well, for starters, I brought us all coffee and cookies. Would you prefer I just stand here and drink mine? Emery jumped up. Here, please, take this armchair. Oh, goodness, no. If I sit down in that thing, it'll be a month of Sundays before I climb back out again. So Emery shot a look at Julian, her expression pretty clearly demanding he assist his poor grandma. He opened his mouth to argue, then bit his tongue and nodded. Fine. He got up and stalked off down the hall. Since Rosie didn't want the armchair, Emery eased herself back into it and peered at the sleeping man next to her. The virtual reality headset masked the top half of his face. His chest slowly rose and fell. You wouldn't believe he's in another world right now, Emery said. Sleeping, running around like a maniac. It all looks the same from here. Sounds like fun, Rosie muttered. Julian put those awful goggles on my head a few weeks back, and I nearly died of fright. I ended up standing on a cliff, looking down on a village far below. Oh, it was terrifying. It must have been, Emery agreed, her face wrinkling into a frown. Why on earth did he show you that? Did you stick around long? No. He said he put the mask on me and whipped it straight back off, but it felt like a minute or two to me. He said I wasn't cut out for a place like that. Emery nodded slowly. I should say not for such a kind soul. Oh, you're a sweetie. Do you know that? Rosie felt a surge of warmth in her chest. I was always led to believe that reporters were cold and heartless, but I can't imagine you writing a mean word in your life. Emery smiled broadly and batted her lashes behind her glasses. I'm an absolute angel. Julian returned then, carrying one of the kitchen chairs, the one with the padded cushion strapped to it. Here you go, Gran, he mumbled. Thank you, my dear. Ooh, my old bones, she added with a grunt as she lowered herself down. Want your coffee now? Not just yet, too hot. And my joints are flaring up, she thought, so I can't hold the mug. Julian sat heavily on his office chair, swiveled around, and rolled it across the laminate wood floor closer to where Emery sat. Where were we? She raised her notebook and pen. The days and nights being so short, what's all that about? Oh, yeah. It's simple, really. What do people do in the evenings? He barreled on before Emery could formulate a reply. Nothing of interest, that's what. If you follow the life of an adventurer, all the fun stuff happens during the day. So let's say 7 hours of solid playtime. It could have been 8 or 9, but I kept it at 7 for processing reasons that I won't bore you with. Emery nodded and jotted down some notes. Actually, maybe I will, Julian said with a grin. Since we're on record, let me introduce you to my flight deck. He gestured toward the 7 computer towers, each pulsing a gentle white light. These machines handle specific dominions of reality. One server exists solely to calculate the endless laws of physics in my VR world. Another is for procedural generation. That one on the top is for building realistic personalities. It's stuffed with tensor accelerators feeding an array of character models. There he goes again, Rosie thought. It's a foreign language. Julian continued, but his meaningless words started to blur together. Fiber lines bind the system together through an internal network switch. Storage arrays with petabytes of NVM solid-state memory and RAID configurations. A closed-loop liquid system running beneath the floorboards, connected to an external heat exchange unit out back. Wait, what? Emery said, glancing toward the window. But Julian was on a roll, showing off to the reporter. What he's wearing on his head, he said, jabbing his finger toward the sleeping man, is a next-generation neural dream recording device. It basically monitors and decodes the brain's activity during induced sleep, specifically the dream phases. I call it VR, even though that usually implies real-time gameplay. Dreams are way faster, so those old retinal resolution microdisplays are a bunch of horse crap as far as... Julian, that's enough, Rosie interrupted. He blinked at her. Huh? Emery smiled. I have to agree. As impressive as the hardware specs might be, my readers will be more interested in how it actually works. You were explaining about the short days and nights? Leaning back in his chair again, Julian nodded slowly. Well, okay. My new gamer friend Arlo is currently in sleep mode. It's a time for everything to cool down, his brain as well as the processors. The VR is harmless, but there's a massive amount of information feeding its way through the system. His brain activity, his dreams, it's all being recorded and analyzed by AI, and in these few minutes of downtime, the program has a chance to get up to speed and compile a report. That allows me to check in on his progress for the past day. You're saying that right now his first day's activities are being written up as a readable report? Exactly, yes, it was the same with you. You said there's a movie version too? Julian nodded with vigor. That's the coolest part. The entire experience can be viewed as a movie from the player's point of view, but... He spread his hands and leaned back in his chair. You can imagine that's an absolute crap ton of processing power, and it takes a day to fully render. Your own level 1, for example, won't be available in movie form until tomorrow. Emery tapped her notebook. That's what you told me, yes, okay. So you can read an AI summary of what Arlo's been up to on his first day, but right now he's asleep. Yeah, I have to gently force sleep time, especially on later levels. It's necessary. If the player tries to stay awake, the system starts to get backed up and the next day is delayed and so on. It's a fairly strict regimen, but it allows cooldown and everything runs more smoothly. Rosie raised a hand. I have a question, if I may. Julian swiveled in his chair. Sure, Gran. She chose her words carefully. If Arlo wanted to leave the game, like if he's bored or it's too dangerous or some other reason, well, can he? Can he leave? Partway through, you mean? Julian glanced over at Emery, specifically her notebook. Currently, no, unless he dies 3 times, of course. But in the interest of public well-being, I plan to implement a sort of safe word where the player can shout it out and prompt an abrupt exit from the game. Emery scribbled a few notes. Meanwhile, Rosie found herself asking a follow-up question. Can he get hurt inside the game? Oh, yes, Julian said, looking rather proud of himself. It wouldn't be an immersive experience otherwise. Pain is in the mind. Did you know that? There are people with a rare disorder where their brain's pain receptors don't work and they can't feel pain. With that in mind, the VR taps into those receptors so they can feel pain. It's more realistic that way. Rosie shuddered. Sounds completely awful. I do hope he's careful then. A soft beep sounded from Julian's desk. After a quick glance, he grinned and nodded. Nighttime's over. He's waking up. Chapter 9, Riding a Quanthor. Day 2. Arlo awoke feeling like crap. His back ached and stung, and pain lanced through him when he rolled onto his side. He lay still, wondering if his wounds had oozed in the night. Maybe his undersheet had stuck to him. Afraid to move, he remained bathed in a shaft of sunlight from the window, buried under his blankets. He whispered for his screen to activate. Once the image lit up, he said in a low voice, "What's the quickest way out of this madhouse?" Text immediately flowed. Complete the quest to reach Pinnacle. There, you will make a choice to determine the future of the realm. I don't care about the realm, he growled. How do I get home? Your destiny is intertwined with the realms. Complete the quest to reach Pinnacle. There, you will... Oh, shut up, he snarled. To his surprise, the text stopped flowing, ending with a long dash to indicate his interruption. At least the stupid screen was obedient. Why do I have to ride a dumb Quanthor? What's the point? There has to be something else I can do to speed this up. Oracle seemed a little more thoughtful this time. Making a breakthrough is essential to your quest. Arlo sighed. I'm guessing you won't tell me what kind of breakthrough you're talking about here. Predictably, no answer appeared. After shutting the screen off, Arlo gingerly sat up. As expected, the sheet had stuck to his back and he nearly cried out in pain. He must have winced and sucked in his breath because Emery suddenly appeared from the kitchen. If he'd known she was already up, he might not have kept his voice so low. Then again, he hoped she hadn't heard his dismissive attitude toward the realm's destiny. Here, let me put some more ointment on, she said, kneeling behind him. She was dressed in dark brown pants and boots and a pale yellow button-up blouse. She also wore gloves in readiness to apply the foul-smelling stuff on his back. Arlo gratefully allowed it, sitting upright and leaning forward as she worked the ointment into his skin. The relief was immediate, and he thanked her profusely. Are my pants dry? He asked as she hurried back to the kitchen. Yes, your clothes are washed and dried. How had she done all of that while he'd slept? Arlo barely remembered dozing off last night. She couldn't have stayed up for much longer, yet here they were, his folded clothes sitting once more on top of the chest of drawers. It was almost like a reset of yesterday, except for his makeshift bed on the floor. He dressed carefully, mindful of his wounds. So you want to ride a Quanthor? She commented when he shuffled into the kitchen. Why? Because that's the hint I received, what I need to do to progress through the... He nearly said game, but decided against it. To help me get to Midway. How will riding a Quanthor help you get to Midway? I have no idea, Emery. Do you need me to put some ointment on your back? She nodded, and he put on the gloves this time. She slid her blouse down off her shoulders, and he gently applied the nasty stuff over the 2 long gashes. They set out shortly after, skipping breakfast to leave room for mage pomelos and maybe some blue marulas. The day was warm, thankfully. I slept good, Arlo admitted. The ointment's amazing. By the time it wore off last night, I was completely out of it. How late did you stay up after me? Just long enough to wash our clothes and hang them near the fire. We probably managed a solid 6 hours of sleep before sunrise. Arlo had to remind himself about the 7-hour day and night cycles. They ventured out of the village and into the forest, taking the same route as the day before. The early morning sun was bright even through the canopy of branches. They paid a visit to the mage pomelo plants, which took a lot of ducking and weaving under vines to reach the center of the patch, where the leaves were big enough to block out the sunlight as well as the breeze. A stillness hung over the fruit-laden vegetation. It reminded Arlo of stepping into a cave in the side of a mountain. In the center, the mage pomelos were extra ripe. Arlo and Emery started plucking at once, and they crammed their mouths and chewed for a full minute before slowing down. As they swallowed, Arlo felt a curious tingling on his back. An oddly warm, comforting sensation seeped into his body, and he paused to focus on it. Emery smiled at him. "You can feel the healing." "I can," he whispered, awestruck. "My God, this is—" Suddenly curious, he pulled off his shirt and turned his back to her. "How's it look now?" "Much better. Can I see yours?" He moved toward her. She popped half a mage pomelo into her mouth and, unbuttoning, turned away from him. When she let the blouse drape off her shoulders, he gazed at her bare skin for a long moment. He refrained from running his fingers over the ointment-smeared wounds. They were healed over, nothing more than faint red marks. Now she had 3 old-looking scars. That's incredible. He had sudden, illogical visions of escaping from the realm with a stash of mage pomelos. Imagine if such fruits could be cultivated back home. "So your people can heal from any kind of injury?" Emery shrugged and pulled her blouse back on. She turned to him while buttoning it. "Up to a point, mage pomelos can't replace a missing leg. They can barely set a broken bone." Arlo thought about the man who'd been brutally attacked in the street. "And the sacrifice yesterday? You said he was dying anyway." "He was beyond healing. His sickness was too strong. No amount of mage pomelos or ointment would have given the poor man comfort in his dying days. Leighton put him out of his misery." "There are nicer ways to do it, though," Arlo muttered. They resumed their journey, stopping by the blue marula plant on the way. Arlo eagerly ate a couple, and energy pulsed through his veins. He felt amazing. "You're not partaking?" he asked Emery. "Not without a good cause," she said with a smile. "We all know blue marulas are limited in supply and try to refrain from adding them to our daily diet. Besides, they become less effective with ongoing use." "Are there any other fruits I should know about?" he asked as they finally approached the field of Quanthors. "Anything that enhances, say, dexterity?" Emery looked askance at him. "There's a shoot you can chew on for balance. Does that count?" "A shoot? For balance? Huh. Could be useful if I'm riding a giant cow. Do they grow nearby?" She firmly shook her head. "They sprout from a sparkling pool in the foothills of the cliff. Climbers use them." More questions. Arlo's mind would never stop spinning at this rate. It took an effort to file that nugget away and continue with his original line of questioning. "What else? How about endurance?" At that, she nodded. "Visit the Fortitude pool." Arlo blinked at her. "That sounds suspiciously like it was created for one specific purpose. So it increases endurance, then." Emery now seemed more interested in the Quanthor that grazed just ahead, but still she answered him. "Sometimes those who are below quota for Midway's collection day are ordered to stand in the Fortitude pool for a while, to remind them there are no excuses for laziness. It's easier to gather the necessary bounty than to suffer an hour in that pool." Her response prompted a slew of other questions, but Arlo had no time to delve into them, because they now stood before a massive Quanthor. It continued grazing, turned sideways with one deep brown eye fixated on them, watching warily from beneath its dark lashes. The muscular animal was larger than a normal cow in every way, but it seemed just as docile. This was a female. Arlo knew very little about cattle. He ate beef and drank milk, and that was about the extent of his knowledge. "So, I just climb on?" Emery smiled and nudged him. "We both will." Lift me up first since you're now strong." He'd almost forgotten. They cautiously approached, and the Quanthor stopped chewing the cud for a moment. Arlo gripped Emery's hips and lifted her with ease. He felt like he was putting a toy on a shelf as he hoisted her aboard. She had only to lift her legs and slide onto the Quanthor's back. "It's so wide," she exclaimed, grinning down at him as she tried to get comfortable. "Come on up." It was much harder for Arlo because he had nobody to give him a boost. Emery reached down, and he took her hand, but she lacked the strength to pull him on board, and he didn't want to yank on her arm. But, with some fumbling, he climbed up by using a combination of her hands and one leg. Once seated, he struggled to get comfortable in front of her. She was right. Its back was broad. "Okay, go," he called to the animal. Naturally, his command fell on deaf ears. They sat perched for a while, wondering how to get the beast to move. No amount of spurring with his heels or slapping with his hands helped. The Quanthor simply didn't understand or didn't care what he wanted. "Well, crap," Arlo complained. "This is the first task of the game, and I'm failing miserably." "Game? Quest. He brought up Oracle's mission hint again. Riding a Quanthor is one way to make a breakthrough. When he read it aloud, Emery looked askance at him. "Where are you getting this riddle from? Is it like a voice in your head?" Yeah, sort of." She considered, then said, "If it means we're to break through a wall, wouldn't it just tell you that riding a Quanthor is one way to break through? But it says to make a breakthrough. I think it means to discover something, or to have a revelation." "You're right," Arlo admitted. "Well, good, because I don't think this monster's going anywhere fast. Still, it says riding a Quanthor, and we haven't exactly done that yet. We've sat on one, but we haven't ridden it. If we could ride one, wouldn't that count as a breakthrough?" Arlo laughed. "Maybe. Seems a bit like circular logic, though, doesn't it? Kind of like putting a sign on a wall that reads, 'Do not throw rocks at this sign.'" They sat for a while longer, trying to figure it out. Arlo realized he felt pretty good despite their failure to make a giant cow move. He and Emery had survived an attack by Shriekers and almost completely healed their wounds. He'd also boosted his strength and had ample means to do so again once the effects wore off. To top it off, the scenery was pleasant. The sunshine warmed his shoulders, and a pretty, blue-eyed young woman clung unnecessarily to his waist. Was that the breakthrough the game hint referred to? If so, it was a little trite for his liking. He sighed. "I have a feeling that the breakthrough is to do with—" At that moment, the Quanthor lurched forward. Emery let out a short squeal and clutched his waist harder, then giggled uncontrollably as the Quanthor began a ponderous, extremely bumpy trek across the field. "Damn," Arlo laughed. "Talk about slow reactions. I told it to move ages ago, and it's only just now getting around to it." The Quanthor let out a somewhat mournful bellow as it picked up speed. Arlo and Emery bounced around with nothing much to hold on to. And as they began to rue the day they'd climbed aboard, the uncomfortable ride sped up even more. "Well, crap," Arlo muttered from his constantly jarring mount. "What's got into this thing?" "I don't know, but the others are on the move as well." Emery tapped his shoulder and pointed off to the side. In the distance, many more Quanthors lumbered across the long grass, either running toward something or away. "What spooked them?" Arlo asked. "I wonder." "You wonder what?" As if, in answer, a noise from above caused Arlo to jerk his head up. He gasped at the sight of the lozenge-shaped flying vehicle from Midway descending on the field. "It's the skiff," Emery said, fear in her voice. "Hell no," he yelled. "What's going on? Why are they here?" "They do this sometimes." "Do what?" The skiff came barreling down in the distance, its deep engines roaring as it leveled off and shot across the field toward them. Long grass whipped about in its wake. The vessel's bullet-shaped nose glinted in the sun. It flew over their heads with yards to spare, causing Arlo and Emery to flinch and yell. The rush of wind almost pulled them from their perch. "They're coming around again," she cried. "I think they're going to fire on us this time. You want to talk about games? That's what blasting Quanthors is to them. And this time they've found one with people sitting on its back. I promise you, they can't resist. The skiff tore around the field in a wide arc, and Arlo had the feeling they were taking their time. Meanwhile, the Quanthor bounded along, panting heavily. Just ahead, trees beckoned. How many times had these docile creatures had to run for cover? "We won't make it," Arlo said grimly, judging the distance compared to the skiff's arcing trajectory. "We know it, they know it. They're gonna fire for sure, because if they don't, we'll be in the trees before they come back around." "We have to jump," Emery urged. "We have to hide behind the Quanthor. It'll die, but we'll be shielded." He knew she was right. He felt terrible for the poor Quanthor, though. "Ready?" he called as the skiff began its final run toward them. "We'll just fall off sideways, okay? Wait for it. Wait." And then something entirely unexpected happened. The ground opened up, and the Quanthor plunged into darkness, taking its passengers with it. Chapter 10. Breakthrough. "What the hell happened?" Arlo yelled. Abruptly, his screen opened up, and words started to appear. "Not now! Turn off!" The screen went dark. He lay in darkness. Overhead, the skiff had roared past, accompanied by the sharp hammering of its guns. The rain of hot lead hadn't hit the target, though, because the target had fallen into a pit. It hadn't been an open hole in the ground. Nobody had been aware of it. Not the skiff pilot, not Arlo and Emery, not even the Quanthor. A tremendous splintering crack had sounded, and grass and earth had tumbled down into a pit along with great planks of wood. And now they lay in darkness. "I can't see," Arlo complained. He spat out some dirt and squinted. Aside from the dazzling slice of daylight above, he saw nothing but silhouetted shapes he couldn't make out. The Quanthor groaned and grumbled, apparently trying to get to its feet. "I guess that's what you call a breakthrough," he muttered. "Well played. Never saw that coming." Arlo fumbled around and extracted himself from clumps of dirt. He stood for a moment, breathing hard. A sudden fear overcame him. "Emery?" No answer. "Emery, where are you? Are you okay?" He dropped to his knees and crawled about. How could they have become so separated? The pit was probably the size of a 4-car garage, and the massive Quanthor had left a roughly Quanthor-sized hole in the ceiling. The stark daylight made it hard to make out the rest of the shadowed space, but the poor beast was huffing and puffing a good few yards away. And where was Emery? "Oh God, she's trapped underneath. She's been crushed." "Talk to me," he yelled, frantic. "Are you hurt?" With his heart thudding in his chest, he crawled over mounds of dirt and splintered planks. He tried at first to ignore the sound of the skiff approaching, but when it thumped down and the engines cut off, an ominous silence fell. Even the Quanthor seemed to realize the danger, and it stopped panting and lay still. "Emery," Arlo hissed, "please wake up." A hand clamped onto his shoulder, and he almost jumped out of his skin. "Shh, this way." Relief flooded through him, then annoyance. "Why didn't you say something? I was worried sick about you." She gripped his shoulder harder. "Shh, hurry." In the gloom, Emery took his hand and dragged him away. They both tripped and stumbled over debris until she pulled him into what seemed to be a cave-like opening at the side of the pit. "What?" he started. She put a finger to his lips and pressed in close to his chest. "Quiet." A bright beam shone down. Voices sounded. "Would you look at that? What is this?" None of the men seemed to know. "Better report it to Leighton," one suggested. "Where'd the NPCs go?" "They're either dead or hidden somewhere. Look, the damn Quanthor's staring up at us. Shoot it and be done. Then get down there and find them." "Why?" The simple question prompted a thoughtful pause. Then the leader chuckled. "You know what? I don't know." He raised his voice. "If you're not buried under tons of dirt or stuck with planks of wood, then hear me. You got lucky today, okay? But good luck getting out of there." Laughing, the men drifted away. The skiff's engines started up and Arlo's spirits lifted. They were actually leaving? Just like that? "I think we did get lucky," he whispered to Emery. But, an awful moment later, a rattle of gunfire nearly deafened them. Arlo and Emery slapped their hands to their ears and cried out. Amid the ruckus, the Quanthor managed a mournful wail before its voice abruptly cut off. The hammering noise continued well after that, and then it suddenly went quiet. Poor Quanthor, Emery mumbled. Yeah. The smell of fear and death lingered in the air. Arlo's ears rang as he hunkered on the ground with Emery pressed tight against him, almost sitting in his lap. It was over. The skiff whined away into the sky. Slowly, Arlo extracted himself and climbed to his feet. What is this place? It turned out Emery had a notion about that. A long time ago, this was a barn. Well, the barn was above. There was a fire, and it burned down. Years passed, and grass grew over the remains. A barn in the middle of a field? She batted at him. It's at the edge of the field, and the old farmhouse is just through the trees. Anyway, below the barn was a basement. That's what this is. The old barn floor must have rotted out, and we fell through it. Arlo found this news uninspiring. Screen on, he commanded. When the hologram activated, it illuminated Emery in a bright white glow, but she didn't squint or react, which he found intriguing. He could now see her clearly, yet she couldn't see him? Certain game rules made no sense. In the bright light, it became obvious they stood in a recessed cubbyhole at one end of the old barn's basement. A storage cupboard, judging by the warped shelves and unidentifiable contents. Arlo focused on the screen. Congratulations on your breakthrough. You have discovered a secret room. You may also have found the key to your next quest. He couldn't help chuckling. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out these clues. Okay, so I think we're looking for a key. First, he had to contend with Emery's sudden barrage of questions. What clues? What's a rocket scientist? How do you know we're looking for a key? What's this screen you keep talking about? He decided to come clean, to an extent. I'll tell you everything, but while I talk, let's hunt around for a key. The task looked daunting with all the collapsed dirt and wooden planks. Maybe even impossible. But he had to remind himself that a game would always make it possible. Still, searching in the dark was difficult, and even though their eyes were adjusting, a flashlight would have been perfect right about now. He considered leaving his screen on, but it was almost too bright, shining at him instead of in front. He deactivated it and began fumbling around, starting at the walls. I've been transported here, he said, choosing his words carefully. He doubted Emery would want to know she was part of a game, merely an NPC conjured for the benefit of entertainment. I have a device that gives me clues about my mission and what to do next. You can't see it, though. It's meant for my eyeballs only. His probing hands found a hard wall, perhaps stone or concrete. Did they have concrete in this game realm? He had no idea. Anyway, the barn had been built with a sturdy foundation and might have been left untouched for years, probably in pristine condition until just now. He came across a large wooden cupboard and pulled the squeaky doors open. Inside were relatively clean shelves filled with glass jars containing... He peered closer, trying to make it out in the gloom. Green beans? Ha! Every good basement had jars of green beans. Utterly useless to him, though. What does the screen tell you about your mission? Emery asked from the other side of the pit. Huh? Oh, well, just that I need to get to Midway and then on to Pinnacle, where I have to make a choice to determine the future of the realm, just like you said. Now that he'd spent some time in this make-believe but startlingly realistic world, the fairly typical game objective struck him as overly simplistic. What would happen if he chose wrong? Emery seemed to be struggling with that point, too. That fits with the old story that an outsider will appear out of the blue to restore the realm. That's what we want, but now it bothers me. What if you're... Arlo had been poking around in another cupboard mounted in the corner. He paused. What if I'm what? What if you're not up to the task? What if you fail? He thought about that and refrained from an off-the-cuff comment like, it's okay, I'll just try again another time. Or, it's only a game. She didn't need to hear that. Damn, this place is too realistic. It's all in my head, right? I'm plugged into a sophisticated virtual reality game. That's all this is. I'm up for the task, he assured her. I won't fail. Shortly after, Arlo found the key. He leapt on it with a triumphant cry. It was literally hanging on the wall near what had once been a set of steps leading up. Those steps had collapsed long ago, but the simple hook on the wall remained, along with a very large and surprisingly weighty metal key. He held it up and grinned. This has to be it. At that moment, the screen opened and displayed a new message. Congratulations on finding your first object. Use your key to unlock a hidden treasure. Arlo's sense of triumph was almost overwhelming. No idea what it opens, he told Emery. But it'll come in handy later. That's how games work, he smiled. Okay, I'm getting it now. We're gonna crack this game before we know it. Emery frowned at his use of the word game, and he kicked himself. Pocketing the key, he pointed to some of the enormous planks and joists lying about the place. Now we're gonna get out of here. Steering well clear of the dead Quanthor, he dragged a long, broken joist out of the dirt and hauled it over to the half-staircase. This would have been far more difficult if he hadn't eaten a couple of blue marulas earlier. After some finagling, he positioned it in such a way that the joist filled in for the missing top half of the staircase. It wanted to slide down the steps to the bottom until he pried a tread upward and used it as a stop. Let's try this, he said with a flourish. You first, my dear. She started up the smooth surface, bent double and using her hands as well as her feet. She slipped a couple of times but tried again. Arlo found his shoes had a better grip on the wood, so when Emery slipped a third time, he instinctively planted his hands on her backside. Whoa, sorry, he said, snatching his hands away as if he'd been stung. She said nothing and tried again, but she kept slipping. In the end, she said, Just push me, will you? So he pushed her, and slowly but surely they edged up the plank to the top, where they climbed into the sunshine and collapsed on the grass. Lying there in the peaceful morning sunlight, staring up at the blue sky, Arlo began to wonder if it would be so bad if he failed to restore the realm, whatever that meant. This was nice. So was Emery. But no, he couldn't live under the constant threat of Midway on the top of the cliff, not to mention that this world was confined to a dome. And don't even get me started on those Shriekers. Yeah, there was no question. He had to complete his quest. Chapter 11. The Fortitude Pool. Arlo and Emery stood together at the outskirts of the village, craning their necks up at the enormous cliff. They hadn't yet returned to her home to get cleaned up. She'd remembered that today was a special day. Arlo kept fingering the heavy key in his pocket. What was it for? He'd asked Oracle. But the computer had merely reiterated that he'd found his first object. And when he'd demanded to know how many objects there were, the answer had been equally unhelpful, a vague hint about various objects to be found throughout the realm. Annoying though it was to be drip-fed information, it definitely reminded him of a video game, a simple adventure where he would wander about, look for clues, and grab opportunities to advance his standing. He now had a key. It had to open a door, and inside he'd find… what? Something important for sure. Perhaps the fabled crimson cloak? There, Emery said, pointing. Arlo shielded his eyes against the sunlight. It took a moment to spot what she was referring to. Oh my God, that's nuts. A distant figure clung to the cliff wall. Some lunatic was scaling the sheer rocky face. He didn't seem to have any ropes or anchor points. Maybe the people in the village lacked fancy rock climbing equipment. They certainly had balls of steel, though. She's been planning this for weeks, Emery said. Wait, that's a woman? Arlo squinted but couldn't tell the difference from this distance. Mullen is 23. She's put in a lot of practice and has plenty of enthusiasm and grit. And balls of steel, he thought. Probably 40 or 50 people stood under her chosen route, occasionally cheering her on. They sounded doubtful, though. She might have started strong, but she'd barely made it a fifth of the way and seemed to be struggling. How could she ever think she could climb to Midway? He gasped. The cliff is, what, 300 feet? It looks so smooth. We try from time to time, Emery said softly. Yes, the cliff is smooth, so the climber has to use a pick hammer. It requires patience as well as fortitude. But new climbers can make use of the work done by previous climbers, Arlo mused. Emery frowned. No. All traces of previous climbers are erased behind them as they climb. It's a one-way journey. Arlo's mouth dropped open. That was freaky. On the other hand, it made a kind of sense. Otherwise, it would be increasingly easier for the next climber, and Midway would soon be overrun by newcomers. The balance chutes help, Emery went on. Nobody has reached the top, but a few have made it past halfway. Arlo shivered. And what happens when they fail? Emery shrugged. They fall, or jump. One year, a man slept up there for days. He dropped his pick hammer, so was unable to continue climbing and unable to come back down. He hooked himself onto the wall and died there. Arlo had no words except to ask, "Why? What happens if they reach the top?" With a sigh, Emery said quietly, "Midway promises to welcome any worthy person, and climbing the cliff would certainly qualify as worthy." She abruptly reached for his hand. "I wanted to show you something else. Come with me." She practically dragged him along the streets, weaving in and out of people who went about their daily business. What the residents did all day long was a mystery. Background characters, Arlo thought. It all looks normal on the surface, if you don't dig too deep. They arrived at what appeared to be a small temple, like a bandstand, but far more ornate, with a column at each corner and a decorated roof. It was probably 15 feet square, and instead of a raised platform, a simple pool took up the space. The water was perfectly still. "The Fortitude pool," Emery announced as they stood by its edge. It had no raised sides. The pool was dug into the ground, accessible by way of narrow steps. Flagstones surrounded it. "This is where people come to test their endurance. Mullen came here last week. She passed the test. That's why she felt able to make the climb today." Arlo leaned over the pool. "So, you step in and move to the middle. Then you wait. If you can last an hour, then you're up to whatever task awaits you. For some, it's a reminder that Midway's high demand is achievable. With Mullen, it was the climb. For you." She glanced at him, and he understood her meaning. "You think I should step in and see if I'm up to the task of making it to Pinnacle and restoring the realm?" When she didn't answer, he nodded. "Fine, I'll give it a whirl. How cold can it be?" He discarded his shoes and approached the edge. Cautiously, he plunged a bare foot into the water and came down on the first step. There he paused, watching as a strange bubbling enveloped his ankle. It didn't hurt, merely tickled. It frothed unnaturally for a good 20 seconds before calming down. And then he did a double take. Pulling his foot out, he gawked at the clean fabric at the bottom of his pant leg, not to mention his pristine bare skin. "The dirt dissolved," Emery smirked. "It will cleanse you." A couple of men wandered by on Arlo's left, peering over at him. To his right, a woman and a small child paused. Coming around the corner ahead, a group of old ladies chatted idly as they hobbled along. Their conversation died when they saw Arlo poised on the edge of the pool. Feeling a little too scrutinized for his liking, and certain the entire village would be here any moment, he splashed down into the pool, glad it wasn't icy cold. The steps descended all the way to the center, at which point he was neck-deep. He turned and faced Emery, trying to relax. The first thing he noticed was that the water cleansed his dirt-coated hands and feet. He dipped his head under and ran his hands through his hair, counted to 10, and popped back up again. All foreign material, soil, bits of grass, small twigs that had caught in his hair, dissolved and vanished, leaving squeaky, clean skin and spotless clothes. After that, the sizzling bubbles petered out, and he stared in surprise at the crystal-clear water. This wasn't half as bad as he'd expected. "Okay," he said to Emery, "so I just, stand here like this for an hour?" "About an hour, yes, it varies. You'll know when you come through the other side." With those cryptic words, she went to sit on a nearby bench. Arlo realized then that the place seemed to have been designed for spectators to come along and make themselves comfortable. The bearded stranger gave him a nod and sat on another bench, clearly interested in the outcome. "Weirdo," Arlo muttered under his breath. He bent his knees a little and let his arms float to his sides. The temperature was almost perfect, neither cold nor hot, and that puzzled him. If the water was so damn nice, where exactly was the challenge? Boredom, he thought. He had quite a few onlookers now. Some sat, some stood, but each wore a curious expression. Would the outsider pass muster? Did they even know he was an outsider? Had Emery told anyone? Had word spread throughout Old Village? He had a feeling they knew. A simple whisper to her neighbor could spread like wildfire in a place like this if outsiders were as important as Emery indicated. Arlo felt for his heavy key. He pulled it from his pocket and brought it out of the water to peer at. It now gleamed gold, not a single blemish on its thick shank. Definitely a door key, he mused, judging by its size. Then the pain started. It crept into his feet. At first, Arlo assumed he had a cramp. He put the key away and squirmed, trying to work his muscles. But the sharp twinges turned into dull aches that spread up his ankles and into his knees, then to his thighs. It worried him, and he stood up straight, fearing the water might be contaminated. What would cause such discomfort? "Emery," he called, "something's happening." She nodded. "It's testing your fortitude. You won't be permanently harmed. The point is to see how long you can last. If you can't stand it anymore, just walk out." His nerves settled a little. Okay, so it was some kind of fake pain. A simulation, not real. It could be a chemical making his brain think there was pain. "I can deal with this. Bring it on." The ache spread up his chest and to his shoulders, then down to his fingers. All of it seemed manageable until it had seeped into every nook and cranny of his body, and then the pain intensified until he began to gasp. He developed a terrible migraine to go along with the cramps. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, fighting to stand upright. The agony threatened to overcome him. What would happen if he blacked out? He refrained from eliciting pitiful mewls and became aware of his strangled cries instead. This prompted a few more people to sit down and watch his imaginary plight. "No, oh, he groaned when it felt like his ribcage was being slowly crushed between a couple of buses. At the same time, he swore a pair of giant hands reached down into the water, grasped one leg, and twisted until his femur cracked. It didn't actually crack, but he guessed it felt exactly like this. Then all at once the pain subsided. "Holy crap," he cried, sagging with relief. "Oh my God, that was awful, but I made it." Wearily, he grinned at Emery and gave a thumbs up. She smiled back, but nobody clapped or even reacted. They all watched stoically. The bearded man, Emery, and another young woman, a couple of old ladies, and a small crowd of others gathered in his periphery. He started itching. As with the pain, it crept into his feet and spread throughout his body until he was scratching feverishly, unable to satisfy a single itch. He kept looking, expecting to see blotchy red hives or the welts of mosquitoes, or maybe a billion biting ants swarming all over his body. He saw nothing, but he couldn't help moaning and groaning at this fresh kind of hell. Now he understood. Completely fake sensations, sure, but oh so realistic. Did he have the fortitude to stick it out? Yeah, he did. He doubled down on his scratching, knowing the imaginary rash would end shortly. But when it did, something worse started, the feeling of his flesh melting in a fire. He could almost smell the blistering, pus-filled nastiness. It not only burned on the surface, but deep down as well, and it melted and stuck to his nerve endings and muscles and skeleton, and whenever he moved an inch, he screamed in anguish. His voice echoed off the underside of the stone ceiling, and he begged the structure to crack and topple down on him to end his misery. After fire came frost, and he welcomed it, until his fingers and toes froze so hard that they blackened and broke off, and his internal organs turned into blocks of ice. His eyes stuck open, his jaw locked, and his tongue hardened and bulged until it cracked in two. He lost track of time. After the frost, he was eaten alive by rodents. Then it felt like he slid out of control down a mountainside, scraping his bare skin all the way down until he had nothing left but a mess of raw flesh. Oh, and being folded into a tiny space was fun. Every bone in his body cracked and splintered until he was tightly crammed into a trunk no bigger than an airline carry-on. Or so his mind imagined. Abruptly, thankfully, it ended. He was left gasping and shuddering, tears streaming as he waited in abject terror for the next agonizing onslaught. But it never came. His breathing slowed, and he shakily wiped his face. Around him, nearly 24 people watched with wide eyes and delighted smiles. Those seated leaned forward with anticipation. Emery was on her knees, her hands clasped together, eyes wet, but with an expression of relief and pride. Is it over? Arlo gasped. Emery climbed to her feet and stepped closer, opening her arms wide. It's over. Come on out. He didn't need to be told twice. He emerged from the water to a hearty round of applause, hugged Emery tight, then happily shook hands with smiling strangers before they dispersed. His screen lit up. Congratulations. You have shown you can endure great pain and suffering. This level of fortitude will come in useful throughout your quests. Thanks, he murmured. That doesn't sound ominous at all. He waved his screen away. Once everyone but Emery had gone, he stood dripping on the cobblestones. I think that pool dissolved my filling, he mumbled as he probed inside his mouth. Your what? Arlo shook his head. Never mind. How long was I in there? It has to be nearly lunchtime. I'm starving. Can we eat? Yes, it's actually past lunchtime. There it was again, the short daylight hours throwing him off. They'd left the house shortly after dawn, and now it was well into the afternoon. But a quick scan of the sky told him it was true. The sun rode high, already on its way to the opposite horizon where it would sink below the mountains in record time. 7 hours of daylight. How did anyone get anything done? But the short days made sense for a computer game. People rarely did anything of consequence in the evenings anyway. In his modern world, Arlo would sit around watching TV. In a medieval setting, they went to pubs or sat in candlelight telling stories or simply went to bed. Why focus on that boring stuff in a game? Just accept it, he told himself as they weaved through the crowded streets. It amused him how clean he was compared to Emery. But he was wet and cold too. At least his shoes were dry, though filthy. He should have worn them in the pool as well. They stopped by the market, where a ruddy-faced man sweated over a stove in an outdoor cookshop. It was located in a smoky lean-to and smelled surprisingly good. Emery paid with a couple of roughly circular copper coins. She handed Arlo his meal, and he drooled over it as they found a place to sit under a small tree on the outskirts of the village. The cliff loomed over the rooftops, and they had a clear view of Mullen climbing the wall to Midway. The food was good, a thick slab of bread with some kind of pot roast poured over it. After eating the meat and onions, Emery threw the bread down on the ground. That's wasteful, Arlo said, halfway through eating his own slab. It's a bit chewy, but damn the flavor. Emery shook her head. Trenchers are for yackles. She'd used 2 unfamiliar words there. Both were explained pretty quickly when a 4-legged hound came trotting up. It wolfed the gravy-soaked bread, what she'd called the trencher, in 3 hasty swallows. Arlo stared at the animal. It wasn't too dissimilar from a golden retriever, only with longer hair, shorter legs, and oddly prominent whiskers. It looked scruffy, perhaps a mix. And that's what you call a yackle? Do they all look like this? No, they vary. Why? Just curious. Besieged by the yackle's pitiful, sorrowful gaze, Arlo sighed and threw down the rest of his trencher. It was gone 2 seconds later. The yackle trotted off, wagging both of its tails. Arlo did a double-take. This place is nuts, he muttered, as he turned his attention skyward. The fearless young woman named Mullen continued to climb, though slowly. She still had an impossibly long way to go. Okay, look. I'm on a bit of a roll now. I've shown that I'm up to the task of this quest, and I have a key. How can I find out where to use it? It unlocks some treasure, but I don't know where. What kind of door does this fit? It looks regal. There can't be many places in this village fit for a key like this. He held it up. Its golden surface gleamed in the sunlight. Emery turned a raised eyebrow on him. Are you saying we're substandard? Inferior? What? No, Arlo pursed his lips. Sorry, that came out wrong. I just meant... She smiled and stood up. Let's go and talk to my Uncle Reglin. He's an excellent knife thrower. Bemused, Arlo said nothing but got up to follow. How would being an excellent knife thrower help? Chapter 12. The Knife Man. Reglin turned out to be a stout man with almost no hair, wearing a loose-fitting cream-colored shirt, baggy brown pants, and sandals. Despite his relaxed attire, he was fierce-looking, with piercing gray eyes and a furrowed brow. That frown lifted when he answered the door and found Emery on his doorstep. "My darling," he barked in a deep voice, "what brings you to my door this fine afternoon?" Emery went to hug him. She was an inch taller, but his massive arms swallowed her up. When she stepped back, he frowned again and looked her up and down. "Have you been dragged through a hedge backward? Dirty clothes, smudges on your face, messy hair. What have you been doing?" Then he glanced at Arlo. "And why is this fine young fellow so spotless in comparison?" "You have a good eye," she said with a laugh. "We fell into a hole in the ground. But my new friend Arlo just survived the Fortitude pool." Reglin's eyebrows shot up. "Oh, did he now?" "Yes, and I was hoping you could guide us. We found a key and we'd like to know what it's for." "A key, you say?" Arlo dutifully pulled out the heavy object and handed it to the man. Reglin's eyes widened. Then he clenched a tight fist around the key, glanced around, and waved his guests inside. With sandalwood-scented candles, neatly arranged bookshelves, simple but well-made wooden furniture, and a hearth that crackled gently, the burly man's home exuded even more warmth and tidiness than Emery's. A couple of armchairs were angled toward the flames, and the host gestured toward one of them. "You, sir, take a seat." Arlo immediately felt comfortable and went to sit. Then Reglin smiled at Emery. "My sweetheart, go and clean yourself up. I must have been expecting you because I heated a pail of water. And your mother's clothes are still in the cupboard, yours for the taking." "You were about to bathe?" she asked. "Yes, it's nighttime," he announced with a grin. "I don't want to take your—" "Nonsense, I can bathe later. Wash your hair and face, girl, and change your clothes. Then come and join us." She smiled and headed off to another room. This cottage was a little bigger than hers, with more walls. Still no internal doors, though. She disappeared into what looked like nothing more than a narrow alcove. Reglin sank into the chair opposite Arlo and opened his fist. He peered at the key with interest. "This, my young friend, was forged by the goldsmith at the old monastery. He's long dead now, but I remember there was talk of a golden key that could unlock a small door set in a wall of solid rock. Inside is a priceless treasure." Arlo's ears pricked up. "That'll be it. Do you happen to know where this small door is?" "Yes, at the monastery," Reglin answered. He leaned across and handed the key back. "Don't go waving this around in public, young man." "Because I'll be mugged. Got it." Reglin shook his head. "Not exactly. People here aren't violent, but walls have ears. Word has a habit of getting back to Midway, and those people are violent." Leaning sideways to pocket the key, Arlo looked across at the stout man who gazed into the fire, seemingly lost in thought. "Do you know what's behind this small door?" Arlo asked him. "Do you know what the treasure is?" From what I understand, it's the kind of treasure that would buy one's entry into Midway." "Money, then? Gold coins, jewels?" "I would imagine so." Reglin turned and pierced Arlo with a glare. Lowering his voice, he said, "Who found this key? You or Emery?" Well, both of us. It was my idea to ride the Quanthor, but she's helped me from the moment we met. I'd say it was a team effort. Why?" "Because the treasure it unlocks could free her from the dangers of those above. She could buy herself entry to Midway and live without fear." Arlo said nothing. "On the other hand," the man went on in a quiet voice. Who's to say Midway is any safer for pretty young ladies like Emery, with the likes of Leighton and his men ruling the place? Still, Arlo remained silent. If this supposed treasure at the monastery really was a golden ticket to Midway, it would certainly make it easier for him to get there. And if he could restore the realm, then it would be better for all, right? As if Reglin had read his mind, he gave a nod and gently tapped the arm of his chair. I can tell you're an outsider, which means you're here to save us. And if that's the case, then you should be given every chance to do so. The key is yours, and so is the treasure. Thanks. And you shall learn how to throw knives. Reglin grinned broadly. Once you reach Midway, you will need the ability to defend yourself, and knives are easy to hide about your person. If I may ask, do you have a portable screen? The question took Arlo by surprise. A screen? Like a hologram? Well, yes. How do you know about that? Reglin nodded and rubbed his chin. The last outsider did too, as did all those that came before. Does Emery know you have a screen? Arlo's mind buzzed. She can't see it, but... Are you talking about me? A voice behind them said. Arlo and Reglin twisted around to find Emery standing there, her hair bedraggled and wet, but her face clean, and now wearing fresh clothes. Yes, but it seems you already know everything there is to know, my darling, Reglin said, getting to his feet. I wasn't sure how you'd handle the idea of an outsider being here, with his screen and everything. She shrugged. It's strange, but it's also exciting. I'm hopeful that the realm will be restored and we can reclaim what we've lost. Reglin gestured for her to come stand by the fire with him. As she drifted closer, he patted her gently on the shoulder. My dearest Emery, please remember we've had outsiders here before, and they've all failed. You must not get your hopes up. However, we should most certainly do all we can to help. Arlo cleared his throat. You realize I'm still standing here, right? You're saying other outsiders have entered this game, this realm, and lost? He considered for a moment. I guess that makes sense, since the realm is still inside a dome, but... Did it make sense, though? If he won the game and restored the realm, everyone would win. But wouldn't it all then be undone for the next player? Otherwise, the game would have a limited shelf life. Maybe the realm had been restored many times over, including the characters' memories. What happened to the players before me? He asked, suddenly nervous about the answer. Reglin pursed his lips before speaking. Some died here. Others made it to Midway and joined Leighton's gang. Others just vanished, and nobody from Midway has ever deigned to explain what happened to them. Arlo closed his eyes. I have so many questions. He struggled to think straight. Reglin abruptly climbed to his feet. If we're going to talk, let's throw knives at the same time before the daylight slips away. Come outside. Somewhat reluctantly, and with Emery in tow, Arlo followed the man out to the backyard, which was small and fenced in. Other than a dirt floor and a patch of errant grass in one damp corner, there was very little of interest except for the large, circular, painted target nailed to a post. It was wider than Arlo's arm span, as he discovered when he stood in front of it and tried to reach both sides. To his horror, a massive knife thudded into the target half an inch from his neck. He stumbled away. What the hell? Reglin doubled over with laughter, almost dropping several more knives clasped in his hands. He'd sneakily grabbed them while Arlo had been checking out the target. Relax, boy. I could throw knives at you all day long and never touch a hair on your body, unless I wanted to, of course. Now, come over here. There was no time for questions during Reglin's crash course on knife throwing. Arlo's first attempt failed miserably, and the knife hit handle first and bounced off. His second and third attempts were the same. The fourth struck the target near the bottom and partially stuck in at a steep angle, then fell loose. Reglin laughed and took the knives back. Okay, that's how not to do it. You're holding the knives by the blade, for starters, a classic rookie mistake. There's not enough distance for a full rotation. Throw from the handle and use a finger to prevent the spin. Watch. He took a few steps backward and, holding the knife by the handle, lobbed it with powerful grace. The blade embedded itself dead center of the target. His second throw hit the same spot. The blade literally dug in alongside the first with the slight separation due to the thickness of the two hilts. "Damn," Arlo muttered. "I guess you've been doing this a while." "Since I was a wee lad," the man said with a chuckle. He handed a knife to Arlo. "All right, take a good look. Find the balance point and notice the weight. Then I'll teach you about distance and how to control the spin." During the endless throws over the next hour, Arlo snuck in some questions that had been gnawing at him. Had anyone else found the key? No. This made sense from the point of view of a resident, since a Quanthor couldn't repeatedly crash through into the same old barn basement. This led Arlo to believe the game literally changed every time. The parameters were different for each new outsider, therefore maintaining a sense of continuity for the long-term residents. "Is it possible an outsider restored the realm already?" Arlo wondered aloud, then threw his knife hard. It stuck fast a few inches from the target's center. "Maybe it doesn't mean what you think it means." Reglan squinted at him. "What are you saying?" "Well, what if restoring the realm actually means you all lose your memories? What if it only changes the landscape to something new, rather than putting it back to what you think it should be? For all you know, outsiders have won numerous times and the landscape has changed each time, but you only remember the current setting." Arlo hefted the knife, took aim, and prepared to throw, but the long pause made him glance over at Reglan. "Young man, that's impossible. I know our memories of before are foggy, but I'm certain nothing came between then and now. If you make it to Pinnacle, restoring the realm will lift the dome, and our territory will expand. Midway will be no more, as we'll all be on equal footing. Our memories will sharpen as the past is restored to us." "I don't want to burst your bubble," Arlo thought, "but I doubt anything is going to change for you even if I win this game." Biting his tongue, Arlo nodded and threw the knife. It hit the bullseye. Immediately, his screen flashed into view. "Congratulations on mastering a new skill. Knife throwing will come in useful on your journey." Arlo automatically waved the screen away, for some reason afraid Reglan would see it, like it was rude somehow. He realized it was akin to having a message alert on his phone during a client meeting. Still, it was nice that he'd developed a new skill. If game rules applied in the usual way, he would hit every target with very little effort. "Now," Reglan said softly as he collected up the knives and headed indoors. "These are a little big to carry around in your back pocket, but I have a smaller set you can have. If just one throw helps you on your journey to Midway and beyond, then these lessons will have been worth the trouble." Arlo thanked the man as he accepted the proffered set, which included 6 small but weighty knives tucked side by side into slots in a leather sheath. He strapped this around his right thigh, then hooked an additional vertical strap into his waistband, which kept the sheath from slipping but tugged on his pants. A good strong belt was definitely in order. "Where's the monastery?" he said, as he and Emery stepped outside. Emery glanced sharply at him, then at her uncle. "The monastery? Is that what the key's for?" Reglan gestured airily. "You were changing when Arlo and I discussed that, but yes, there's a small door there." He studied the sky. "It's getting late. I would recommend visiting the monastery in the morning." Emery leaned close and kissed her uncle's cheek, then hugged him tight. "Thank you." "Yes, thanks," Arlo said, shaking the man's hand. The two set off together, but as soon as they'd left the house behind, Arlo tugged on Emery's elbow. "So, where's the monastery?" She frowned and paused. "My uncle's right. We should wait until the morning. The Shriekers." "We'll hurry," Arlo promised. "I won't sleep tonight if I'm lying in bed wondering what I'm going to find behind that locked door. I need to know now." She looked troubled, but he stared at her so intently that she sighed and nodded. "It's this way, but we need to move fast." Chapter 13. Control Room. "Funny you should talk about pain earlier," Julian said, peering closely at his screen and pointing out one particular line of code. From where Rosie perched on her cushioned chair, the text was as indecipherable as the rest. Her eyesight was good for her age, but not that good. "What does it say?" she asked, firmly gripping her mug. The coffee had cooled off a little by now, and the warm mug helped with circulation. "It's telling me that Arlo's been experiencing some pretty intense pain in the last few minutes. He had a spike at the end of his first day, and again when he woke up. But this is something else." "Any idea what?" Emery asked, leaning sideways to check on the man sleeping in the armchair next to her. Julian had pulled up another tab. "Hang on, I'm cross-referencing the ID. Oh, it's the Fortitude pool. That would explain it." Emery frowned. "I avoided that. Why would anyone want to invite pain and suffering? It's a test of mettle. You didn't climb the cliff, so you had no need for it." "So Arlo's planning to climb the cliff? Is he crazy?" This caused Julian to laugh. "Sweetie, you had it easy. Don't call me sweetie." All sense of friendliness had evaporated. Emery's tone suggested he'd better watch his step. Rosie's heart swelled with pride for the young woman. This was someone who didn't stand any chauvinistic nonsense. Julian had paused. He reddened slightly. "Sorry, I was just saying you had it easy being, being?" Now he looked uncomfortable. "It's just, well, it's kind of overrun by male players in there. You spent a little time in Old Village with friendly Hector, but when it came to Midway, well, you easily hitched a ride in the skiff. The players were happy to take you along just because you're a woman. Arlo's not going to have that luxury. He's a guy, and he'll have to find another way." Emery's face darkened with anger. "Oh, sure, I had it easy getting to Midway, but I didn't have an easy time once I got there." "Oh, trust me, I believe you." Julian held up his hands in a defensive posture. "All I meant to say was that Arlo has a reason to use the Fortitude pool, and you didn't. Each player's experience is going to be different, especially between men and women." Rosie could tell Emery was still simmering, and it wasn't from Julian's insensitive words just now. No, she harbored a grudge from her experience at lunchtime earlier. She'd completed the game, then headed back to work. But now Rosie wondered if the reporter had returned this afternoon for a more personal reason than she was letting on. Maybe she secretly planned to torpedo this project. Still looking a little sheepish, Julian stared at the floor. Level 1 wasn't always so violent. It was meant to be fairly relaxed and simple, the emphasis being on enjoying life in Old Village for a couple of days and doing a few simple challenges to reach Midway. A slice of life, I don't know why, but it seems the only players who stick around in free play are assholes, Emery cut in. She looked across at Rosie. "Sorry for my language." "That's all right, dear," Rosie mumbled, though inwardly she felt a knot of dismay. Her grandson had created a haven for criminals? The very thought left her cold. "They're monsters," Emery said, correcting herself as she focused on Julian again. "Especially Leighton. Why do you encourage these people to populate the game?" Julian thought long and hard. "In a way," he said carefully, "they've become part of the landscape. They're one of the challenges. You could say they are the challenge now. In the early days, I meant for Midway to be heavily populated by free players who could come and enjoy a retreat from their normal life for the price of a monthly game subscription. The challenge for new players like yourself and Arlo was simply to reach Midway, either by trading with the Midway people or finding some way to get there. Like climbing the cliff, smuggling themselves aboard a supply run, or various other methods. It was a fun challenge, but it degenerated. Leighton started it. He entered the game and started killing people left, right, and center. I mean, kudos to him. He got the job done. After that, though, he spread his poison and corrupted the other free players. And now, he shrugged. Emery spoke earnestly. "You can put it right, though. These players are ordinary people with headsets, right? So disable them, block them, start over, and bring in the sort of people you actually want to populate Midway." I will, Julian promised, waving his hands in an airily vague way. The reporter glared at him. "If you want this game to be successful for the general public, you're going to have to clean it up. Level 1 should be fun, fanciful, and fantastic. Instead, It's like the darkest, shadowy corners of this world. Rosie's grandson was steadily growing red in the face. When I launch the game to the public, it'll be refreshed and new, with rigorous rules in place. But for now, it's in beta testing and, a bit rough and ready. Arlo will have to face the people of Midway the same way you did. Not the same way at all, Emery argued. She looked directly at Rosie to explain. There are 30 or so players in Midway, mostly men. What do the men want? Women. So they take them from Old Village. Remember, they're just NPCs, Julian muttered. Emery nodded and continued addressing Rosie. Non-playable characters, very realistic people generated by the computer. The point is, they're so realistic that they might as well be real people. Except for their personalities, which are a little flat. Right, Julian agreed. They're flat to start with, basically physical creations with AI-generated minds. They do the job as background characters, but some of the NPCs need to be more than that. Like Hector, your assigned companion, and... He broke off and frowned, chewing his lip as he stared at Emery. She stared back, obviously puzzled. And what? Like Hector and... What were you going to say? Rosie hugged her mug tight, her arthritis forgotten. The feeling in her gut was as cold as her coffee. Julian waved a hand dismissively. Let's get to that later. The thing is, you made it through the game okay. You fended off those players and reached the exit. Yes, but... Emery shook her head. What were you going to say about Hector? Is there something different about him? I did notice he had a lot more personality than the other NPCs I spoke to. He seemed more fleshed out? Julian sighed heavily. As I said, let's get back to that. He turned to stare at his screen. Right now, Arlo is close to the end of day 2. He should be heading to shelter right about now, or he'll end up being ripped to shreds by Shriekers. Chapter 14. To the Monastery. Arlo and Emery hurried out of the village, taking a path that ran along the base of the cliff. Glancing over his shoulder and craning his neck, Arlo made out the young woman named Mullen clinging high to the sheer rocky face. He could hear a faint, high-pitched tapping as she chipped away at the rock. How do climbers deal with Shriekers overnight? He wondered aloud. Shriekers don't fly that high. We think they're limited in some way. We never see them above the treetops either, though it's hard to tell in the dark. Well, that's lucky, Arlo muttered with a shudder. The idea of being slashed to ribbons while hanging precariously 100 feet up. The sky rapidly darkened as they headed away from the village and through a stand of trees. Then the dirt path meandered from the cliff, down a slope, and into dense woods. They passed over a fast-flowing stream by way of a humped bridge constructed of stone. Secretly, Arlo had a nagging feeling they'd never make it back to Emery's house before nightfall. Judging by her silence, she thought so too. Can we stay the night at the monastery if we have to? He asked, rather breathlessly, as they scampered down another slope. Only if we pay the watchman, she muttered. There's a watchman at a monastery? He's from Midway. They know there's treasure behind a small door, so they post a guard. If anyone attempts to steal the treasure, they'll confiscate it. Arlo almost stopped dead. Seriously? Well, this changes things. I thought we'd be in and out of there in no time. So we have to deal with a watchman? We could bribe him. That cheered him up. Perfect. Yes, we'll give him a cut of any treasure we find. That sounds like the kind of thing a game would suggest. In fact, Oracle? The screen lit up, but no text appeared. It seemed to be waiting. Mindful of the gnarly roots on his trail, Arlo thought for a second before asking his question. Can we bribe the watchman at the monastery so he turns a blind eye when we take the treasure? After a moment, text appeared. Your skill with knives will be handy in a skirmish. Arlo's stomach turned over. Wait, what? You want me to stick the man with a blade? Oracle offered nothing more. Is the treasure enough money to buy our way into Midway? Can we bribe the watchman with it? Then he realized a serious flaw in his plan. Why would the watchman agree to be bribed with a cut of the treasure? He could simply confiscate the treasure, claim some for himself, arrest Arlo and Emery, and deliver them both to Midway. He'd be rich and a hero. Anyhow, Oracle refused to elaborate. Arlo tried a different approach. Assuming I'm not torn apart by Shriekers tonight, is there something else I can or should be doing instead of hunting down some treasure? Your skill with knives will be handy in a skirmish. Oh, for crying out loud, he growled. Screen off. Nothing useful? Emery asked when he sank into an irritable silence. Not really. The monastery loomed ahead on the crest of a hill, out in the open where the grass grew tall. Its crumbling walls almost blended into the dull evening sky. The place was old, forlorn, and empty, the ruins of a once majestic structure that could have been home to 100 monks. Oh, Arlo said softly. I assumed it would be in use. Nobody's lived here in a long time, Emery said, as they plowed through the long grass and up the slope. A cool breeze whipped at her hair. Except for the Midway Watchman, there's a shift change every morning. It quickly became apparent that very little of the building remained intact. Arlo's vision of staying the night under the safety of the monastery roof evaporated. Where does the Watchman sleep? Before Emery could answer, the Watchman himself slunk into view, emerging from the giant archway of the main gate, beyond which lay deepening shadows. He was probably in his 30s, with short, light brown hair and a neat goatee. Stop right there, he called. He wore the same blue coveralls as the other Midway men, with a weapon holstered at his side. His apparel and short-cropped hair spoke volumes. This guy was from a modern or even futuristic era, in stark contrast to the medieval village folk. Why the game makers allowed them to mix was beyond Arlo's understanding, because it seemed to undermine the authenticity of the setting. Then again, Julian had called the game Split Realms for a reason. What do you want? The Watchman called. Arlo and Emery stood still, waist-deep in long grass. Above, the sky darkened to a weird, muted blue. Soon, it would be purple and black, and then the monstrous Shriekers would arrive. We need shelter for the night, Arlo called. We lost track of time and we're not going to make it home. Is there somewhere safe where we can sleep? The Watchman stared at them with a frown. No room here. As you must surely know, the monastery is a ruin. There's only one room with 4 walls and a roof, and that's the vestibule right behind me. And I'm not sharing. He tilted his head to the side. But how could you not know that already? Arlo considered his options. Ordinarily, walking away would be the safe bet. Here, this close to nightfall, retreating could be fatal. So, what then? Throw knives at him. The fingers of his right hand twitched anxiously. Hitting the target this afternoon had come easy after a short practice, perhaps too easily. But a round slab of wood was not the same as a living, breathing man. He steeled himself and began to march, heading up the slope to the waiting Watchman. We're staying the night. You have a choice. Either shoot us dead or let us pass. The Watchman moved fast, unholstering his weapon and bringing it up. It was a revolver. Not smart. Don't come any closer. Arlo slowed. He'd shortened the distance, at least. Rather than completely stop, he held up his hands in a placating gesture and kept moving. If you shoot me, I'm dead. But if I turn around and walk away, the Shriekers will kill me. So I'm out of options. Less than 15 feet lay between them by now. I have a key, a golden key. He kept shuffling as that news sunk in. The Watchman lowered his revolver perhaps an inch, and a frown crossed his face. The golden key? You found it? Yes, and if you let us stay the night, we'll open the door together and share the treasure. How about it? He finally stopped, almost within reach of the man's outstretched weapon. It wasn't cocked. Wasn't it supposed to be cocked before firing? That meant it was safe-ish at the moment, right? The gentle swish of grass behind him suggested Emery had stayed close. You're a player, the Watchman said at last. He peered over Arlo's shoulder and grinned. Ah, it makes sense now. What does? Arlo growled. The Watchman slowly reached for an object tucked into his belt. Tell you what, newbie, I'll trade you for the key. Whatever treasure's back there, it belongs to Leighton, but this can truly be yours. Keeping his revolver trained with one hand, he hefted a silver-colored object with his other, what looked like a slender but deadly hammer. Arlo stared at it, genuinely confused. What am I supposed to do with that? It's a pickhammer. You can climb the wall and buy entry to Midway. The Watchman tossed the pickhammer onto the grass. It obviously had some weight and certainly looked sharp enough to chip into solid rock. The metal glinted in the sunlight. Climb the cliff? Arlo said. He shuddered. I'll pass, thanks. I'd rather get a share of the treasure. But the Watchman eagerly gestured at the tool. Take it. It cuts into rock like butter. His expression hardened. Now give me the key. A golden key for a measly hammer? Not a chance. Arlo cleared his throat and put on a respectful tone. I'll pass. I believe the key is worth far more than— What's to stop me from killing you right now and taking it? The Watchman interrupted, all attempts at reason evaporating in an instant. Arlo didn't care for the gleam in the man's eye. Oh, you think I have it on me? Seriously, let us stay, and tomorrow I'll go dig up the key from the woods back there. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. The Watchman considered long and hard. He looked Arlo up and down, cast his gaze to Emery, and studied her with narrowed eyes, lowered his weapon a little further, and then grinned. You know what? I don't think so. He lifted the revolver once more, and this time cocked it. A split second after the cylinder rotated, a deafening bang filled the air. Arlo jumped and gasped, certain he'd been shot and would feel the pain any second now. He glanced down, patting his body, looking for a gaping hole and a spread of blood. He saw nothing yet. What? Then, hearing a soft cry and a thump, he swung around to find Emery lying on her side, clutching her abdomen, blood seeping between her fingers. Her eyes were squeezed shut, her face contorted in pain. Emery! Arlo yelled, dropping to his knees. He didn't know what to do with his hands, and he ended up poised over her, shaking with horror. No, 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 no! Here's how I see it, the Watchman said in a calm voice. You know where the key is, so she's useless to me. The next time I shoot, it'll be to end her life. So, newbie, go dig up that golden key for me. You have 5 minutes starting now. Arlo hunched over Emery, breathing hard. She grimaced at the pain, but she was able to peer up at him through the sweat and tears. Though she said nothing, he could almost hear what she had to be thinking. This is your fault, Arlo. I warned you, didn't I? Now look at what's happened. I'm going to die because of you. He clenched his fists. The Watchman spoke again, his voice carrying a sing-song lilt. Time's a-wasting, boy. What happened next shocked them both. Arlo leapt up and swung around. He was barely aware of it happening, but his fingers brushed over the sheath strapped to his thigh, and a knife ended up clasped between fingers and thumb, but only for a split second, because his hand whipped up, and the silver projectile shot through the air. The blade embedded itself deep into the Watchman's right eye, causing him to jerk. For a moment his free hand reached up to grab at the handle, but his fingers twitched and flailed, and then the man tipped backward, falling in a graceful arc, his body stiff until he slammed down into the grass. He didn't move after that. Arlo stood trembling, not 100% certain he'd been responsible for what had just happened. Then he let out a gasping breath and swung back to Emery. She seemed to have frozen for a moment, equally shocked. Then she whispered, Mage Pomelos. She shakily lifted her non-bloody hand and pointed. In the woods. Mage Pomelos, of course. He took a few steps, then paused, glancing up at the sky. On impulse, he dropped and scooped her into his arms. He may not have the strength of blue marulas now, but adrenaline coursed through his veins, and she felt light as a feather. He ran the rest of the way up the slope to the monastery's giant archway. Plunging into the shadows there, he spotted a doorway, slightly ajar, with a soft orange glow from within. He booted the door open and deposited Emery onto one of 2 bunks. She winced and cried out, and he kissed her forehead. Be right back. Hang in there. With that, he ran from the room, slammed the door behind him, and bolted down the hill to the woods. The sky, It was already purple by now, and an inky blackness seeped in from all around, bringing with it the promise of a shrieking nightmare. Could he hear them already? Were those distant echoes? Fighting to keep a level head, Arlo retraced their footpath. If Emery had seen Mage Pomelos somewhere on their way to the monastery, then he had only to keep his eyes open for them. But gloom had descended on the forest, and visibility grew worse by the minute. He scoured the bushes on both sides, trying not to miss a single spot. She'd seen Mage Pomelos. She'd pointed them out. She knew they were close, knew he could find them in time. Come on, he growled, turning to walk backward for a moment, then spinning around again. Where the hell are you? A terrible shriek cut through the darkness. This was no vague, distant echo. That creature was right here in these woods. Arlo stopped, his gaze flitting about. There, the distinctive orange flicker of flames dancing around the Shrieker's skull, and, to his amazement, a Mage Pomelo plant stood in front of him. The Shrieker had unwittingly pointed him to the exact right spot. He let out a cry of relief and pounced on it, yanking fruit after fruit from its leafy branches and piling them into his uplifted shirt. When another shriek sounded, shockingly close now, he glanced up to see the flames weaving slowly between the trees in the darkness. What he'd gathered had to be enough for now. He set off with his bounty, focusing all of his attention on the path ahead of him, trying to pierce the darkness and hoping he wouldn't trip. Rushing from the trees and starting up the grassy hill, he tried to ignore the flickers of firelight in his periphery. He counted 3 or 4 of them, Shriekers floating in from the sides to intercept him. They let out their hideous war cries, and Arlo hunched his shoulders and barreled onward, straight toward the giant archway. The Shriekers honed in. One screeched so loud and close that he almost collapsed into a terrified ball. He imagined those vicious claws slicing into his back. Another shrieked, and he knew they were seconds away. He could feel their icy coldness, sense their hatred, perhaps even hear the crackling of their flames. Then he was inside the gateway. He wished he'd left the damn door open for himself. In his haste to find the latch, he dropped a few Mage Pomelos, but then he burst into the room, dumped his load, and slammed the door shut just as something thudded against it. Shriekers raged outside. With raw and ragged lungs, Arlo collapsed and took a moment to get his breath, to control his trembling body. Then he crawled across the floor, collecting up the precious fruits he'd scattered everywhere. He had 9 left, a couple of them a little squashed. Damn it, he'd probably lost half a dozen outside the door. Maybe he could grab them in a while, if the Shriekers left them alone. "Emery," he croaked, hurrying to the bunk. She lay still but conscious, her gaze locking with his as he approached. "You need to get the bullet out before you heal me," she whispered. Arlo looked in horror at the bloody wound in her side. "Looks like your skill with knives will be handy in more ways than one." Chapter 15. Treasure in the Wall. Shriekers howled outside. Arlo sat on the floor with his back to the bunk that Emery lay upon. She was sound asleep, resting after her ordeal. He stared at the bloody knife in one hand. The small lump of lead he'd extracted from her wound lay on the floor next to him. He'd really done that? He'd poked that sharp tip into a living person's flesh and dug around while she screamed as loudly as the Shriekers. If only they'd thought to bring some of her numbing ointment. But they hadn't. Instead, he'd worked as fast as he could, and she'd suffered through the pain for 10 or 20 seconds before blacking out so he could finish the job with only his own grunting to listen to. He'd mashed up the Mage Pomelos and gently squeezed the pulp and juices into her mouth, washing it all down with water from the Watchman's pitcher on the table. It had taken a while, and she'd woken several times, coughing and choking, but swallowing enough to start the healing process. And she was definitely healing. He'd seen it. The wound had bubbled and pulsed, and the flesh had begun to knit together. It would probably take hours, but they had a whole night ahead of them, alone in the vestibule. The Shriekers made sure they wouldn't be going anywhere until the morning. Thankfully, their incessant howling was muted, shut out by the thick walls. Arlo finally climbed to his feet, checked on Emery again, and started to wander about the softly lit space. The vestibule had no windows. Lit by several oil-filled lamps, it was no more than a short, wide hallway leading from the arched entryway to some inner sanctum of the monastery. The walls were smooth, adorned with columns and more arches. He found the floor in surprisingly good condition, flat and polished, as if the Watchman gave it a regular sweeping and perhaps an occasional mopping. Other than a couple of bunks, a desk jutted out from one wall, along with a chest of drawers, a wardrobe, a table, and 2 chairs. For added comfort, 2 armchairs faced a makeshift fireplace, basically a wood stove with a flue that ran out diagonally through the wall behind. The space was functional and fairly comfortable, designed as a permanent space for a watchman or 2. Arlo had entered through a door at one end. Where did the other lead? He placed his ear to it, listening hard. Then, carefully, he turned the enormous latch. It squeaked and groaned, a sign that it hadn't been used in a while. When he pushed on the door, the hinges squealed, and he froze, feeling a cool breeze that suggested a gap in a wall or a missing section of ceiling in the room beyond. When he poked his head through for a better look, he shivered at the draftiness of the vast room beyond. Its enormous stone walls and ceiling remained intact, but no glass remained in the window openings. A shrieker passed by somewhere outside, its fiery skull eerie against the starry black sky. Though it could easily enter through any number of windows, Arlo had a feeling it wouldn't. Emery had stated they never came inside. Praying that was true, he stepped through the doorway, pulled the squeaky door shut behind him, and set off to explore. He first walked the perimeter of the giant room to explore all the nooks and crannies. As he did so, he called up Oracle and asked for an explanation about the monastery's abandonment. The computer seemed eager to talk. The monastery has been empty since before the creation of the dome around the realm. Thanks to a prophecy, the residing monks had warned this would happen, but few listened. The monks fled before the dome cut off their escape. After that, the monastery fell into ruin. "But this hidden treasure was there before all that happened?" Arlo asked, as he moved into a smaller chamber at the far end of the structure. "Rumor suggests that somebody stole the key and hid it in the old basement under the barn in the field. Perhaps the farmer raided the monastery after the monks fled." "Why not just take the treasure, then?" he demanded. "It may have been too risky at the time. Or perhaps whoever stole the key planned to come back but was unable." Arlo could almost detect an air of storytelling mystery, as if Oracle fancied itself as a tour guide. He grinned to himself. He found the small door at last. It was tucked away in an enclosure within the sanctuary. This is the inner sanctum, the holiest of holy places where very few set foot even before the dome. Arlo wasn't impressed. "It's just a dark, musty room. Let's see what's inside here." He extracted the gold key and approached the door. It was the size of a modern wall safe, but made of solid oak and heavily protected by wrought iron straps and studs. There were axe marks in the wood, but with very little to chop away at, gaining access by force looked challenging to casual thieves. There wasn't even a handle to pull on. Still, they could have tried harder. Maybe it was against the rules to break it open. Arlo inserted the key. He expected it to be stiff and unyielding, but it turned with a soft click. Immediately, a gear or cog rotated deep inside, and the door popped open half an inch, emitting a fine cloud of dust around its edges. Using the key as a handle, Arlo pulled. The door opened without resistance. Inside, an iron box lay waiting. He lifted it out, judging it to be about the size and weight of a car battery. Setting it down on a stone-carved seat, he unclasped the lid and swung it open. "Treasure?" he whispered. In a bit of a daze, Arlo extracted the contents, which were wrapped in red cloth. He revealed 4 bars of gold. "Treasure," he confirmed. Immediately his screen flared up again. A message spread across it. "Congratulations on your discovery. It is said that the Book of Knowledge is worth its weight in gold." "What? Book of Knowledge?" The local cobbler may reveal its location if you first become skilled in the art of shoemaking and… Yeah, no thanks. Anyway, I'm not much of a reader. And who wants to waste treasure on a book? No, I'm doing things my own way from now on. Screen off. The hologram abruptly vanished. Awestruck, he gingerly picked up one of the ingots and hefted it. Then his gaze fell on the box again, and his mouth fell open. Wait a minute. Carefully, he removed the remaining 3 ingots from their soft cloth wrapping and set them aside with the other. Then he pulled out the deep red material, unfolded it, and let it hang loose. The crimson cloak, he said, with a smile. Elated, Arlo donned the cloak with an exaggerated flourish, then ruined it by taking too long to fasten the clasp. Once he had it fixed, he swayed from side to side and rolled his shoulders, allowing the light fabric to billow around him. Again, the screen flared. Congratulations on your discovery. The crimson cloak is a very powerful garment that should serve you well if used wisely. Abruptly, the screen cut off, almost as if irked from being dismissed so quickly earlier. Arlo closed the safe, locked it, and pocketed the key. Then he collected up the 4 ingots, cradling them in his arms. They were surprisingly heavy as he set off back to the vestibule. But it didn't matter. A feeling of genuine accomplishment had settled over him, riding a Quanthor, finding the key, and now this, treasure, and the fabled crimson cloak. He was moving right along. Shriekers sounded outside the glassless windows as he hurried through the darkened monastery. He shuddered at the thought of them deciding that nothing physical stood in their way, that entering a building was easy. Whatever their reason for staying outside, he was grateful for it. After returning to the vestibule and depositing the gold on the floor, he quietly closed the door, or tried to. It groaned noisily, stuck, then thudded into its frame. The latch squeaked when he fastened it. With nothing to do except wait until the morning, he took off his cloak, lay down on the second bunk, and said, "Screen on." The white square lit up once more, causing him to squint. "Oracle, tell me about Shriekers." After a brief pause, text flowed across the screen. Shriekers are ghosts of the dead. There is nowhere for them to pass on to, so they linger and torment the living. It is not their fault. They are mindless and seek their only form of nourishment, the warm flesh of a human, whether alive or recently dead. An image of the Watchman came to mind. They'll attack a dead man? They will, and then that dead man's soul will join the Shriekers. Arlo shuddered. Then he remembered what Julian had told him before entering the game. That was a player back there. We all get 3 lives, right? That is correct. He has now used them up. The simple answer chilled Arlo to the bone. Okay, new question then. Why don't the Shriekers come inside even when they can? They are souls of the night. That rather cryptic explanation made him think there was no explanation other than an arbitrary game rule. Right, can they be killed or stopped? They are already dead, so no, they cannot be killed. There is only one way to stop them from attacking, and that is to satisfy their hunger. How do the people of Midway usually deal with them? They do not inhabit Midway. Why? They do not inhabit Midway. It seemed his conversation with Oracle had fallen flat again. He tried another approach. Is there some kind of overall quest guideline I can look at, so I can see all the things I need to do to reach Midway? Now the screen remained blank. Oracle, what if I want to skip to the end? Is there a way? You must navigate 3 quests. Seriously? That's all you're giving me? You sound like an automated chat line with pre-written answers. Oh, wait, you are. He sighed, knowing it was hopeless. A lot of adventure games had a ton of places to explore, objects to find, hidden places to uncover, and they could often be done in any order. And many were bonus items, not even required to complete the game. But here he was, stuck with a basic do this to do that storyline that he couldn't deviate from. It was lame. Then again, screen off. When the hologram vanished, he stared at the vaulted ceiling and tried to cut through the crap. His goal was simple, to reach Pinnacle and restore the realm, which hopefully meant ending the game so he could go home. He couldn't get to Pinnacle without first reaching the top of the cliff, so how could he do that? Climb the wall like that crazy woman Mullen? Or steal a flying machine? He warmed to that idea in a heartbeat. Emery had mentioned a Watchman shift change every morning, which meant someone from Midway would be showing up here, and they had to be arriving in the skiff. Actually, it didn't matter how the change of guard arrived. However the relief got here, that was Arlo's ticket to Midway. Yeah, let's get straight to it. No more riding Quanthors and other garbage mini-quests. I'm aiming higher. But first, he had to wait out the night. In the morning, he'd give the treasure to Emery as a thank you, then head off to Midway. He grew drowsy as he lay there. Part of him wondered if an external force was causing his need to sleep every 7 hours. His circadian rhythm was definitely messed up. Still, it beat lying awake all night. Chapter 16. Control Room. And he's asleep, Julian confirmed. Another day in the books. Rosie's coffee had gone cold. She got up to place her mug on the tray, and while she stood over the sleeping odd-job man, she couldn't help wondering how it felt to be in a strange, far-away place for 2 whole days. Well, 2 short days anyway. "Are you all right?" Emery asked her. Rosie blinked. "What?" "You're rubbing your hands like they hurt." "Oh." Though she didn't like to make a fuss, Rosie had no reason to hide her pain either. "Arthritis. It comes to us all. It's a constant battle." "I'm so sorry." With a smile, Rosie returned to her seat. An idea had popped into her head, though she wasn't ready to voice it yet. For now, she wanted to listen and learn. Julian seemed to have forgotten he had visitors. Intent on the information flowing across his screen, he was hunched over his desk and mumbling to himself. Emery leaned forward in her armchair. "So, Julian, what were you saying about Hector?" Hector? Something about his personality?" Julian's shoulders stiffened. Then he let out a breath and slowly swiveled in his chair to face her. "Yeah, about that. This is something I'm not sure I want to make public, so—" He nodded toward her tape recorder, his meaning obvious. Looking troubled, Emery pressed a button on the side, and the light went out. "Okay, we're off the record." "You sure? I promise." After a moment, Julian added, "And you won't get mad?" Rosie jumped in here. "My dear, you can't make someone promise not to get mad before they know what they're not supposed to get mad about." "I know, but—" He held up his hands as if warding off an attack. "Promise me you'll try to understand that the game is in beta testing, and this might not be in the public release version." "What won't?" Emery said, clearly on the verge of getting mad. Julian nodded and stared at the floor. He looked like he was about to confess to a headmaster that it was indeed he who'd stolen the other kids' lunch money. NPCs are created by the AI, both physically and mentally, right? They work great as background characters going about their business. But when a player goes in and is assigned an NPC companion, he needs a little more than an AI-generated personality. Emery narrowed her eyes. "Go on." "An NPC's physical body is easy to create, but to get the mind just right for companions, I've been, using real minds." He licked his lips. "When players enter the game, they take over one of the NPC bodies, as you know firsthand." "Right," Emery muttered, a heavy frown on her face. "Yes, I was quite impressed with my host. Honestly, I wish I looked like her in real life." "Well, see, that's the idea behind making all the NPCs attractive. Who wants to take over the body of an ugly person?" Rosie winced. Julian barreled on. "When you took over that NPC, she was you for the duration of level 1. You kept your own name, your own personality, and used an AI body, right? Here's the thing. While you were playing, the computer was busy scraping your personality. It studied your thoughts, mannerisms, everything, and created a digital version of you so that after you left the game, a perfect facsimile of your personality remained in the NPC you'd borrowed." "You scraped my personality," Julian chuckled. "Sorry. Sounds like torture, doesn't it? But it's completely painless and doesn't affect you one bit." Think of it like a cameraman filming you all day long, following you around, observing everything you do. My AI system is even less noticeable. It did all of that while you were playing the level. Emery closed her eyes for a moment, then nodded. Okay, fine, so you scraped my brain. Her acceptance of this seemed to infuse Julian with a shot of excitement, and he clapped his hands and grinned broadly. Okay, so Hector was another. The real Hector played the game in that NPC body 3 days ago, and he left behind a facsimile version of himself, and then he became your companion. Do you see? The cycle keeps going. Rosie couldn't help feeling all of this was a little macabre. You're saying Hector's a real person? Emery asked. He is, and the Hector you met in the game is essentially the same guy with a few adjustments. At this, Emery got to her feet and started pacing, slowly, thoughtfully, trying to digest the information. What adjustments? Well, in a medieval setting, we can't have NPC companions talking about the last cheeseburger they ate or having to pop to Walmart later. The AI has to block certain memories, so the scraped personality is left intact, but memories are supplanted. We give the NPC false histories. Emery began to nod. That makes sense. All right, fine. She stopped pacing and glared at him. Just to clarify, you're saying that the NPC body I used at lunchtime is now walking around in the game with my personality? Now you're getting it. You came, borrowed a body, and left behind a copy of your mind in return. Rosie thought the young reporter was taking this news exceptionally well, considering her mind had been copied without consent. Still nodding slowly, Emery stared at the sleeping man in the second armchair. And him? Arlo Cross. He's in some random NPC's body right now, having his personality scraped as he plays, and when he leaves, a facsimile will remain in that body for future use. Julian grinned again. You want to know the funny thing? Emery shrugged. Go ahead. Right now, he's with you. You're his companion. She blew out her breath and sank into the armchair. That's the way the game works, Miss McIntyre. The most recent NPC is usually who the next player meets. It keeps it fresh. Obviously, I try to keep it male to female, and female to male, and so on. And what if the player prefers the same sex? She muttered. Julian spread his hands. Hey, whatever floats your boat, right? That's why I asked that question when you played. Remember? I asked if you wanted a male or female companion in the game. You said male. So you got Hector. Arlo said female, so he got you. It's worked out well this week. Emery reached for her tape recorder, but before switching it back on, she looked Julian square in the eye. This is why you told me I can't go in until Arlo's finished his level, because otherwise there'd be... What, 2 of me in there? No, my system isn't going to give you a second body to use. You have one already, and whenever you go back in, you'll use the same body again. But if you went in right now, well, that would all get a bit confusing, wouldn't it? Try to see it from Arlo's point of view. Rosie had been listening in silence, but now she clicked her tongue. I can't help feeling like you're playing God, young man. Okay, Gran, Julian said, shaking his head and smiling. He swiveled in his chair and leaned toward one of the displays. All right, let's see. He's about to start his 3rd day. He must be close to meeting the Midway people. Now we'll see what he's made of. Chapter 17, The New Watchman. Day 3. Arlo woke. Since the vestibule had no windows, everything looked exactly the same, with the gentle light from the oil lamps offering a cozy ambience. Yet, somehow, it felt different. The Shriekers had gone quiet, and Emery was stirring. He got up and went to her. Hey, sleepyhead. She blinked at him, then smiled. Good morning. Is it? How can you tell? Well, we're awake and nothing woke us, so it's a fairly safe bet that the sun is rising. What if the sun rose hours ago and it's already lunchtime? No, it's dawn. She started to sit up, but he stopped her with a hand on her shoulder. Let me see that first, he said, bending to one knee by her side. He pulled her bloody shirt up a little and studied the wound. Damn, it looks fine. It feels sore, but okay, I'll live, thank you. No, don't thank me. I should never have brought us here so close to nightfall. Then he grinned. But while you slept, I went exploring around the monastery. Want to see what I found? Once she'd struggled to her feet, he pointed out the gold ingots. Her eyes went wide. Each one of these would buy entry to Midway. Arlo, you could go there today and save us all. You could restore the realm. Or we could be shot dead for stealing this. Don't forget I killed their watchman. This doesn't belong to them, but they're the ones with the guns, and if they say it's theirs, well, I don't see why they'd accept it as payment into their town. Emery's face fell. So, it's worthless? Maybe not if you melt it down and make coins. I know one thing, though. I'm playing this game my way from now on. Oh, and look. He went to retrieve his crimson cloak. This time, when he swept it over his shoulders, he was able to fasten it much quicker. Emery nodded in approval, a delighted smile on her face. Without bothering to be cautious, she pulled the main door wide open and stood bathed in a stream of morning daylight. Fresh air wafted in, and Arlo took a deep, appreciative breath. He hadn't realized until now just how stale the vestibule had become overnight. "Come on," she said, grabbing 2 of the ingots. Once he'd picked up the others, they stepped outside together. The sun felt wonderful on their skin. Now, if they only had a place to wash. "We could go down to the stream," Arlo suggested. "Hide the gold and get cleaned up a bit. What time does the relief guard get here?" Emery shrugged. "I don't know, so we'd better hurry." They descended the grassy hill to where the dead watchman lay. He still had the knife in his eye socket, embedded all the way to the handle, maybe deeper still. But that wasn't the only injury this man had suffered. As he'd lain there, the Shriekers had torn him to shreds. His face was flayed so badly that only ribbons of flesh remained. His clothes had been torn off, his body slashed 1,000 times. He was a bloody mess, nothing but pulp with remnants of clothing, a belt, and boots. "The Shriekers will feed on the dead if the body is still warm," Emery murmured. "They won't touch cold flesh, but this watchman suited them well." "And now he's one of the Shriekers," Arlo sighed. "We should bury him." "Yes," Emery said. She looked thoughtful. "Sometimes when Midway people die, they vanish and return to life. Other times they don't vanish at all. The body lies there, rotting." Arlo said nothing for a moment, wondering if she even knew that players had 3 lives. "And what about your people?" he eventually asked. "They always vanish. They never return." "They always vanish," he thought. Like that's normal. "Gotta grab the knife," Arlo muttered with a grimace. "You go on down to the stream and clean up." His own hands and sleeves were caked with dried blood, and his shirt stained from mage pomelo juice. There was only so much cleaning up they could do, but it didn't matter. He had a loose cover story he could try on the relief guard, and if that didn't work, well, he had another idea. Yanking the knife from the watchman's eye socket proved difficult, but it eventually came out with a nasty scrape. Arlo felt bile in his throat and looked away. Breathing hard, he took the gold key from his pocket and slipped it deep into the watchman's. His gaze then fell on the revolver, which was jammed into a holster and secured under the man's arm. Since one of the straps was bloody, Arlo left those alone and simply unhooked the holster and its weapon. When he straightened up, the glint of metal in the grass caught his eye. The pick hammer. He stared down at it. Climb a 300-foot cliff. With that? Still, it might come in handy for something else. He bent to retrieve it. A revolver and a hammer. Nice. As he tucked both into his belt, his screen flashed into being. "Congratulations. You have acquired a pick hammer, the most revered tool of cliff climbers." "Ha, funny," Arlo muttered. "You wouldn't catch me dead attempting that." Grabbing his couple of gold bars, he hurried off down the hill and into the woods. He found Emery leaning over the stream, washing her hands and face. There was very little she could do about the blood on her shirt, though, nor the obvious hole in the fabric. "We should return to the village," she urged. "We have the gold. We can melt it down, make coins, spread the wealth, and still have enough for you to buy entry to Midway." "I'm not doing that," Arlo said softly. "I'm tackling this head-on. Besides, look, I'm wearing the crimson cloak. I have powers. What powers? He shrugged again. Dunno yet. Let me try asking again. Screen on. Once the hologram popped into view, he said, What powers does this cloak give me? The crimson cloak may be vital to your quest. Use it wisely. But what does it do? He demanded. It is said that the Book of Knowledge is worth its weight in gold. That dumb book again. But look, will I need the gold for my journey to Pinnacle? Or is it better to give it to Emery and the village? It is said that the Book of Knowledge is worth its weight in gold. He ground his teeth. So you're saying I should buy this Book of Knowledge and quit bugging you? God damn. All right, tell me where it is. The screen remained still, its most recent message unyielding. Is it nearby, or do I have to waste another day finding it? Give me a clue, you annoying pain in the ass. Still no response. The screen almost seemed to glower at him. Screen off, Arlo scolded. I'm not spending another day here on the lookout for a book. I'm done with this. The 4 gold ingots were too heavy and awkward for Emery to carry alone, so they dug a hole and buried them for now. Arlo advised her to come back later after he was gone. She blinked at him and frowned. Gone? To Midway? How? They returned to the edge of the woods and peered up the grassy hill from under the shadowed canopy. When the relief guard shows, I need you to stay hidden, okay? I can't risk you getting shot again. Almost as soon as he said that, the familiar roar of an engine came from above as the skiff descended from Midway. Arlo scoured the sky but couldn't yet see the vehicle. He turned to her. Emery, thank you. I couldn't have done this without your help. Go home and bring Reglan back for the gold when it's safe. I'm going on alone. She peered at him with wide blue eyes. Will I see you again? I honestly don't know, he admitted. I hope so. When I restore the realm, maybe we'll all join up as one big happy family. Or maybe I'll be whisked home straight away. I'm not sure. They hugged, and as they pulled apart and gazed at one another, he considered going in for a kiss on the lips. But he hesitated just a moment too long, and she laid a hand on the side of his face and smiled. If you lived in this realm, Arlo, maybe we'd have more adventures together, riding Quanthors and discovering treasure. But you need to go home, and this realm will expand once the dome's gone, and my people will be keen to spread out. I might not stay. Right? He said, unsure what else to add. The skiff's engine grew louder, and suddenly it came into view over the treetops. Arlo gave Emery a gentle push, and she backed away, then smiled and turned to leave. She vanished into the gloom in seconds. Arlo felt a stab of sorrow. Damn, was he really letting her go? The Midway pilot must have spotted the dead Watchman, judging by how close he landed. The elongated machine sat lopsided on the grass, its cracked windshield so dusty that it was impossible to see inside. The ramp cranked its way down, juddering and squealing until it touched the ground. Then, with a hiss, the skiff went silent. A man appeared. He was big, with a thick mop of hair and an equally thick beard, and he wore the same pale blue coveralls as the rest of Leighton's henchmen. Arlo thought he remembered the man from that first day, one of the 5 who'd kicked and punched a villager to death. No! The thug yelled, stamping down the ramp. He clutched his head and dropped to his knees in front of the dead man. What the hell? Taking a deep breath, Arlo stepped into view. He strode up the slope, walking with purpose until the relief guard spotted him and fumbled for his weapon. Another revolver. They seemed to be standard issue for these people. Arlo stopped and flung up his hands in surrender. Whoa, please, sir, don't shoot. I saw what happened. Let me explain. The new watchman climbed to his feet and jabbed the shiny barrel toward the bloody corpse. The Shriekers did this, the man barked. You saw it happen? How come you survived? He suddenly grew suspicious. Is that his gun you have stuffed in your belt? Yes, but let me explain. Arlo kept his hands high as he approached. I came yesterday, just before nightfall, with a gold key, he started. I understood the watchman at the monastery would be interested in it. He took it from me and— Wait, the bearded man interrupted. He scowled down at Arlo, partly because he stood higher on the hill, but also because he was a foot taller. A gold key? Are you serious? A gold key? Arlo nodded. As I said, he took the key and went off somewhere. I pleaded with him to wait until the morning, but he told me he'd be right back. Well, night came and he didn't, so I took shelter in the vestibule. Then I heard him, the watchman, screaming. I looked out and... Give me an Oscar for this, he thought as he covered his face and choked on his words. The key, where is it now? The bearded man seemed to have lost all compassion for his fallen friend. Now it was all about the treasure. I don't know, sir. After a pause, the man holstered his revolver and dropped to his knees. He grimaced and patted the corpse's pockets, and then, obviously feeling something of interest, delved in and extracted the precious key. His eyes widened. I'll be damned. Sir? The man ignored Arlo. He jerked to his feet, swung about, and lumbered off up the slope. He crashed his way into the vestibule and tore through to the far end, at least judging by the echoing footsteps and creak of a second door. He, like all of Leighton's men, knew of the small door with the hidden treasure in the inner sanctum. It was the key they'd never had, until now. Arlo sprang into action. He had one shot at this, and maybe 5 minutes at most before the bearded watchman came thundering back with a look of rage on his face. And right now, the pilot probably watched with suspicion and alarm as Arlo hurried up the skiff's ramp. Seconds later, Arlo found himself inside a cramped passenger vehicle rather like a bus, only without the windows. A few well-worn vinyl seats ran along both sides, facing inward. The rear of the vehicle was blocked off by a slim door, but Arlo ignored it and headed for the front, drawing a knife from his sheath. No sign of the pilot yet, and he could very well be waiting with his weapon drawn. Arlo's hand trembled at the thought of slashing a man's throat, but that wasn't the plan. The plan was simply to threaten to slash his throat, disarm him quickly and efficiently, even if that meant reaching in and slicing his hand. Whatever worked in the heat of the moment. The goal was simple: politely but firmly ask the pilot to take off immediately and return to Midway. Breathing hard, he shouldered through a narrow door into the cockpit, already swiping at the air with his knife. "Put it down," he yelled. "I'll cut you." He broke off and stared stupidly at 2 empty seats. What the... This changed everything. With a cry of alarm, Arlo glanced out the wraparound windshield toward the monastery. No sign of the big man yet, but he would be blundering into view any moment. With a jolt of panic, Arlo stumbled back to the passenger area where daylight streamed into the open doorway. He stuck his head out and prepared to bolt for the trees, but then the bearded watchman appeared, and the fury on his face drove a stab of fear through Arlo's heart. When the man let out a roar and charged down the grassy slope, Arlo knew that running for his life would end in a barrage of bullets in his back. Instead, he yanked on a lever, and the ramp began its grinding, juddering ascent. He watched in horror, willing it to rise faster, and praying it wouldn't choose this moment to wind to a shuddering stop. When it clanged into place, the bearded man started yelling, "Open up!" Moments later came furious thumps on the metal paneling. Arlo backed away slowly, still breathing hard. Now what? What if the watchman started shooting? What if 1,000,000 bullets riddled the vehicle with holes? It would only take 1 or 2 to end Arlo's life. But he controlled his panic, telling himself the bullets would have started flying already if that was the watchman's intention. No. This skiff had been used a lot. It could very well be the only one they had, in which case Leighton's men wouldn't risk damaging it. That gave Arlo time. Time for what, though? You know what, you moron. He closed his eyes. Oracle. The screen immediately flared into being. Can you please give me instructions on how to fly this thing? It is said that the Book of Knowledge is worth its weight in gold. Arlo stared with mounting anger at the hologram, which he swore radiated a distinct sense of "I told you so." He ground his teeth but refused to give Oracle the satisfaction of blowing his top. Screw that. How hard can it be anyway? Trying to ignore the bearded watchman's hollering and thumping on the metal hull, Arlo sank into the pilot's seat on the left and stared at the controls. After a while, he switched to the seat on the right. This is the one, he muttered, noting the additional controls over his head. I think. It wasn't super complex like a Boeing 767 flight deck, but it wasn't exactly a walk in the park either. A dizzying array of buttons and switches swam before his eyes. The control stick seemed obvious enough in that it would, well, steer him? Were there flaps and stuff to worry about? What controlled the four struts once he lifted off? How did the pilot fire up the engine? "This is going to be fun," he said in a cheerful voice. "Be positive. You can do this. It's just a game, remember? Things are more straightforward than you think, like knife throwing. You learned that skill in about an hour. You went from no skill whatsoever to a perfect bullseye in your first fight." Galvanized by his own pep talk, he grasped the control stick and glanced around. He found nothing with the word engine on it, but he noticed a symbol that might represent power on-off. Maybe. He jabbed it, and multiple lights illuminated. At the same time, a churning sound came from deep underneath the vehicle, and then the machinery roared into life. Arlo burst out laughing. "I knew it. Damn, I'm born for this." He pulled back on the control stick. To his surprise, the vehicle lifted at the front end with a powerful lurch and pressed him hard into his seat. He almost laughed again, but then yelped in alarm as the front end kept rising until the skiff pointed straight up. He felt like an astronaut, preparing to launch into space. The moment didn't last long. In a panic, he pushed the control stick forward, hoping it would force the nose down again, but apparently that action meant forward. Thrusters boomed, and the skiff shot upward, but it quickly tilted to one side, and Arlo found himself sliding out of his seat. He fought to stay in place, but he tumbled into the narrow aisle. Since he still grasped the control stick, he practically hung off it and caused the vehicle to rocket in that direction, twisting as it went. Arlo let go and clung to the seatbelt instead, the belt he should have been wearing from the start. His body lifted off the floor and floated as the skiff spun all the way upside down and then turned sharply. Engines whined, metal groaned, and literally everything that wasn't fastened down clattered against the ceiling. Trees loomed outside the windshield. Arlo glimpsed gnarled, jagged limbs for a second before the skiff crashed headlong into them, throwing him this way and that as glass shattered, the hull tore apart, and engines died. Branches snapped, and the cockpit was suddenly filled with a deluge of twigs and leaves. More thuds and clangs, and Arlo bounced off the walls, the ceiling, and the floor in rapid succession. All at once, everything went shockingly still, and he lay gasping as the last vestiges of life ebbed from the flying machine in a sizzling, smoking, grumbling racket. "Well," he thought, "I royally screwed that up." Chapter 18. Hunted. Arlo would have lain there for longer, cursing his own stupidity if the enraged howls of the Watchman hadn't alerted him to imminent danger. He dragged himself free of the wreckage, fell onto the twig and leaf-strewn forest floor, and half-crawled his way to the safety of dense bushes. Well, safe-ish. They offered no protection other than to shield his whereabouts for the nanoseconds it would take the Watchman to follow his trail from the skiff's shattered windshield. Arlo got moving again, picking himself up and limping on a sprained ankle. Zigzagging around trees and slipping down slopes covered in pine needles, he had no plan in mind other than to escape the clutches of his furious enemy. Annoyance settled in then. Annoyance at himself. What the hell had he been thinking? He should have learned how to fly the stupid vehicle before attempting it. He should have followed Oracle's hints and gone to buy the Book of Knowledge, which surely would have taught him everything he needed to know about Midway technology. Instead, he'd yanked on a lever and crashed the only chance he had to reach the top of the cliff. Except flying wasn't his only option, was it? There was always climbing. The idea of that gnawed at the back of his skull while he scampered and hobbled. Almost instinctively, he turned in the direction of the cliff, as if he'd already decided that was his next step. "Get back here!" the bearded Watchman roared in the distance. "Yeah, I'll pass," Arlo muttered. Despite his aching ankle, he made good progress, and the Watchman's shouts faded. When Arlo stopped for a breather, he took stock of his situation. His clothes were bloody, dirty, and torn. His belt of knives was intact. The fabled crimson cloak remained in good condition and tied securely around his shoulders. His ego was deflated. He spotted the enormous cliff face through the trees and made a beeline for it. But when he found himself at its base, he realized his plan to climb was vague and foolhardy at best, and potentially deadly. He saw no obvious starting point, though he knew there had to be one. The rock looked smooth and unclimbable, yet Mullen and others before her had clearly found a way to begin their ascent. "Damn it, Oracle, any chance of some advice here? How do I climb this cliff?" The screen flashed into view. It is said that the book of "Don't you dare!" He clenched his fists and rephrased his question. "What do I need to climb to Midway?" This time, Oracle was more helpful. Along with your pick hammer, balance chutes would prove useful for any climbing activities, as would Fortitude, strength, and well-being. Sounds like a Hallmark card. Okay, I already have the pick hammer and Fortitude, so pop a couple of blue marulas, gather a bag of mage pomelos, and find these mysterious chutes. Got it. But where would he find these balance chutes? For that matter, could he even locate the blue maruler and mage pomelo plants again? Arlo sighed. He was woefully ill-prepared for such a dangerous task as climbing a cliff. "Anything else?" he asked the screen. "Is there maybe some other way I can reach Midway?" "You are in adventure mode. Switch to multiple choice? Yes or no?" Arlo frowned at the unexpected message. Huh? He'd forgotten about this. Oracle had offered him the same question back when he'd first arrived. He'd ignored it and remained in adventure mode by default, whatever that meant. Switch to multiple choice, yes or no? "Wait, I'm thinking," he grumbled. What if he just wasn't cut out for adventure mode? He could be missing all kinds of opportunities. At least with multiple choice, he'd see his options laid out before him. He'd only need to make a selection. Switch to multiple choice, yes or no. 3, 2. This time he jabbed the yes button. "All in, right? Let's shake this up a bit," he muttered. Selection confirmed. You are now in multiple choice mode. You will have opportunities to switch back if you wish. Hearing distant scuffles in the bushes, Arlo knew the Watchman would be upon him shortly. "All right, so lay it on me. What options do I have? Give me my multiple choices, please." After a pause, Oracle cleared the screen and presented his options. The Watchman who pursues you has the knowledge you seek, but he will not give up the information easily. You have a choice. 1. Ask fellow players for help. 2. Try to talk to the Watchman. 3. Attempt to climb the cliff. Whoa, I can ask for help through this screen? He groaned inwardly. Maybe I should have picked multiple choice from the start. Still, the only players he knew of were those from Midway. They wore the same pale blue coveralls that he himself had worn upon arrival. They weren't nice people. He'd killed one, and another pursued him right now. Asking for their help didn't seem feasible. Then again, options 2 and 3 were a dead end. Let me ask fellow players for help. Option 1 selected. Simply tap on an avatar. To Arlo's astonishment, a sea of faces filled the screen. 6 rows with 5 on each, plus a couple of extras on the 7th row, so 32 in total. The very last avatar was labeled Arlo. Not his own familiar features, but his host for the duration of the game. One avatar on the 2nd row was grayed out, with a red X across it, the player he'd killed with a knife to the eyeball. Another, with a bald head and graying beard, was labeled Leighton. None of the other faces had names. Arlo guessed it was a discovery thing. Once he knew their name, it would appear as a sort of confirmation. He scanned the rest of the fierce-looking bunch. 8 were female, the rest male, a mixture of races and ages. One in the middle of the 3rd row jumped out at him as the angry, bearded Watchman who pursued him at this very moment. Arlo tentatively tapped on the face of a young man about his age, possibly Chinese or Korean, with black hair and a chiseled facial structure. You have selected Kai, and he has accepted your request. He is now considering your question. The moment that message appeared, the name Kai popped into view. What was my question again? You asked, is there maybe some other way I can reach Midway? Kai has studied your question and is responding now. 3 horizontal dots appeared. The damn things jumped up and down just like on a phone messenger app. After a moment, text followed. Hey man, Kai here. You could climb the cliff, but I wouldn't recommend it. Thing is, you destroyed our only skiff, which was freaking awesome, by the way. And the dragonflies got a leak. Either way, even if you manage to fly up here, you don't just get to waltz around like you own the place. You're a newbie. You have to pay for residency. Nothing's free, man. Now I can get you up here, but it'll cost you your crimson cloak. I'll buy you a house and get you set up. And the cloak is my price for all the negotiating I do on your behalf. And you'll need something else to sweeten the deal for Leighton. Agreed? Arlo squeezed his eyes shut. This was getting complicated. I'm not trading my crimson cloak. His response automatically typed itself onto the screen, and Kai's reply came back a moment later. Then you're screwed. Let me know if you change your mind and I'll make it happen. Wait a minute. Look, I can't believe there's only one skiff in the entire realm. That and a leaky dragonfly, whatever the hell that is. What happens now? How does Leighton get down here to pick up his groceries, choose his wives, and beat people to death? The more he thought about it, the more he questioned the logic. Surely the game designers wouldn't allow the very last flying vehicle to be destroyed thanks to 30 seconds of bad piloting. It seemed Kai had signed off. He could try some others, but something told him the answer would be the same. He either had to pay for entry or make his own way. Aware he was still being pursued, Arlo fast walked a winding route along the foot of the cliff, glancing up as he went. Massive fallen boulders littered the way, and he used these to duck behind and check for the Watchman before hurrying to the next. He hadn't yet found a single place where even the most determined climber could conceivably begin their ascent. Utterly smooth, featureless rock, and no fissures or hairline cracks to dig into, even with specialized equipment. And then he found it. A place where someone might insert a foot here, hoist themselves up to there, then reach for that protruding lump and start up a series of indents that could possibly be used like a ladder. Yeah, it was promising. Arlo stared for a while, following the trail up the cliff, but its potential abruptly ended. The sheer face leaned outward, higher up, creating a shadowed overhang. Nobody but Spider-Man could navigate that. He sighed and carried on, then sucked in a breath as a shout echoed off the rock. Hey, douchebag! The bearded Watchman had moved into view, walking at a steady pace. He was quite a way off, and Arlo felt confident he could easily outrun him and lose himself in the forest if necessary. Just then, Oracle lit up in front of him. Danger is approaching. You have a choice. 1, wait and attempt a conversation. 2, run away and hide. 3, attack the Watchman. Yeah, thanks, Arlo muttered. Like I hadn't guessed those options already. He frowned. What if I choose something else? You cannot choose another option. He felt a chill. What? He had no free will in situations like this? He immediately vowed to challenge that assertion, but not right now. Choose one of the 3 options. What if I just don't choose at all? He whispered. Then the game will impose the worst possible outcome for you. Another chill went through him. Holy cow. Arlo stood still. He fingered the revolver at his side. Both of them possessed the same kind of sidearm, so they were on equal footing now, except that Arlo had never used one before. He had his knives, though. The Watchman was bigger and angrier, but maybe that didn't matter so much anymore. All that said, the non-murderous path would be less messy. I choose the first option then. Option 1 selected. Please wait for the Watchman to arrive. So he waited, his hand resting on the weapon's grip while the bearded man approached. Nothing was said in the interim, not until the gap closed to 20 feet or less. Then the man slowed to a halt. You can't run forever. It seemed his white-hot rage had ebbed. You fooled me before. I thought you were an NPC. But no, you're the new player. The one who showed in the streets yesterday. What's your name? Arlo. I'm Jake. For a moment, Arlo imagined the screen full of avatars and the name Jake popping up under one of the faces. Sorry about your friend, Arlo said, and he meant it. Did you see what happened? He shot Emery and threatened to kill her. What I did was self-defense. Jake stared at him, then nodded. I read about it. How? How'd you read about it? Jake took a few steps closer. While his hand hung loosely, it would take but a second for him to draw and fire, but the same could be said of Arlo. Neither knew the other's skill in this regard. Well, newbie, if and when you reach Pinnacle, you can choose free play, which gives you the power to step in and out of the game whenever you feel like it. We call that God mode. When you're out, you can get the latest game gossip, kind of like a summary of what's been happening. So yeah, I read about it. Arlo had to take a moment to process all of this. So, in free play, you're all sitting at home with headsets on, and you take breaks and read reports to see what everyone else is getting up to? Jake laughed. Something like that. Arlo considered for a moment. Your friend's body didn't vanish after he died. Why's that? Third time dying. It's more final. I don't know, whatever. He's out of it now. Game over. No return allowed, at least not in that body. I'll bet he's throwing the headset across the room right now. So, dying 3 times is a quick and easy way to get home, Arlo said slowly. Sure, if you're a loser. But it would be a way out, right? The corners of Jake's mouth crept up into a sneer. So kill yourself. It's harder than you think. Better to go home a winner and earn yourself a cash payout or die trying. Maybe, but... At that moment, Jake slammed into him and shoved him to the ground. In a matter of seconds, the big man had him pinned down on his back, gripping both wrists so Arlo couldn't reach for his sidearm or his knives. Struggling did nothing. He couldn't move an inch. Jake's expression was truly scary, a snarling, glaring mask of hate framed by a bushy beard. Let me explain something, he growled, sticking his face close. You can win the game like a real man, or you can kill yourself 3 times like the sad loser you are. You want to know what it's like to die? Jake slapped Arlo hard across the face. If I were to kill you right now, newbie, you'd come back with all your memories intact and pick up where you left off, okay? Another hard slap. Ow! But you won't always return to the exact same place, otherwise you might enter a death loop where you die 3 times in a row without any chance of escape. Again, Jake slapped him hard, this time on the other cheek. It stung like crazy. Stop doing that, Arlo yelled. Imagine falling off a cliff. You hit the ground with a splat, then you return and are already falling again, and you hit the ground with another splat. See? That's an inescapable death loop. To prevent that, you'll return to life on the cliff, where you'll have a chance to make better choices. Our puppet masters are merciful. Stop, Arlo pleaded as the man's hand rose once more. Jake drove his fist into the side of Arlo's jaw. So, how about it, little man? Want to give this a go? I'll kill you now, and then you'll pop up again, maybe over there somewhere, with a chance to fumble for one of those sissy knives before I come at you again. Are you ready? Jake let go of one wrist and reached for his sidearm. Arlo found himself staring down the barrel. Though his left hand was now free, his knives were strapped to his opposite side. So he formed a fist and punched Jake in the face, once, twice, before making a grab for a blade. But Jake was like a statue, tightly bound muscle that refused to budge an inch. The bearded man grinned, cocked the revolver, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 19, Control Room. Uh-oh, Julian announced. Rosie recognized when her grandson was alarmed. What's wrong? He didn't respond for a moment. His finger traced a line of text that appeared to be typing itself on his curved screen, as if news was unfolding in real time. Emery climbed out of the armchair and approached, peering over his shoulder with a frown. Julian shook his head and sat back. Arlo lost a life. That's his first. 2 left. But he's all right? Emery asked, glancing toward the sleeping man. He's fine. It's just a game, remember? Rosie would have wrung her hands anxiously if they weren't throbbing with pain right now. The warm coffee mug had helped for a time, but now her knuckles seemed worse. Is it traumatic, losing a life in the game? She asked, trying to take her mind off her arthritis. With a shrug, Julian turned to face her and Emery. I mean, sure, it feels real while you're in the game. You're only gone for a few seconds, but yeah, that final moment is no joke. Hopefully it wasn't a slow, lingering death. Oh my goodness, Rosie groaned. Julian, couldn't you have designed the game to be nicer? He looked incredulously at her. Nicer? Nicer? Grandma, there's tons to love in there. Look at the weird and wonderful fruits. And Old Village. Am I right, Miss McIntyre? Emery nodded, though perhaps reluctantly. If it weren't for the violence, the village is really a lovely place to be, except for the Shriekers. By the way, why is it called Split Realms? Is it because of Old Village versus Midway? Could be. Or maybe because the people of Old Village think their realm has been split into two parts, where they live inside the dome and where they want to be, on the outside. Or because there's a mix of eras, some old, some modern, and some futuristic. I think that's the assumption the players make about the name. Or, Julian winked. Or perhaps it's simply because the game as a whole is split into many realms. I see, Emery murmured. So your opinion on this matter is split. This caused Julian to bark an appreciative laugh. Rosie had only been half listening. She was stuck on an ominous word. Shriekers? What on earth are those? Julian wagged a finger. Not on earth, that's the point. I mean, it all looks nice and homely, and the village and people are as real as they can be. But I kind of had some fun with the flora and wildlife. Tell me about it, Emery grumbled. A pack of yackles would have attacked me in the alleyway if it hadn't been for Hector stepping out of the tavern and chasing them off. Ah, but that was how you were destined to meet him, Miss McIntyre. Basic introductions like that are programmed in. Hector was always meant to save you from a pack of yackles. And what are yackles? Rosie cut in, her head beginning to spin. Julian stood up, stretched, and began to pace slowly about the room. Yackles are basically mongrel dogs. I gave them 2 tails. Why? Emery asked. Because why not? I'm the designer. There are also Quanthors instead of cows. I wanted to make the place familiar, but with hints that this is not Earth. So, normal people, but otherworldly fruits and creatures. The Shriekers. Julian put his hands on his hips and grinned broadly. What better way than to chase players home near bedtime? No staying outside after dusk. Get inside, quick. And once they're inside, with Shriekers scratching at the doors, there's not a lot to do, so the players usually give in and go to sleep. As I said, downtime is necessary. But what are Shriekers? Rosie insisted. Julian pursed his lips. Think of them like ghostly forms floating about in the night sky. Only they're not ghosts and they have sharp claws. He smirked, and Rosie knew he'd done something not altogether wrong, but somewhat mischievous. When he spoke next, it was with a lowered, conspiratorial voice. If a player loses his final life and happens to be eaten by Shriekers, he's in for a shock when he tries to log in again. He'll find himself floating around with the rest of the Shriekers, unable to resist chasing the living. It's kind of a bonus player afterlife. Both Rosie and Emery stared at him. I don't know what to make of that, Rosie said at last. Emery still stood over him, looking past his shoulder to the wraparound display on the desk. I thought players were booted from the game and never allowed back in. Well, they definitely can't return in the same body. Their NPC is toast and their entire profile is deleted. They can start over, but everything they earned before, treasures, objects, bonuses, all of it's gone. They have to start at the beginning like any newbie player. Julian couldn't resist smirking. But I thought it would be a nice touch if those killed by Shriekers tried to log in with their old credentials and ended up as peripheral creatures. And for those who aren't eaten by Shriekers? Julian shrugged. They get a variety of peaceful views, of Old Village or Midway or some other places. For them, it's like spying through CCTV. They can watch from a distance and maybe see some action, but they can't do squat. That's why I thought Shrieker victims would see something different. Come on, it's a cool idea, right? Emery returned to her armchair. After leaning back and crossing her legs, she glanced sideways at the sleeping man. I didn't lose any of my lives in the game, but I imagine it's a pretty awful experience. Oh, it is, Julian agreed. I died many times in my early tests. Rosie closed her eyes. Goodness. Perhaps in an effort to put a positive spin on the conversation, Emery added, It's neat, though, being in a different body. If you're injured, I think psychologically it has to be a relief knowing it's not permanent, and even if it is, it's not your own body that's being harmed. Julian snapped his fingers. Exactly. How enticing is that for thrill seekers? There's a zipline in the game. Well, spoiler alert. The point is, some wouldn't dare try it. There are no safety harnesses, just a handle. If you slip, you die, or at least get horribly mangled. But what if you had extra lives? You could do the things you wouldn't dare to do in real life. Both Rosie and Emery pondered on that for a while. Julian returned to his screen, studying the flow of information. A minute ticked by. That nagging thought had returned to the back of Rosie's mind. It whispered to her even more so than before. She gently tried to clench her fists and winced before coming anywhere close. Imagine if... She swallowed and took a deep breath. Julian. Julian, look at me. After a brief pause, he slowly turned in his chair, a frown on his face. Gran? Rosie looked him square in the eye. I want to go into the game. He visibly recoiled. Hell no. Julian. Grandma, that place is not for you. I put you in before, briefly, just for a second, and that's all you're getting. I'm sorry, but it's designed for young adventurers. But I will be young, in the game. Your body, sure. Julian leaned forward and tapped the side of his head. But your mind will be old. Sorry, but it's too much of a disconnect. The VR works best with a like-for-like representation of yourself. Same age, same gender, reasonably matching body type. If I put an 80-something granny into a 20-year-old babe, your mind would flip out. You wouldn't just look different, you'd feel different. That's the point, Rosie said firmly. Julian, my arthritis is terrible today. I would love to escape the pain just for a short while. Don't you think I deserve that? Grandma, is it really such a bad idea? Emery asked, her voice calm and soothing compared to Julian's indignant squawking. Wouldn't this add a whole new layer to the game experience? You wouldn't only be appealing to young adventurers, but also to the older generation who simply want to experience a younger body for a while. Julian was already shaking his head in despair, perhaps knowing he was cornered. You think I haven't considered that? Look at me. I'm 32. Not exactly old, but in my early tests, I put myself in the body of an 18-year-old hunk of man candy who was hung like a... He broke off, blinked, and rapidly continued. Anyway, after the initial adjustment and amnesia, I was fine for 10 minutes or so. Then my brain started doing somersaults. Took me another few tries to realize the problem. Then, when I used an NPC closer to my age, no problem at all. But you were all right for 10 minutes? Rosie urged. Aware he'd slipped up, Julian looked at the ceiling as if searching for plausible deniability. What I mean is, Rosie stood and approached him. Julian Alexander Ravencroft. He visibly sagged. Yes, Gran? Give me 10 minutes. That's all I ask. Julian closed his eyes, his jaw tight. Fine, but not in a 20-something body. Your brain will flip out, maybe 40-something. With a smile, Rosie reached out to ruffle her grandson's hair, then thought better of it for various reasons. Goodness, a 40-something woman will be a vast improvement. That's still half my age. She beamed at Emery, who smiled back, though pensively. Julian sighed and stood up. Miss McIntyre, my Gran will need that armchair for a few minutes. He faced Rosie and pierced her with a stare. Gran, you'll be disoriented at first. It affects people in different ways. You've been in before, so maybe it won't be so bad, but you won't be there for long. I'm gonna pull the plug as soon as I see any signs of flippage. Rosie arched an eyebrow. Already rising to her feet, Emery snorted. Is flippage a technical term? Yep, brain flips. He had an expression of both remorse and resolve as he gestured toward the armchair. Take a seat, Gran. You'll join the game for a few minutes, and that's all, okay? Collapsing into the sprawling chair, Rosie felt both excited and nervous. And will I meet young Arlo in there? And Emery? Julian shrugged. Both of them? I can dump you into an appropriate NPC close to wherever they are. We might have to wait a few minutes if they're running around or in some remote spot, or if Arlo's alone. but as soon as they're together in a crowded area... Rosie nodded, accepted the VR headset when he handed it to her, and slipped it on. The face mask blocked all slivers of light. With a beep, the unit activated. So, as not to blind her, the display powered on in cautious increments. At first, she saw only a dark gray, which gradually lightened to white. Then, a peaceful scene faded into view, looking down on a quaint village from the height of perhaps stadium floodlights or a water tower. This was markedly different from her previous glimpse, where she'd stood on the edge of the enormous cliff. Her grandson's muffled voice came to her. "You're on standby, Gran. Be ready." "I'm ready," she whispered, nervous now. "This won't be like a normal takeover," he went on. "You won't be Rosie in there. You'll be whoever's available, and only for a short time. People will know you as someone else, okay?" Rosie felt a gentle hand take hold of hers. It had to be Emery, her skin soft and cool, unlike Julian's. Such a sweet young lady. She even knew not to squeeze too tightly. "Stand by," Julian said again. Rosie waited. Chapter 20, A Reset. Arlo remembered a deafening bang. He stood, dazed and wobbling, trying to figure out what had just happened. He was intact. He still wore his gross, bloody clothes from before, and the crimson cloak hung off his shoulders. Gazing around, he spotted Jake on his knees a few yards away, revolver in his hand, wiping blood from his face. The ground in front of him was drenched with the stuff, along with some fleshy chunks and shiny white bone fragments, but no body. It all came clear in a flash, and Arlo, still frozen in shock, watched in horror as Jake slowly climbed to his feet. The man grinned, absently wiping gore from his matted beard. "You see," Jake growled, "the puppet masters have given you a small chance to avoid a death loop. Better take it, douchebag, or you're going down again." He already had his weapon pointed at Arlo, but this time, Arlo's right hand was free. Quick as a flash, he pulled out a knife and flung it, hard and low, then went for another. Jake simply vanished. With the target no longer present, the thrown knife continued on its trajectory and clattered down on the rocky ground some distance away. "What the—" Arlo stammered, glancing all around. He was shaking and scared, but it seemed the danger had gone, at least for now. Jake had literally disappeared into thin air. God mode. Was that it? The Watchman had pulled himself out of the game at the crucial moment? If that were true, it seemed like a huge cheat. Arlo felt like he was dreaming, but the bloody evidence on the ground suggested his own ghastly death had indeed happened. He went to retrieve his knife, then ran into the woods, desperate to get well away in case Jake popped up again. The man was crazy. They were all crazy, a bunch of murderers. "Oracle," he said as he scampered between the trees. His screen opened up in front of him, bobbing along, perfectly matching his movements. "Where did Jake go?" The player named Jake exited the game. "Forever?" That answer depends entirely on whether Jake decides to return or not. He may resume gameplay at any time from where he left off. "And what about me?" Arlo almost hated to ask. "Did I die just now?" "Yes, you have 2 lives remaining. Make them count. If and when you arrive at Pinnacle, you may choose your destiny. Good luck." To Arlo's surprise, the computer screen shut itself off. It seemed to be developing a personality, and now it was done answering awkward questions. He wandered aimlessly for a while. So, he'd lost a life? Well, he felt no different. He'd been shot in the face and had reincarnated a few yards away mere seconds later. If this was what losing a life felt like, then fine. In fact, part of him was intrigued by the idea. He could go and do something reckless just for the hell of it. And it wouldn't matter if he lost his life. If he had endless lives, he could fill his life with daredevil antics, stuff he'd never normally do, like climbing that dumb cliff. It wouldn't matter if he messed it up and fell. He'd get to try again. But he was limited to 3 lives and he'd lost one already. No, had one stolen. That actually annoyed him. Despite this being a game, someone had murdered him. And for what? Arlo's actions had been self-defense. Jake knew this, and still he'd sought revenge. He was the bad guy in this scenario. Ahead, through the trees, stone cottages came into view. Arlo had made it back to Old Village. He needed to resume his quest to reach Pinnacle and end this nonsense, but not before a change of clothes. He hurried through the streets, trying to remember the way to Emery's cottage, while passers-by stared with concern at his bloody attire. He found a familiar street eventually and knocked softly. The door opened. Emery's eyes widened. "You came back." "Yeah, things didn't exactly go according to plan," he admitted. He picked at his bloody shirt. "Any chance you can find me some new clothes?" She waved him inside. "There's always the blue uniform that you arrived in?" No, not that. I don't want to be associated with those Midway lunatics." Emery nodded, and her relieved expression suggested she was happy he'd said that. "Well, I don't have anything else, but I know someone who can help. Wait here." "Thank you," he said as she headed out. With a sigh, Arlo sank onto a kitchen chair and rested his elbows on the table. The door still stood wide open, and that was fine. He liked the gentle breeze and felt marginally less like an intruder. Plus, he could hear the distant murmur of villagers. It was a moment of peace. "Oracle," he said, calling up the screen. "I feel like I've asked you this 1,000 times, but how do I get to Midway?" "You are currently in multiple choice mode. Would you like to see your options? If so, your path will be fixed from this point onward." Really? I mean, no, I guess not. I like to think for myself, you know?" He shut the screen off and sighed. The idea of making a straight choice was beginning to worry him. What if he was wrong? He needed information before he decided on the best course of action. Emery returned shortly after. She stepped in through the door clutching a large bundle of clothes and loaded them onto the table. "Thanks, Emery. I'll go and change, and then I have some questions to ask you." He snuck off to the bedroom area and removed his crimson cloak, sheath of knives, and boots. "Emery, is there another way for me to get to Midway now that the skiff is out of action? I mean, there has to be a way, right? What's the dragonfly?" Her quiet voice drifted to him from the kitchen. "The dragonfly is small, no good for loading." "Huh. And it's got a leak anyway, apparently. What else?" After a pause, she said, "There's a supply lift." His ears pricked up. "Tell me about that." While she spoke, he peeled off his disgusting clothes. Blood, dirt, sweat, probably the smell of death since he'd been shot in the head. He quickly dressed in his new togs, a rather nice dark green tunic and matching pants, with a cream-colored button-up shirt. She'd even brought some knee-high boots in a similar green, and a belt and small bag attachment. This was attire for those on a quest. "It's used when there's no skiff," Emery said from the kitchen. "It happens sometimes. The supply lift will be used the next time Midway collects goods from Old Village, which is in 5 days. "What's this lift look like?" "A simple platform, about the size of my kitchen." "Okay, so in 5 days the people of the village will load it up with stuff, like sacks and crates?" "Yes," she paused. "The crates are large enough to hide inside, but there's a high risk of discovery for my people, so we've never tried." "And if I was crazy enough to climb the cliff?" "There's always the Book of Knowledge. It's expensive, but they say it's worth its weight in gold?" Arlo shook his head and smiled. "Here we go again. Tell me more, though." Emery seemed to be doing a pretty good job of filling in for Oracle. "The Book of Knowledge contains a chapter all about climbing the cliff to Midway. It details the best locations and routes, recommended things to eat, and vital information about how to avoid Shriekers at night if they happen to spot you and fly that high. There's also a glossary that lists all the climbers from past and present. It's updated in real time. Mullen's probably in it already, and you'll be added to it the moment you start climbing." "Oh, really? Will it say whether I live or die?" "Afterward, yes. It can't predict the future, though." A printed tome with ever-changing text? Arlo found that fascinating. Still, he preferred the idea of riding up on a supply lift, except that would mean waiting 5 days for it to arrive. Fully dressed, he felt like a true hero. He strapped the knives on his thigh and swept the crimson cloak over his shoulders. Now he was ready. But he paused. His original blue coveralls lay in a neatly folded pile on the chest of drawers. He fingered the sidearm tucked into his belt. He'd never owned one, but how hard could it be to use? He carefully extracted it from the holster, hefted it, and pushed the cylinder open. Only 5 out of the 6 chambers were loaded. The top one was empty. He didn't mess with it. He pushed the cylinder back into place, then realized that if he cocked the firing hammer, the cylinder would rotate to the next chamber, which was loaded. Then it would be ready to shoot. At least, I think that's how it works, he mused. I should go to a firing range and practice, but not right now. He placed the revolver back into its holster and left it with the pale blue coveralls. But he kept the pick hammer. "How's this?" he asked, sauntering into the kitchen. Emery gave him a once-over and smiled. "You look ready." "I feel ready," he said, sliding into the chair opposite her. "I love this outfit, thanks. Hey, did you tell Reglin about the gold yet?" "Not yet." "Well, it's yours. Just be careful when you go to collect it, as the others from Midway would love to get their hands on it." She paled. That's why I haven't told my uncle yet. I'm afraid to send him anywhere near that gold in case the Midway people discover him digging it up. I would never forgive myself if they... Unexpectedly, tears welled up. "Whoa," Arlo said softly. He reached across the table for her hand. "It's okay. The gold is safe in the ground for as long as necessary. I'm going to take 1 bar, though. I've decided I'm going to barter for my entry to Midway." "Oh, Arlo, I'm scared for you." She gripped his hand tight, and a tear broke free. "You're not like them. I've seen how vicious they can be. I'm afraid you'll..." She broke off with a muted sob, then quickly wiped her eyes and seemed annoyed at her own fluster. Arlo was touched, but taken aback. "What's going on? Why are you fretting all of a sudden?" "It's not all of a sudden," she countered. "This is how we are, all of the time. The threat of violence from men and women in blue uniforms is a constant shadow over our village, and when outsiders show up with a promise to restore our realm, well, we're scared for you, but we're also terrified of what those people will do to us if you rile them up." Arlo brooded for a moment as she sniffled. When she got up to blow her nose, he muttered that he'd be right back and stole into the bedroom to speak to Oracle. "If Old Village is really so scared of Midway," he whispered, "then why don't they retaliate? There are so many more NPCs than players. Why can't these good people turn that fear into anger and aim it back at the players? Isn't this how revolutions are won?" "NPCs are, by default, submissive of players. They are programmed this way for the safety of the players." Arlo sputtered with indignation for a moment. "But that's horrible. They're programmed to be scared and helpless? What the hell?" After a pause, he added, "Is there any way to deprogram them? Is there a challenge I can complete to—" "No. What about Emery, then? I need her help." "Locate a mood-changing consumable, many of which are available." This caused Arlo to blink at the screen as he processed the suggestion. "A mood-changing consumable? Okay, fine. List some." The Mellow berry might help. Or the Braveheart plum. Arlo nodded slowly. "That's more like it." Chapter 21, Mellow Berries. Arlo and Emery took another walk through the village, this time on the hunt for certain consumables. It turned out that mellow berries were easily accessible in the market, sold on sprigs rather like grapes. Emery would have paid for them, but the friendly stall owner thrust the yellow berries into her hands and whispered, "You owe me nothing. It is the least I can offer, if it somehow helps your outsider friend save our realm." Arlo heard every word and felt a swell of pride. He was important here. With that ego boost and the crimson cloak swishing regally around his ankles, he couldn't help getting a kick out of his player status, being on a quest to reach a mysterious place known as Pinnacle that would decide the fate of the village. Emery handed him the laden sprig of mellow berries. "They're quite strong," she warned when he plucked a couple loose, "and they will last hours." He grinned and offered her one. "What about you then? Will you partake?" Emery smiled and accepted the berry. "Fine. We all chew on these from time to time, usually the night before a collection or after a raid." After they'd both chewed and swallowed, Arlo carefully dropped the rest of the sprig into the small pouch hanging off his belt. Unfortunately, Braveheart plums were not so readily available in the market. They had to be picked in the wild. Like blue marulas, they rotted too quickly to keep. So, Arlo suggested they head for the cliff wall instead, since it was nearby. They strolled at a leisurely pace along the cobblestone streets, waiting for the effects of the mellow berries to kick in. For perhaps the first time, he began to fully appreciate this immersive world, and the simple joy of an afternoon stroll with a young woman he cared deeply for. Oh no, what the hell, man? Are you falling for her? Arlo tried to shake off the feeling. She was an NPC, for crying out loud, a made-up character in a game, but a highly realistic one. Are you planning to climb the wall? Emery asked. Hell no. Arlo grinned sideways at her. If I took a cartload of mellow berries, maybe I could stomach the height. And if I chewed on some balance shoots and popped a blue maruler, I'd be a lot better off. But no, I have another idea. Show me the supply lift. Emery looked askance at him, then pointed off to his left. It's this way. She led him down a few alleys until they reached the enormous rocky face. Here, the cobblestone ran all the way to the wall, forming a solid base for loading and unloading. 4 sturdy iron rings were embedded in the ground in a rectangular shape, each securing a cable that ran vertically to the top of the cliff 300 feet up. Framed supports stuck out at regular intervals to prevent the cables from flapping around, which would otherwise toss passengers and goods off. Arlo craned his neck and shielded his eyes. The platform itself was currently resting at the very top of the cliff. Damn, that's a long way up. Better than climbing, though. Will you be waiting 5 days for the next collection day, or loading up ahead of time and hoping Midway will arrange pickup? Emery asked softly. Actually, at that moment, Oracle flashed into view. It is time to choose a path forward. 1. Ride the supply lift to the top of the cliff. 2. Use the gold to buy the Book of Knowledge so you are equipped to climb the cliff safely. 3. Wait for the next collection day. I choose the first option, Arlo said with almost no hesitation. Option 1 selected. You may still use the gold as you wish, but the Book of Knowledge is no longer available to you. Huh. What if I were in adventure mode? Would my options be a little more flexible? Adventure mode has no such restrictions. You may switch to adventure mode later if you wish, but your path is now set for the time being. Because I just made a choice. Gotcha. He glanced at Emery. I'm going to use the lift as it is. No smuggling myself inside a crate. I'll barter a gold ingot for my entry to Midway, and then I'll restore the village once I get there. That's if they don't throw me back down the moment I hand over the gold. She smiled. I wouldn't put it past them. He tried to ignore her off-kilter amusement. They might tell me I have no right to use their own gold as payment, but on the other hand, maybe they'll be grateful to finally get their hands on it. He studied her. Would it disappoint you to give up a bar? With a shrug, she looked over her shoulder toward the village. We've lived without such wealth for so long that it's no great loss even if you take all of it. What would you do with the gold if it were yours? Mine? She shrugged. I would leave that for my uncle to decide. There might be a vote for a few individuals to buy entry to Midway. A few individuals? Like dangerous rebels bent on bringing down the enemy? Emery burst into laughter. The very thought terrifies me. No, none of us would ever try anything like that. He studied her. She had a slightly glazed expression, one he recognized as a drink too many. Or she was on something. The mellow berries kicking in. I was teasing, he assured her. So, what kind of individuals are you talking about? She clapped her hands together, her eyes going round. Deserving people. Those who work hard but who find life difficult, like Tolly, the cripple. He's 13 and very smart, but he can't walk. Oh, he could thrive in Midway. They have machines there, devices that might even cure him of his ailment. Yeah, right. Arlo thought about the list of players. 30 of them, not including himself, and the one he'd killed in self-defense. He doubted any of that mob would let some lowly computer character live up there, especially this Tolly the cripple lad. Oh, sure, they'd take his money and welcome him in. And then what? Quietly dispose of him? I won't take it all, he promised. Just one bar. Reglan can melt down the rest and share the wealth. His vow was met with a dreamy smile. Arlo felt almost jealous. Here she was, tripping out on a single mellow berry, and he barely felt the effects at all. He gently touched her arm. "Emery, can we take a walk into the forest now? Show me the Braveheart plum." "Why?" She might have sounded suspicious had she not asked in such a nonchalant, uncaring way. No plausible white lies came to mind. "I was wondering if a plum like that would give you more of a rebellious streak, and I thought it might help with my nerves when I make it to Midway." "I'm not eating one," she said with a giggle, then gestured. "This way." They set off, Emery a few steps ahead. She marched at a brisk pace, no doubt because the sky had that late afternoon quality about it. The idea of being attacked by Shriekers put some haste into Arlo's step, and he quickly caught up to her. She led him alongside the cliff for a while, then through the trees. He was starting to get the lay of the land around these parts. If they veered left a bit more, they'd be back at the Monastery, near the stream where the gold was buried. Instead, they plunged straight onward and picked up a narrow trail, which meandered for a while and then opened into a small clearing. There, randomly, stood a tree unlike its neighbors, its vibrant green leaves in stark contrast to the taller pines nearby, and its fruity yield obviously ripe. "This is it?" Arlo asked. Emery nodded, standing back so he could study one particular fruit hanging just above his head. It looked innocuous enough, an ordinary plum only with weird purple splotches. He counted at least a couple dozen that seemed ready to pick, plus a few more that were smaller and paler. "The Braveheart plum," he murmured, reaching out to cup one in his hand. Just then he noticed something else, something beyond the tree. He refocused, his eyes narrowing. Then, leaving the plum alone for the moment, he ducked under the branches and approached what appeared to be an odd shimmering in the air. Intrigued, he raised the palms of his hands toward it. He felt a tingle, and the hairs on his head started to rise. When he moved closer still, an invisible force pushed back at him. He likened it to two opposing magnetic fields repelling each other. No matter how much he tried to advance, the spongy but powerful energy shoved him away. "An invisible barrier," he muttered. "Are we at the edge of the dome?" Emery stepped up to his side. "Yes, there's no way past it. The dome surrounds us." Arlo couldn't help being fascinated beyond measure. The game world he inhabited might be make-believe, but it was still hyper-realistic, so this oddity struck him as surreal, magical, even more so than the overly muscular Quanthor and two-tailed Yackle. He took a run at it, putting his shoulder to the shimmering wall as if trying to bust his way through a door. He half expected to slam up against a hard surface behind the spongy outer layer, but it was far more elastic than he realized, and he bounced back so hard that he staggered and fell on his butt. Emery squealed with laughter. Chuckling, Arlo picked himself up. "Just like in a game. You're so funny." He bent, picked up a stick, and used it to prod at the barrier. "The dome's more solid than I thought." "That's only because you're holding the stick. Try throwing it." Bemused, Arlo did so, tossing it casually at the shimmering air. The stick passed through and landed several yards beyond. "Huh," he commented. Emery giggled again. "Anything you're in contact with is considered part of you and blocked from passing through." His imagination began to run wild. "So I could throw my knives through and my cloak and my clothes and my boots, but I'd still be stuck here?" "And naked," she commented with a smirk. He couldn't help smiling. "And restoring the realm gets rid of this restriction? I'm glad I got to see this up close. It makes it more real, somehow. Not that I didn't believe you before. The idea of a dome is just so amazing, so fantastical that, well, I just had to see it." Emery didn't look impressed. Instead, she glanced upward. "Okay, I get it," he said. "Point taken." He gave an exaggerated bow. "Nightfall will soon be upon us, milady. Let us grab a couple of plums and head home." It amused him that she giggled at this. Was it his stilted speech or the lame innuendo? Either way, it seemed her cardboard cutout personality was giving way to something buried deeper inside. Chapter 22, Braveheart Plums. "Do you ever eat these plums, Emery?" Arlo asked as he plucked one from the low-hanging branch. Her smile faded. "Don't even offer me one." He looked over his shoulder at her. "Why not?" Because I'm afraid of what I'll do if I find the courage in my heart to act on it." "And what do you think you'd do?" "I'd rather not say. I fear that we're always being spied on." That gave him a chill. Technically speaking, they were, but she meant by the people of Midway. "Well," he said, "I won't be using the lift until the morning, but I'm going to try one of these now and see if it'll give me the courage for what I need to do." He bit into it. To his surprise, it tasted more like cotton candy. What was it with the funky fruit around here? It was almost like the creator, Julian, had no idea what real berries and plums tasted like. When he was about halfway through, chewing intently and looking off into the trees, Emery sighed and stepped up to pluck one for herself. Arlo said nothing, watching out of the corner of his eye as she tentatively took a bite. Like him, she stared into the distance while she ate. After a while, her gaze turned to Arlo, and she scowled. She bit harder, taking larger chunks each time until she ate with the ferocity of an angry teenager being told to finish her plate before leaving the table. Finally, she tossed the core away. "There, are you happy now?" she snapped. Arlo refrained from laughing. "Wow, are you actually mad at me, or is that the plum taking effect?" Emery glowered at him. "What do you think?" He studied her face, noting a pink flush to her cheeks and a fiercely knitted brow. She positively brimmed with irritation. Yet he felt no different himself. Not yet, anyway. Perhaps a little more confident? Yeah, more determined, but certainly not brash, as Emery appeared to be. "Okay," he said. "I guess a couple of these plums in the morning will be useful. I'll speak to Kai before I go to bed tonight and ask him to arrange for the lift first thing in the morning." "They'll betray you," Emery said with a degree of scorn. "The moment you hand over the gold, they'll push you off the cliff. You don't know these people the way we do. It's time one of our own took a stand." She drew herself up. "I'm coming with you." He blinked at her, suddenly experiencing a surge of annoyance. "What the hell for?" "Because I have a score to settle with Leighton." Arlo firmly shook his head. "That's a dumb idea. No way, you're staying down here." "Make me," Emery hissed, her eyes glinting. He ground his teeth. "Know what? You're beginning to piss me off." "Oh yeah? And whose fault is that?" Nose to nose, they glared at each other, and in the back of Arlo's head, a nervous voice piped up. Okay, make a note. Don't give Emery any more Braveheart plums, and maybe go easy yourself." Dusk was descending all too fast. The short days were frustrating, but Arlo didn't argue when Emery demanded they head home. He had the feeling she wouldn't even have bothered inviting him back to the cottage if she weren't planning to accompany him in the morning. They walked the streets, zigzagging around throngs of people who seemed to be bustling to get last-minute errands done before the day's end. Neither spoke. He felt a simmering anger for just about everything, as well as a determination to stop messing about and finish the quest. And Emery was simply angry. A woman suddenly weaved out of the crowd toward them. Perhaps in her 40s, with her dark hair tied back in a bun, she wore an apron and was coated up to her elbows in flour. She looked flustered and confused as she focused on Arlo and Emery. "You!" she exclaimed. Arlo stopped dead. "What?" he growled. The woman reached for him, and Arlo backpedaled away from those flour-coated hands. "Is it you? Are you Arlo? Oh my gosh, this is so strange." She turned her gaze to Emery. "And you, my dear." She beamed at them both. "So this is what you look like in here. Well, I must say, I feel amazing." She lifted her hands and wiggled her fingers, studying them intently. "Just look. Look at this." "Yeah, that's great," Arlo muttered. He glanced sideways at Emery. She looked equally mystified and doubly irked. The woman broke off from her finger-wiggling and laughed, then rubbed the back of one hand across her face, leaving a powdery smudge. "Forgive my prattling. I'm just so excited to be here. I feel better than I have in decades. I know it's temporary, but—" She broke off, aware that other passers-by had paused to watch her. "Are you all right, Ava?" a large man with a deeply lined face inquired. "Need help at the bakery?" The woman's eyes widened. "My name's Ava. I work at a bakery?" "You own the bakery. Oh, how wonderful. My son chose well." At this, the man gently took her by the elbow. "Ava, the next collection isn't for another 5 days. You should be taking it easy until then." Arlo had never felt so out of sorts as he watched this gentle giant talk in a soothing voice to what appeared to be a woman undergoing a mental breakdown. He took a step backward to join Emery. "Do you know her?" he whispered. "Of course I do," she growled. "She bakes most of the bread for this community. Every week leading up to Collection Day, she and her staff work hard to supply the required bread goods and pastries for the tribute to Midway. Her bakery also works at an even pace through the week to keep Old Village stocked. Many believe she needs more help, but her bakery is small, and she insists that too many staff simply get in the way." Her scowl deepened. She has grown more stressed since men in blue uniforms killed her son. Arlo winced. Though the large man continued to speak in low, soothing tones, it seemed Ava had stopped listening to him. Her attention kept wandering to Arlo and Emery, as if she really wanted to talk to them, and only them. At last, she held up a flower-covered hand in front of the gentle giant's face. "Thank you, kind sir, but I'm quite all right. I just wanted a moment with these nice young people here." With that, she approached Arlo and Emery once more, her eyes wide with excitement. This time, she kept her voice low. "I'll only be here for a moment, but I wanted to meet you both and—" She broke off. Time seemed to stand still for her. Arlo and Emery waited. The smooth-talking giant cocked his head to one side, gazing at her intently. A small crowd had gathered, and whispers spread among the concerned folk. "Ava?" Emery said rather snippily. The woman blinked. Then, looking around, she frowned and said, "What am I doing? Why am I—" Her confusion was even more noticeable than before. The large man stepped in again, taking her arm and offering to escort her back to the bakery, and this time she accepted with a mumbled thanks. Ava didn't so much as glance over her shoulder at Arlo and Emery. She seemed to have forgotten all about them. After she'd been ushered away, the crowd slowly moved on. It was a moment before Arlo spoke. "What the hell was that all about?" Emery huffed her annoyance. "As I said, Ava is overly stressed." "Yeah, but—" He didn't like to openly tell her that NPCs had no business feeling stressed about life in general. Sure, they were programmed to run around scared when people from Midway showed up, but otherwise they were background characters, free of the emotional turmoil ordinary people went through on a daily business. They were supposed to be cardboard cutouts. Emery's mood darkened at the same rate as the late afternoon clouds as she led the way back to her house. At first, Arlo barely noticed her simmering anger, at least not until they were safely in her kitchen and she muttered something that brought him out of his reverie. He stared at her. "Huh?" "I asked if you were hungry," she snapped. "Oh, sure." She gave him a withering glare or two as she rattled noisily in the kitchen for a while, sawed a crusty loaf with a vengeance, then sliced through some ham while giving him the side-eye. She slid a plate across the table toward him, and it almost went flying off the other end. When she threw a sandwich together and bit into it, she tore off a mouthful as if imagining herself a cannibal, with Arlo's limbs on the menu. Her bad mood far outweighed his, and he ended up staying out of her way. He suspected both their mellow berries had worn off already, but the Braveheart plums were in full effect. While hers would be great in a bloody sword fight, it was perhaps a little too potent for making supper. Emery's face was flushed by the time she finished eating, and she clenched her fists several times while stomping about her small cottage. Night settled in, and she threw Arlo's blankets and pillow into the kitchen for him to make up a new makeshift bed on the floor. Then she growled, "Good night," and stormed off to her room. If it was possible to urinate more noisily out of anger, she managed it. She popped into view, banged the bedpan down by the front door, glared at Arlo, and disappeared again. He heard a drawer slam shut, then the rustle of clothing, the squeak of bed springs, and finally, blissful silence. "Damn," he muttered, feeling safe enough to make up his own bed. As he took off his belt, he remembered the sprig of mellow berries in the pouch and placed it in the center of the kitchen table so the fruits wouldn't get squashed. Then he stripped to his pants and slid into bed. Once he was settled, he pulled up the screen. "Oracle," he whispered. "Patch me through to Kai." Much to his surprise, his flippant command worked. Moments later, text appeared on the screen. "What's up, dog? Ready to trade? You left it kind of late in the day. Let's talk in the morning." "Yeah, I'm ready to trade," he said, watching his own words appear on the screen. "A gold ingot for entry into Midway." A long silence followed, then, "That's not enough, dude. I mean, it'll help, but I want something else. I want the Crimson Cloak." Arlo sighed. "Why? What's it for anyway? Why is it valuable?" "You don't know? Ask Oracle. Night." "Wait. Before you go, tell me something." "Dude, how did you end up in the game? When? How long have you been here?" A long pause followed, and it looked like Kai had dropped out. But then the 3 horizontal dots appeared, bouncing up and down. Text started flowing. "I went to fix a leaking roof at an old lady's house and instead got talking with Julian. Same as you, probably. Play a game for some money? Hell yeah. Next thing I knew, I woke up in the woods. Happened to all the other players as well." "But you never moved on to the next level. You're still here. Why'd you all choose free play? What's the draw?" "Seriously? It's a no-brainer. Why bother with a new level when Julian's happy to pay for our time in free play? Want to take the skiff or dragonfly out? Blast some Quanthors? Climb mountains? Explore the countryside? Find yourself a girlfriend or 3? All the chicks here are attractive. Oh, and speaking of which, you probably saw my avatar picture and thought I was a good-looking dude. Well, I really am in this world. But in the real world, I'm skinny and ugly, and I never get girls. This place isn't all about quests. That's just for newbies like you. It's more than that to us. A second home. Think of it like a vacation resort, where we can escape and get paid for it. Free play is the way to go, you'll see." Arlo couldn't believe his eyes. For someone who didn't have time to talk before bed, Kai sure had a lot to say. "It's pretty immersive," he agreed. "This thing is big, man. Oh, and Leighton's a super user. Being in free play allows you to explore without an actual quest, so you can take your time and find all the secret rooms and hidden objects. There's a ton, and some of them rotate out when new players come along. Leighton's found a bunch. Once you own something, it's yours for good, but your Crimson Cloak? That's a rare one." "Okay, look, I've got to get some sleep. How long have you been here, Kai?" "Dude, I'm tired." "How long?" 28 days inside, but that's hardly anything on the outside. Time is relative. "Okay, talk to you in the morning, man." And with that, Kai signed off. His explanation left Arlo musing for several minutes afterward, and thoughts of a lucrative part-time job in the back of his mind. No wonder players stuck around. But the idea of blasting Quanthors bothered him. The animals weren't real, but that didn't change the fact that people loved the idea of killing them for fun. Worse than that was the throwaway comment about a girlfriend or 3. Kai might have meant it as harmless and entirely consensual, but Leighton's kidnapping of Indira as his new wife said otherwise. What else went on here? The realm seemed like a breeding ground for sadistic bastards. Outside, the noisy Shriekers drifted about, their cries just as terrifying as ever. Arlo pulled the covers up to his chin and eventually fell asleep with those awful, screeching wails superimposed on images of old village residents fleeing from men in blue coveralls. Chapter 23, Control Room. Rosie woke with a gasp to find her grandson standing over her, grasping the VR headset to his chest. "Julian, why did you pull me out?" "Flippage," he answered shortly. "You were freaking out in there." "I was not." "You were, too." He glowered at her. "Grandma, who's the programming genius in this room? Who designed and built this entire system from scratch?" With a sigh, Rosie struggled to sit up, immediately wincing at the pain in her hands. "You," she mumbled. "But if you'd given me a bit more time." "Too risky." Julian turned away, seemingly more interested in the VR equipment than helping her rise from the armchair. Emery rushed to her aid instead. "Are you all right?" she asked, taking care to lift Rosie by the elbows and not by the hands. I have to say, Julian's screens were flashing a few warning signs. "Oh, I'm fine," Rosie said, a little more irritably than she'd intended. "Sorry, dear, it's just, I was there. I was in Old Village, one of the people. And a very kind gentleman came to help me, thinking I'd lost my marbles or something. And you were there too, Emery, and this nice young man next to us as well. It was—" She broke off, lost for words, but Emery smiled and nodded. "It's something for sure. Despite my misgivings about the other players, the system itself is nothing short of astonishing. I have mixed feelings about it." She glanced over her shoulder at Julian, who was back at his desk and tapping on the keyboard. He probably wouldn't hear a word even if she spoke at full volume, but she lowered her voice anyway. "Part of me wants to chastise your grandson for allowing the violence, for letting such poison into what would otherwise be a fantastic game experience. But what he's built, I feel like we need to see past that stuff and focus on the potential. Assuming he'll clean up that mess before the game is released to the public, and assuming he'll keep it clean, well, I can see it being the most important technological advancement in a very long time. It's not just a game, is it?" "It's really not," Rosie said, finally making it all the way to her feet. "Dear me, I'm not built for chairs like this. But yes, I think about people my age enjoying a new lease on life. Imagine being bedridden in a hospital, or worse, unable to communicate. Even if those poor patients only had the luxury of taking over 60 or 70-year-old NPCs, it would still be an improvement over lying in bed and staring at the ceiling all day, being spoon-fed and forced to watch cooking shows." Emery smiled. "Which is exactly why I'm here. My boss would have sent a team of us if she'd—" "Are you two still yapping over there?" Julian called. "Grandma, it looks like I was right to pull you out when I did. Your brain was getting overly excited. However—" He swiveled in his chair to face them. Rosie stood massaging her fingers while Emery quietly picked up her small recording device and moved a little closer to the self-professed programming genius. "However what?" Rosie prompted. Julian grinned. "You handled it well, all things considered. It was a short trip, but maybe next time it could be a little longer." "And in a younger body?" "No." Julian scowled. "All right, look, Arlo's closing in on the end of his 3rd day now, so he'll be going into cooldown. When he does, I need a break, and you two can't be in here if I'm not in here, so vamoose." "Julian Alexander Ravencroft." "No buts, Gran. I need to go check on the heat exchange." "Why?" Emery asked. He looked irked by the question. "Because," gesturing vaguely at his screen, he added, "there's an occasional spike in temperature. Shouldn't be doing that. If it runs too hot, well, stuff might start shutting down, so I just need to check it. Now out." Rosie grumbled about his rudeness again, but she gently ushered Emery from the room anyway. Together, they walked along the hallway to the kitchen and outside to the back porch. "Take a seat, my dear. I'll fetch us some lemonade." "Oh, don't worry about that. Your hands must be hurting like crazy. You take a seat. Let me get the drinks." Rosie couldn't help thinking it was nice to be waited on for a change. The reporter was such a thoughtful young woman. Once they were both seated, with glasses of lemonade perched on the round table, the afternoon heat warming their skin and an occasional breeze ruffling their hair, Rosie asked about the newspaper Emery worked for. "Is it a local paper?" "No, it's all online. Our Lives in Focus. Have you heard of it? We avoid politics and developing news. We look at stories that define our lives in a quiet and often far more substantial way. Everyone complains about the rising cost of gas and groceries and mortgages, and we worry about wars and conflicts. But nobody talks about the cumulative cost of the small stuff. Forgotten subscriptions, convenience fees from food delivery apps, unused memberships, hidden interest and bank overdraft fees, late payment fees. Yes, it sounds lame in comparison, but all of it can make a huge difference in our lives." Emery looked quite intense now, her eyes wide as she pushed her hair back. It was clear she had a passion for her reporting job. "What about impulse buys?" she went on. "Low-quality clothing that needs frequent replacement? Buying groceries that spoil before being eaten? Did you know that schools throw out the equivalent of a quarter to half their meals every day? It's over 500,000 tons of waste every year. As a society, we waste so much money it's not even funny. And these are just the small, everyday things that plague us all. There are plenty of much bigger problems, too. For instance, the cost of timeshare plans and their ongoing, ever-increasing, never-ending, disgusting annual maintenance fees. She trailed off, her cheeks reddening slightly as she took a moment to sip at her lemonade. Rosie reached out and patted her arm. I think that's a paper I'd like to read. It's online, you say? I'm not very good with that sort of thing. The interweb and I don't mix very well. That caused Emery to chuckle. We dabbled with a print edition once, but it didn't take off. Do you have email? I could subscribe you, for free, of course. We don't want to add to your hidden costs. That would be lovely, thank you. I'll find my email address in a bit. Emery nodded. And, of course, there are other things our paper concerns itself with. It's not all doom and gloom. Julian's game, for example, could be an amazing experience for all ages, or it could be absolutely terrible for society. Remember a time before television? I don't, but while TV and video games give us entertainment, they also contribute to sedentary lifestyles, reduced attention spans, the normalization of violence, and so on. Our job is to explore the good and the bad. All of it. Rosie nodded slowly, then looked out across her yard to the shed, which was inside the fence but still partially hidden behind the trees that surrounded the property. Something wrong? Emery asked. No, it's wishful thinking, probably. What is? Rosie sighed. When I was inside the game, I couldn't help thinking how lovely it all was. How quaint and English and, oh, just adorable. Cobbled streets and stone cottages, a much simpler life. I know there's some trouble that needs dealing with, but if that could be straightened out, just think of it. You want to go adventuring? Emery said with a smile. Oh, goodness, no thank you. I'd be happy to simply live, to be Ava and own a bakery, but without the evil men coming down from above, of course. Seeing Emery's eyebrows shoot up, she added, Yes, I know all about that. I hear Julian talk to his partners about it, and to other gamers. But my point is, if I could live in a place like that without all the danger, well, I absolutely would, even if it's just temporary. Especially if it's temporary. To plug in for an hour and spend how long? 4 days, Emery confirmed. Yes, I don't know how the math works out, but yes, 4 days at a time would be lovely. A silence followed. Birds chirped in the branches. Unseen, the old man at the end of the road peeled out of his driveway and rumbled off in his ancient pickup, its exhaust gurgling in that infuriating way. There'd be none of that awful noise or the smelly fumes in Old Village. Clutching her glass of lemonade, Emery leaned back in her chair. I'm going back into the game after Arlo's done. Maybe, if you can persuade Julian to let you pop in again, I can help you acclimate. There has to be a way. Rosie's heart swelled. I would love that. Chewing her lip for a moment, she decided this young woman might actually help rather than hinder her vague plan. I wonder if Julian is simply being overprotective. I felt fine for the few minutes he let me stay. Perhaps if we can figure out how to make the VR work, then there's nothing to stop me from popping in for a little longer. Emery's mouth dropped open. Do you mean without Julian knowing? There it was. Rosie's vague plan in all its glory. Exactly, my dear. Without him knowing. Chapter 24, A Deal with Kai. Day 4. With morning came a far milder Emery. The Braveheart plum had worn off, and she shuffled around the kitchen putting breakfast together. Arlo dressed and proudly donned his crimson cloak, then sat at the table and wolfed his scrambled eggs. That was excellent, he told Emery, and she smiled and sat down to start on her own plate. Though her pants and boots were similar to his, she wore a loose-fitting wool top that hung off one shoulder. Arlo briefly wondered about underwear in this place, or the lack thereof. He had to assume it was a deliberate omission. Julian, the game maker, probably thought players would get their kicks that way, and players would eventually be paying customers. Emery pointed with her fork at the sprig of mellow berries in the center of the table. It's wise to eat a few of those with every Braveheart plum. The combination is the difference between steely determination and white-hot rage. Let's try to remember that. He nodded. Gotcha. I'd better stash these in my pouch before I forget them. He did so, careful not to squish them too much. Listen, I need to make a call, and then we'll head out to the lift. While she finished her breakfast, Arlo brought up the screen. He made contact with Kai fairly quickly and got straight to business. When can you send the lift down? Good morning to you too. Give me an hour. I need to let Leighton know first, then tell the rest of Midway that you're coming so nobody throws you off the cliff by mistake. I know Jake wouldn't think twice about it. Speaking of Jake, he murdered me. What of it? You killed his buddy, so you kind of deserved it. Oh, really? A life for a life? He's the judge, jury, and executioner? That's how it works here, is it? Never mind that it was self-defense. Yeah, well, anyway, the guy you killed was on his third and final life, so when you killed him, you kicked him out of the game for good. He's done. Yeah, I'm really broken up about it, Arlo muttered. He hadn't meant Oracle to transcribe that, but the words printed immediately. Yup. Jake's buddy is toast, and there's no option for re-entry either. That's what makes losing your third life a little more real. Most of us have lost a life or two along the way, with a few exceptions, so there's always that risk. Arlo couldn't bring himself to care one iota about the guy who'd shot Emery. But pal, once you make it to Midway, you'll be okay unless you get careless. We don't turn on each other once you're here. Well, not very often. We just have fun with NPCs. Doesn't matter what happens to them, they're not real. They only get one life. Arlo cast his glance toward Emery, who was staring into space as she ate small mouthfuls of scrambled eggs. Not wanting to talk about her within earshot, he sauntered outside into the overcast morning daylight, where a fine drizzle spattered his face and shoulders. These NPCs, he said quietly. Are you sure they're not actual people plugged in somewhere? I can see why you might think that. Some of the NPCs are remnants of past players. Those are the ones normally assigned as companions and other secondary characters. They're more realistic. Understanding dawned. So Emery is a real person? Emery? Huh. Yeah, she was a player before you. She made it to Midway, stayed a while, then moved on to Pinnacle, where she exited the game. Arlo stared at the screen, unable to grasp the full meaning of what Kai was telling him. That doesn't make sense. Emery's here right now. Yeah, well, that NPC's physical body has always been here in the realm. Then Emery joined as a player, took over that body, played the game, and exited. And when she left, the body returned to Old Village. So what you have is an NPC companion with Emery's scraped personality. Scraped personality? Whoa! Arlo's mind did somersaults trying to accept this as fact. He understood the meaning. He just couldn't believe this was a part of the process. And he couldn't believe he'd been duped. So she's real, he whispered. He gazed in through the open doorway to where Emery sat at the table. Now he knew why he'd had trouble believing she was just some AI character. She wasn't. Everything about her was authentic. Well, except for her physical body, foggy belief system, and selective memory. She wasn't simply a programmed avatar. She was a reprogrammed clone. Let's get back to the price of entry into Midway. I want the crimson cloak, but Leighton's gonna want a woman. Make sure to bring one up on the lift. A looker, okay? A terrible feeling swept through Arlo's gut. Wait, what? What about the gold bar I offered? He'd prefer a pretty woman. Remember, they're fake. Even the ones with scraped personalities. Don't sweat it. Clear? 1 hour. See you soon. He disconnected before Arlo could gather his thoughts and respond. Bring a woman? To be Leighton's new plaything? No way. Remnants or not, NPC companions were real inside the game. Are you all right? Emery asked. She'd finished her breakfast and now stood on the doorstep watching him. You look pale. Did your invisible screen tell you something? No, Arlo said stiffly. I mean, yeah, but nothing you need to worry about. He could tell she was waiting for him to clarify that as he watched the rain patter on the cobblestone streets. Looking up at the gray sky, he briefly wondered where the rain came from, since a dome encased the realm. But of course it was an energy barrier, not a glass ceiling. It didn't stop the elements, it merely prevented people from passing through. Emery stepped outside and peered up at the sky. "It's about time," she said with a smile. "We're overdue for rain. The crops are thirsty." After a while, Arlo sighed. "I can't go. A gold bar isn't enough for Leighton. He wants something else." She spun to face him. "A new bride?" "Yeah, and he isn't getting one. Don't worry, I'm not doing that. The price is too high. I'll find another way." He went back inside and began to pace around the small cottage, his mind spinning once more. Climb the cliff? It seemed inevitable. Oh, but so dangerous. Ride the lift up on the promise of delivering his cloak and a woman, and then, what? Somehow slip past Leighton and the others, then run around Midway with 30 hunters on his tail? "Oracle," he demanded. "Yes, Arlo. I want to change my choice." "You cannot." "Why the hell not? Switch me back to adventure mode where I can do whatever I want." "Your path is set. You will ride the lift up the cliff to Midway." "And if I don't?" he challenged once again. "Then you will suffer the consequences." Okay, so now Oracle was getting plain nasty. As if to punctuate its point, the screen abruptly disappeared, the equivalent of hitting the end call button. "Well, geez." Emery spoke up. "I have an idea." He sighed and turned to her. "Yes?" She gave him a wide-eyed stare. "I can do this if I eat another Braveheart plum." Emery wasn't making a whole lot of sense. He blinked at her. "You can do what, exactly?" She took his hand and led him toward the bedroom. What was that expression on her face? Determination? She halted at the chest of drawers. There, sitting on top where he'd left it, was the revolver he'd taken from the Watchman. Emery slowly pulled it from the holster. "The rage I felt last night still lingers. With enough courage, I believe I can face Leighton." Reaching behind her back, she shoved the revolver into the top of her pants and arranged her blouse over it. Then, oddly, she tugged the fabric off one shoulder and offered Arlo a meaningful gaze. "He refused me once, but I was younger then. Maybe he'll like me now." Arlo blinked. "Huh? Wait. No, wait, what? If you're suggesting you go with me as some kind of bait?" "Take me up on the lift with you," she murmured. "He wants a woman? Let me get close enough to kill him." "No. Arlo, it's the only way." "No!" He glared at her. "There is no way I'm handing you over to that monster or any of them." "You won't be handing." "Forget it. But if I can just—" "Emery, stop!" He headed for the door. "I'm going to grab a bar of gold and that'll have to be enough. If it's not, I'll shove it down his throat. Or up his ass. Either way, you're gonna stay here until I've made things safe up there." She glowered after him. "You can't do this alone. Watch me." He slammed the door behind him, hurrying in case she followed with another round of bargaining. He hated to leave her in this way, but he'd see her again. Hopefully. Once he'd bought entry to Midway, he'd be in a position to— well, he didn't know what exactly, but he'd figure it out. All he knew for sure was that people like Leighton had to go. Then he'd see Emery again. The rain hadn't let up. Light though it was, it left a wet sheen on everything and slowly soaked into his clothing. There was no doubt that Leighton would like Emery just fine if he saw her in this rain, with her blouse hanging off her shoulder and clinging to her figure. Yeah, he'd like her a little too much. Arlo didn't rank her idea highly at all. Honestly, though, his own was pretty lame. He again asked Oracle for options as he left the village and entered the woods, but the computer seemed almost smug with its refusal to offer alternative routes to Midway. He'd made his choice. He must take the lift. Climb the cliff? He wondered for the 1,000th time. What if he just ignored the game rules and went for it? Would the game throw him off? Damn it. Oracle, this multiple choice crap is killing me. It's not natural. People don't just make a choice and then stick with it. They change their minds. That's a basic human right. You may switch back to adventure mode after you have reached Midway. Your path is already set for now. Oracle's tone seemed a little gentler than the last time it had spoken. Still, Arlo was royally miffed. Why don't I have things to help me on my quest? Goggles that shoot laser beams, or giant fluffy wings so I can fly up on my own, or invincibility hats? He paused, struck by a thought. What about this cloak? Does it make me invincible? It does not. So what does it do? The Crimson Cloak is a rare artifact that can heal all wounds large and small. Arlo frowned, considering this as he continued trudging through the woods. So, that's pretty cool. What's the catch? You may only use it once. Well, that's disappointing. Does it work accidentally? Like, if I get a scratch from a thorn, does the cloak heal me and then vanishes in a puff of smoke? No, you have to invoke its use. Gotcha. Okay, what else? Aside from consumables that grow in the wild, there are more hidden rooms and objects to be discovered throughout the realm. You have bypassed many such opportunities. For example, hanging off the branch to your right is an invulserpent. Arlo leapt sideways in alarm at the sight of a thin, lime-green snake coiled around the bough with its head dangling at about his shoulder height. A bite from this creature will render you utterly invulnerable for approximately 5 minutes. The effect is limited, but extremely powerful. Staring at the snake, Arlo wondered what practical use such a creature could have unless he fought a man right here under this very branch. What was he supposed to do? Carry it around in his belt pouch? He continued walking. And how would I know that's a useful object unless someone points it out to me? No matter which mode you are in, adventure or multiple choice, the game is about exploration and learning. Be observant, request information from NPCs, and learn. Thanks, Dad, he mumbled. With this advice in mind, he kept his eyes open as he walked the rest of the way to the Braveheart plum tree near the shimmering dome barrier. Before arriving, he paused and stared down at a large, brightly colored toadstool. Is this useful? Oracle was still lit up and answered immediately. That is a stash-room. One mouthful will root you to the spot for an hour. Arlo burst out laughing. And that's useful how? But he'd spoken too soon. Ideas flooded his mind. Perhaps a small portion could have been secretly mixed into the Watchman's water bottle to make the monastery safe to explore. It would have been tricky, but doable with a little imagination. Well, crap. I guess I'm not a very good player, he admitted. Has it always been there? Yes, you had only to look for it. Of course. He felt a little sheepish. He'd spent too much time complaining instead of actively looking for useful objects that might help him on his way. With a vow to do better, he paused to break off a small piece of the domed fungus, then stashed it carefully in his belt pouch. He arrived at the plum tree and set about chewing on one of its fruits. A little bit of courage wouldn't go amiss, though it came with a dose of irritation. If he started mouthing off, he'd have to pop a couple of mellow berries to chill him out a little. Oracle sprang up with a helpful message. Your resolve is deepening. Yeah, thanks. Next, Arlo set off at a fast pace through the trees, heading for the spot near the stream where he and Emery had buried the treasure. Soon after, he dropped to his knees and dug up a hefty bar of gold. Now we're cooking, he muttered, admiring its weight in the palm of his hand. Leighton has plenty of women already. He'll like this gold more. It didn't fit in his belt pouch, so he carried it. Now, where were the blue marulas? A couple of those would be awesome, a perfect complement to his growing sense of determination and impatience. His frustration increased during his search for the strength-giving fruits. This is fruitless, he quipped, trying to make himself laugh. It didn't work. Where the hell were they? They should be... Oh, there they are. He picked a couple and started munching. Upon finishing his second, a tingling spread throughout his body. Your strength is growing. Arlo grinned in satisfaction and set off once more, this time cutting a path to the cliff face so he could follow its base to where the lift would arrive. He hadn't noticed the rain deep within the woods under the canopy of leafy branches, but he felt it up close to the cliff where the trees didn't grow. It drenched him once more. The ground turned to mud, and his walk slowed as he continually dragged his boots from the squelchy mess. Finally, he spotted the lift's landing pad ahead and the platform itself. A blue-uniformed young man waited patiently. He had black hair and a light goatee. Arlo took a deep breath. Here we go, then. Chapter 25. The Lift. Kai? Arlo called as he approached. The man turned and offered a wave. "Thought you'd stood me up." "Been busy," Arlo said. As he got close, he lofted the gold bar. "This is for Leighton, and you can see I have your crimson cloak." Kai's eyes were wide, not at the sight of the gold, but the cloak. "Yeah, that's cool. A rare item indeed." With a grin, Kai gestured urgently. "I'll take it now, please." "Not until we're in Midway." Kai narrowed his eyes, then shrugged. "I guess that's fair. But where's the woman? Leighton wants... He'll have to make do with gold." "Yeah, I don't know, man. He was pretty clear." Arlo's Braveheart edible was boosting his impatience to a worrying degree. "Let me worry about Leighton," he growled, stepping onto the platform. It bounced a little, and he frowned. "Is this thing even safe?" With a sigh, Kai reached into a pocket and brought out a couple of what looked like onion stems, about 6 inches long. "Chew on these. Balance shoots are good when you're on this rickety thing." Ah, the famous balance shoots, Arlo thought as he stuffed them in his mouth. His screen popped up again. "With your dramatically increased balance, your fear of heights has abated." Arlo waved at the screen. "Go away." Kai's own screen had apparently opened because he said, "Bring us up." Then he closed it and grinned. "Here we go." The platform bucked, and both men bent their knees to counter the movement. But after that, the lift began a smooth ascent. At that moment, Kai sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes widening. For a second, Arlo assumed a problem with the lift had occurred, but at the sound of rapidly approaching footfalls, he swung around just in time to see Emery leaping out of nowhere. With one inhuman bound, she easily cleared 6 or 7 feet and landed squarely on the platform, which rocked violently for a few seconds. Arlo and Kai instinctively bent their knees again, taking on the pose of surfers riding the waves. Emery straightened up and glared at them both. Her hair was bedraggled and hanging over her face, so it wasn't clear at first what kind of expression she had, but her tone gave them a clue. "I'm coming along for the ride," she growled. "Got a problem with that?" Arlo seriously considered pushing her off. He took a step closer, peered over the edge, raised a hand, and paused. Yeah, she might get hurt falling from what was already 20 feet or so, and the more he dithered, the greater the height. Plus, the way she had her head bowed and fists up, it was highly possible he'd be the one to get pushed off. "What's with your NPC?" Kai murmured. "She on something?" Then his face cleared in understanding. "She ate a Braveheart plum." "Emery, what the hell?" Arlo complained. "I have a gold ingot. This is all I need to pay Leighton with. You shouldn't be here." "I'm going to Midway." The level of determination in her voice suggested no amount of arguing would change a thing. Besides, he'd better drop the subject, otherwise the reason for her visit would come out. She had a loaded weapon tucked away in the back of her pants. Did she even know how to use it? Her sodden shirt hung lower because of the rain, but the material clung more, and he feared the weapon's outline would be visible. Kai cleared his throat. "The gold might have been enough if it weren't stolen. But I have to say, Leighton will definitely prefer this girl." "I'm not a girl," Emery snapped. "Watch your mouth or I'll shove you the hell off this platform." He laughed and held up his hands. "Whoa. Arlo, keep your NPC on a leash. Man, I forgot how feisty they get after eating those plums." He looked her up and down, lingering on her chest. "I think Leighton's gonna be pleased with his haul. The gold in this girl again." Arlo's ears pricked up. "Again?" Emery frowned too. "What do you mean by that? He remembers me from years ago when he whipped me with a flay stick?" "No, I'm talking about a few days ago." "Kai," Arlo warned. He must have intimidated Kai to some degree, judging by the way he shrugged and clammed up, but Emery had noticed the exchange. "What does he mean, Arlo?" she demanded. "A few days ago? If he means during the last collection I wasn't even close enough for Leighton to see me." Kai jumped in. "Sweet girl, you weren't in the same frame of mind at the time. You've forgotten everything that—" "Kai, shut the hell up," Arlo hissed. Emery balled her fists and spoke out of the corner of her mouth while keeping Kai very much in full sight. "What's he suggesting?" At the worst possible time, Arlo's screen popped up. This confrontation is dangerous, but if Kai falls, you may get to keep your crimson cloak. You have a choice. 1. Allow Emery to push Kai off the platform. 2. Push Kai off the platform yourself. 3. Try to calm the argument. If it were any other player, he might not have given it a second thought. But Kai had helped him so far and might prove useful again, so Arlo stepped between the two, at the same time muttering option 3 under his breath. He gave both of the other lift passengers warning looks. Kai gaped at him, his attention apparently switching gears in an instant. "Dude, are you seriously doing multiple choice? That mode sucks." "Tell me about it," Arlo grumbled. Kai chuckled and turned to look down at the rooftops below. It seemed he cared so little for NPCs that he saw this one as no threat whatsoever. Emery simmered quietly, her fists still balled. "How many plums did you eat?" Arlo wanted to ask. But he was afraid of her answering 2 or 3 out loud. It might prompt Kai to send advance warning to Midway. So he kept quiet. Gotta calm the argument. They rode in silence, at a snail's pace. The light rain continued. Arlo moved to the very edge of the platform so that one foot overhung slightly. He leaned out and peered down. They were high enough now that Old Village looked like a scale model, hemmed in by the enormous forest. In fact, without a fence to protect him from falling, he couldn't believe he was able to study it so calmly. The balance chutes had kicked in. They passed another support frame embedded in the cliff, which steadied the guide cables at various intervals. More cables were attached to the platform itself and did all the lifting. Arlo imagined them winding around a pair of enormous winches on the top of the cliff. He judged their ascent to be about 2/3 done. He couldn't imagine climbing such a sheer face. He had to assume Mullen was still at it. And then he spotted her. The woman, a tiny figure some distance away and far lower, clung to the cliff like a limpet. Arlo thought of her chipping away, creating new hand and footholds, knowing there was no way back down. How exhausted she must be. "Why doesn't she carry a rope?" he murmured. It wouldn't matter if all the holes closed up if the rope was secured by a pin hammered into the rock. She could just climb down the rope. "It's been tried before," Kai said, following his gaze. "I haven't seen it myself, but as they climb down the rope, the cliff heals and pushes the pin out. Have you even tried your pick hammer?" He nodded toward the tool hanging from Arlo's belt. "No." "Well, anyway, climbers know their best bet is to travel light. They always have a stash of balance chutes and some mellow berries. They probably start out with a blue marula or 2, but the effects wear off, and then they feel weak, and there are no replacements because the fruits rot so fast. So they take plenty of nutritious snacks and water. Their load gets lighter as they climb, which is nice." "And nobody has ever made it to the top?" "Nope." "How's this one doing? Her name's Mullen." Kai shrugged. "About average, halfway so far." Arlo studied him. "And if she makes it to the top, do you let her stay?" Kai gave a soft, derisive snort, completely ignoring Emery's steely glare. That's a negative, then, Arlo thought. Midway is merciless. Emery had been standing motionless the whole time, glowering at Kai, fists clenched. She turned her gaze to Arlo, and he sensed, hoped, that her simmering anger had softened a little. She wasn't too mad at him then, just hateful of Midway and determined to confront Leighton. The higher the platform rose, the more nervous Arlo became. He could see silhouetted heads and shoulders now, leaning over to look down on them. Maybe 5? For all he knew, all 30 players would be present at this event. Emery might get in a lucky shot, but then what? And besides, "How many lives do you have left?" Arlo asked. "What about Jake and Leighton? Just curious." Kai raised an eyebrow. "I have 2 left. Lost my first when a Quanthor trampled my skull." "Seriously?" Jake lost a life when he got into a fight with another player. They were at it for days, really pissed at each other. It became quite the event. In the end, the other guy died a 3rd time, but Jake only lost 1 life. So he has 2 left. Good to know. As for Leighton, he's a special case. Legend has it that he made it to Midway in his first few hours. killed all but one of the skiff crew that touched down in the village. He doesn't mess around, ruthless and driven, and he can't be killed because he's a super user. A shiver went down Arlo's spine. You mentioned that before. What does that mean? Technically speaking, Leighton can be killed, but he has infinite lives. He'll keep coming back. An alarm bell sounded in Arlo's head. Did you hear that, Emery? He thought. He's invincible. He suspected Emery had heard just fine, but she was brimming over with false bravado. Or worse, she actually believed she had a chance to kill him doubly hard and couldn't care less what happened to her in the process. The platform slowed as it reached the top. The rumbling of a small engine and the squeaking of pulleys drowned out any chatter from the waiting players, if indeed they spoke at all. Everything came into view at once, and Arlo's gaze swept across the scene in an instant before settling on the bald, smiling man in the middle of it all. "Well now," Leighton drawled, "what do we have here?" The small engine died, and the winches slowed to a halt. A silence fell over the cliff top, broken only by the continuous patter of rain. None of the Midway people seemed to care one iota about getting wet. They stood around, dripping, watching in silence. Arlo only counted 6 men and 2 women in addition to the bald leader and Kai, so not the entire list of players, merely an interested party. Leighton stroked his heavy, dark gray beard as Kai and Arlo stepped off the platform and stood shoulder to shoulder. Emery stayed behind them. "Got my prize right here, boss," Kai said, grasping a handful of Arlo's cloak and giving it a tug. "Why is he still wearing it then?" Kai shrugged. "We haven't done the deal yet." Arlo found himself wilting in the bald man's glare. Up close, Leighton was scarier than ever, especially with his reputation as a ruthless killer. He had a deeply lined, weathered face along with bright, intelligent gray eyes. His open-mouthed grin revealed neat, even teeth. Without a word, Arlo held out the gold ingot as an offering. Leighton looked Arlo up and down before accepting it. With barely a glance at the treasure, he slid it into a deep pocket in his coveralls. "So, newbie, in addition to killing Frank, you destroyed the skiff and stole my gold, and then you come up here with 1 measly bar and try to bribe me?" He shook his head. "You've got balls, I'll say that." Arlo wished the Braveheart plum would kick in a little harder. Well, hush." Leighton craned his neck to look past him. "Who's this young lady?" With the silent crowd looking on, Kai moved out of the way and pulled Arlo aside with him. That left Leighton with a direct view of Emery. His eyebrows lifted. "Aha, yeah, I guess it makes sense that she'd be back." His gaze roamed from head to toe. "We have unfinished business, little lady. You ran out on me." "She doesn't remember, boss," Kai muttered. Even better." Emery's simmering anger was either well hidden or had evaporated. Now she seemed merely sullen. She tilted her head back, raised both hands to sweep her wet hair from her face, and paused like that, pretending to smooth her tangled locks. Arlo saw it as a deliberate tease, and it worked. Leighton's eyes lingered on her chest for an inordinate amount of time. "You're soaked, Miss Emery," he rumbled. "We need to get you dry." He paused for a moment, his gaze flicking across to Kai. "All right then, to my house. We'll seal the deal and celebrate the new arrivals." Arlo, Emery, and Kai moved in unison to join Leighton and the rest of the players. But then the bald man took a step to the left, blocking Arlo's path. "Not you." Time seemed to stop. Almost all those present turned their silent stares toward Arlo, and he quailed inside. Well, crap. What now? The only one not looking in his direction was Emery. She stood a little ahead of him now, her eyes locked on Leighton, and her twitchy fingers strayed closer to the barely visible lump beneath her shirt at the back. "What do you mean?" Arlo asked, embarrassed at how whiny he sounded in the presence of the powerful leader. "You have the gold. You even have the girl." He jerked his head toward Emery, hating the words that came out of his mouth even in pretense. "We made a deal, boss," Kai murmured. "I'm getting his cloak." Leighton grinned, but it wasn't a pleasant expression. "Sure thing, Kai. You'll get your cloak. First, The newbie has to find his way up the cliff with the rest of my gold. If he can do that without your help," he shot a murderous glare toward Kai, "then he can stay." "Oh, come on, boss." Leighton ignored him. He advanced on Arlo. "Get on the lift, boy. I have your girl, so I consider your entry fee paid in full. Now go find the rest of my gold." Arlo's anger rose. Emery's did too, judging by her scowl and reddening face. Licking his lips, Arlo steeled himself and puffed out his chest. "I'm not going anywhere. Back off, Leighton. You don't own this realm. You're not the boss of me." He felt a surge of courage from deep within, not to mention the tingling charge of strength throughout his body. He bunched up his muscles, clenched his fists, and advanced on Leighton with his head tilted forward and what felt like a menacing glare fixed on the bigger man. "You want the gold? Go get it yourself." He didn't quite finish his challenge because Leighton suddenly launched himself with the agility of a pouncing tiger, springing into the air without even bending his knees. A split second later, he slammed into Arlo and sent him flying backward. Arlo thudded down onto the wooden platform, and it rocked alarmingly, the cables strumming and creaking. With Leighton standing over him, he mustered all of his strength and twisted sideways, hoping to ensnare the man in a scissor lock and throw him off the platform. But the man was like rock, solid and unmoving. Leighton grinned down at him. "You think you're the only one who eats blue marulas?" He snapped his fingers at nobody in particular. "Send it down, boys." Somebody went for the lever, and the lift abruptly started its descent. At the same time, Kai hurried toward Leighton. "That's my cloak. Come on, boss, I earned that." His plea resulted in a swift backhand around the face. Kai spun and collapsed to his knees, then slowly straightened up under the watchful eye of a furious Leighton. Arlo scrambled to his feet, but it was already too late. The lift dropped away, leaving him to face a rapidly growing wall of rock. In that precious moment, he spotted a wide-eyed Emery taking purposeful steps toward Leighton, her expression vengeful. With one hand behind her back, she seemed to be fumbling to get the revolver loose from beneath her soggy blouse. Panicked, Arlo ran and jumped, but the lift was already too far gone. He scrambled for a hold on the smooth rock, but it was hopeless, and he stumbled backward in frustration, the platform rocking violently underfoot. His view of Leighton and the rest of the players, and of Emery, was already gone. All he saw now was the cliff face. Above, a shot rang out, followed by yells and a scream. Chapter 26. Rock Climbing. Helpless, Arlo stood and listened to the commotion above and wondered what the hell was going on. He feared Emery had pulled her revolver out and shot at Leighton, and if so, she better not have missed. That scream. It had been a woman for sure, but Emery wasn't the only female on top of the cliff. It could have been someone else. "Damn it!" he yelled. The lift rumbled downward, taking him farther from the top. What could he do? The pick hammer. With a cry, he snatched the weighty tool from his belt and stared at it. How was it supposed to easily cut into the cliff? He ran at the wall and, with a firm grip on the handle, rammed the curved, flattened edge into the rock, fully expecting a sharp retort and a spark or two. To his astonishment, it embedded itself deep, all the way to the handle. And now he couldn't let go. His fingers refused to uncurl. With a death grip on the pick hammer, he found himself hanging on for dear life, his feet dangling as the lift dropped away below him. "Oh my God!" he gasped. "What? Let go! How the hell—" Before he knew it, the lift was shockingly far away, continuing its steady descent to Old Village, and Arlo hung from the cliff, gripping a slender pick hammer. Since he seemed unable to let go, and because the metal claw stuck firmly in the rock, Arlo fought to control his abject terror. He couldn't fall. He literally wasn't going anywhere. He was stuck. He was okay. With a monumental effort, he stopped thrashing around and hung still. The idea of looking down occurred to him, but he kept his gaze firmly above, blinking at the never-ending drizzle in his eyes, fixated on the hammer. It had dug itself in so deep that nothing would tear it loose anytime soon. But how was that supposed to help him? How could anyone climb a cliff like this? Even if he could get it free and take another swing. It's ridiculous, a voice giggled maniacally from the back of his mind. Go ahead, take a swing and see what happens. An updraft whipped about his damp cloak. There has to be a way, he said, in a low, calm voice to the hammer. Or are you expecting me to have ropes and hooks and stuff? Despair filled him. Had he stymied himself? He could let go. If he fell, he'd die, but he'd come right back for his third life, and then what? Where would he reappear? Would this be considered a death loop? If so, he'd return to his point of location before this dire situation started, up there on top of the cliff. That would definitely be worth losing a life for. Stop rambling. Okay, let go, he ordered his fingers, but they refused to open up. Oracle, he demanded, why can't I let go of this stupid handle? The screen popped up, one edge embedded in the rock. A message flashed across the surface. The pickhammer has your safety in mind. It will not let you fall. Take advantage of its power and climb the cliff. How? He yelled. How the hell am I supposed to do that, you idiot? Without a word, Oracle vanished. I'm sorry, come back, tell me how this works. But it seemed he was on his own. Noise came from above. He listened carefully. Not voices, but an engine? It sounded pretty distant, well back from the edge of the cliff. Okay, think. What do we have to work with? Arlo considered for a moment. He'd eaten a blue marula earlier and was strong. The balance chutes gave him some kind of agility and confidence at great heights. To a degree, at least. Maybe some mellow berries wouldn't go amiss, too. With his free hand, he wrestled a couple out of his belt pouch. It was a tricky task with only one hand free to pluck them from the sprig, but he soon popped them in his mouth, chewed quickly, and swallowed. He looked for footholds. There were none, so he prodded with his booted toes, hoping to get a decent grip and push himself higher. Though his expectations were lower than zero, it was worth... Pausing, he frowned and peered down. To his surprise, he had found a foothold. The toe of his right boot had sunk an inch into the rock. He tested his weight and found he could ease the pressure from his arm. Even more to his surprise, his left boot had found a similar indentation in the rock. No way, he murmured. Gingerly, he allowed his legs to take the weight, pushing himself up a few inches. His fingers still refused to uncurl from the hammer, but that was okay for the moment. He flexed his left hand instead, then felt around on the smooth rock. He could plainly see there was nothing to grab hold of, but he groped anyway. And then it happened. His fingers slipped into the rock. Staring in amazement, Arlo remained motionless for a good 10 seconds before he let out an excited breath. Holy crap! He pushed his fingers deeper. He felt no pain, not even a sensation, until he started to withdraw, and then he found himself gripping onto hard, cold rock. He had a handy crevice now, one that allowed him to shift a fair amount of weight to. With both feet dug in and his left hand holding him secure, the pickhammer suddenly loosened. He tried not to panic as it slid free. His fingers still refused to let go of the handle, but now he could take another swing without plummeting to his death. I get it, he breathed, as the pickhammer embedded itself deep. He needed to bring his feet up to knee level, create footholds as high as possible, hoist himself up, and then take another swing. Oracle chose a poor moment to pop up again, just as Arlo was struggling to lift his right foot and dig it into the rock. Congratulations, you have mastered the art of rock climbing and are close to reaching Midway. Yeah, thanks, now get out of my way so I can see what I'm doing, he gasped. Giving himself a significant step up boosted his confidence no end. Stretching high, he rammed the hammer into the rock an arm's length above his head, then set about shifting his other hand and foot, the start of an arduous climb to the top. He didn't have far to go, relatively speaking. He had no idea how Mullen had kept going for so long. In comparison, his own ascent would probably be no more than 40 feet or so. He kept moving, his speed increasing as he adapted his technique. He barely noticed the rain now. With mellow berries calming his nerves, blue marula energy coursing through his veins, and the courage of a Braveheart plum feeding his resolve, he knew it would be a matter of minutes before he clawed his way onto the cliff top. and the balance chutes helped too. Even when he glanced down, the staggering height didn't faze him as it normally would. Sweating profusely and panting hard, his muscles screaming, he made it to the top and pulled himself onto the wonderfully level but cold, wet rock. He rolled away from the edge and lay on his back for a moment, allowing his entire body to relax. It seemed his fingers still wanted to maintain a vice-like grip on the hammer, but that was entirely his own doing now. He forced himself to let go of the faithful tool. "Okay," he said at last, rolling onto his side and peering between clumps of rocks to the distant mountains. "Where are you all?" He'd already noted that no bodies lay strewn on the ground. Whatever had happened, maybe it wasn't so bad. An errant gunshot, a bit of panic. Tucking the hammer into his belt, he went on the hunt for signs of blood, especially around the lift area where the group had been gathered. He saw nothing untoward. Shielding his eyes, Arlo gazed at the scenery. Mountains, tall and jagged. Patches of mist from the constant drizzle. A grim, cloudy sky. One of the mountains was unlike the others. A town nestled on top, the buildings clustered tightly together and rising up in the center as if to replace the peak itself. It had to be the infamous Midway. Contrary to popular belief, the players did not reside at the top of this cliff. They lived much farther away, atop another mountain. "That's where I'm going then." Arlo set off, glad to be on firm ground. If only it would stop raining. At first, he followed a well-worn trail that cut through scrubby grass. He left the huge boulders behind and moved into sweeping fields that opened out onto an expansive, rugged landscape. It didn't take long to spot wheel ruts, deep and wide, like those of a bulldozer or tank. Whoever drove that machine had regularly been tearing up the fields for months, leaving a dark, muddy road down the slope to the foothills. It wound in long-reaching zigzags, a series of hairpins that plunged into the drifting mist. Pausing, Arlo listened carefully. Other than the whistle of the wind, he heard nothing at all, except the occasional mechanical grunt of an engine. Judging by the tracks, he imagined a bulldozer rumbling along. Except that would be dumb. Why would Leighton and his merry clan be piled up on top of a bulldozer? Maybe a tank, then, or some kind of military-style people carrier. It was far off, but not so far that Arlo couldn't tell where it was headed. Definitely toward the mountain with the town perched on its top. Arlo broke into a jog. Better make use of his concoction of edibles. Hell, he'd use his strength and determination to run a marathon if he could. His screen suddenly flared up. "You are tracking Leighton and his crew across the landscape. Will you catch up to them before they reach Midway? You are faced with a choice. 1. Keep running and hope they stop somewhere along the way. 2. Try to ride one of the hill goats to your left. 3. Take your chances with the mammoth ants to your right." Arlo sighed inwardly. Running's just fine, thanks, he thought. But if he were being honest, he'd never catch up to Leighton's vehicle this way. Though unsure of the reason, he had a feeling it was important to rejoin them, or at least be hot on their trail when they began their ascent up the mountain to Midway. But the other two choices— "Hill goats?" he queried as he jogged. "Are they like mountain goats?" "Hill goats inhabit the terrain in this region." "Yeah, that's about the most obvious thing you've said to date. Are they friendly? And it's possible to ride them?" "They are friendly, and yes, it is possible to ride them." "And mammoth ants? Same question." "They are not friendly, but yes, it is possible to ride them." Arlo focused on the unfamiliar word bouncing around on the screen. "Wait, mammoth ants? Are we talking about mammoth-sized ants here? Have you made your choice?" "No, Arlo realized he was rapidly running out of puff. He wouldn't be able to jog for much longer. "I guess it's a no-brainer. Option 2, the hill goats." Option 2 selected. Proceed. The screen vanished, and Arlo felt an odd shift in his reality, like a phantom nudge to the left. When he looked that way, he spotted at least a few dozen four-legged figures standing around, grazing on the much longer grass that covered the gentle hills. Knowing he had very little choice, he veered in that direction. Not surprisingly, hill goats resembled mountain goats in the same way that jackals looked like dogs, and Quanthors passed as oversized cows. The creatures were definitely goat-like, but their size startled him. He rubbed his eyes on his approach, certain he was imagining things. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered as he wandered among the herd. Despite being in the middle of them all, none seemed perturbed by his presence and simply continued grazing. When he stepped closer to one in particular, it paused and eyeballed him. "Well, you're just the cutest little thing," Arlo said. Hill goats were the size of cats. Not lions and tigers, but domesticated house cats. He stood over one, shocked that he was expected to ride such a tiny creature. It barely came up to his knees. Growing impatient, he called upon his traveling companion. "Oracle, what the hell is this? You lied to me. Is that even allowed?" Oracle lit up and text filled the screen. "There is no lie. Hill goats are indeed friendly, and it is possible to ride them. The key word here is them, plural." Arlo glared all around him. "I'm supposed to ride a few at once?" As if in answer to his question, the herd bleated in unison and crowded together. At first, he thought they'd simply been programmed to make it easy for him. But then, with a jolt of fear, he realized they were closing ranks for a reason, because an enemy approached. He swung around at the sound of thudding footfalls and a noisy clicking. "Oh my God," he gasped, retreating in a hurry. It seemed one of Oracle's mammoth ants had ventured over from its hidden lair. The monstrous insect probably wouldn't even fit through the doors of a barn. It towered over him, shiny black all over, antennae swinging back and forth, tree trunk legs pumping up and down and churning up clods of dirt. The hill goats bleated in panic and turned in unison to flee. Arlo ran among the herd so he wouldn't be first on the giant ant's menu. In his haste, he stumbled and tripped over a couple of hill goats, falling on top of them. They squirmed out from under his body and he ended up clutching at tufts of hair and being dragged along. Then he fell flat, and the herd trampled all over him. He rolled and scrambled to his feet as the hideous mammoth ant chittered and clicked and thudded closer. Arlo ran, jostling his way through the throng of panicked hill goats. The going got tougher the deeper he waded because they pressed in so tightly in their haste to escape. Safety in numbers, Arlo thought. Throwing himself on top of the nearest bleeding hill goats, he grappled for a hold and spread himself wide, allowing others to thread their way underneath him. He felt like a rock star diving into an adoring crowd. They moved as one and carried his spread-eagle body as if he were some kind of god. They sure moved faster than he did, though. The herd surrounded him, but they were also under him, and he stiffened his limbs and body so he wouldn't slip through the gaps. The mammoth ant thundered after them all, but it moved sporadically, rather like the Shriekers, a burst of speed here and there, instead of one steady pursuit. In this case, Arlo wondered if the oversized bug was simply short on energy. Maybe it wasn't built for prolonged sprints. It needed to rest its weary, impractical tree trunk appendages. "Turn to the right," Arlo yelled to the hill goats. To all of them, because if they had a leader it was lost in the crowd. Naturally, they ignored him. At least the mammoth ant had dropped behind by now, but where were these hill goats taking him? He should be headed toward Midway, not drifting adjacent to it. What was the point in... And then came another shift. Inexplicably, the herd angled to the right exactly as he wanted. That put them on a path toward Midway. A fast path, too. The animals were small, but tireless. They continued onward, clustered tight, bleating manically, eyes wide with fear as they left the mammoth ant in the dust. It soon became clear why they'd turned sharply to the right. The sloping hills looked like they continued for miles, and perhaps they did. But an almost invisible barrier cut across the terrain, shimmering, humming with energy, its existence causing a dark line across the grass for miles in two directions. The edge of the dome. So now the hill goats were running alongside the barrier. After a while, they veered a little more, heading more or less toward Midway on the mountain. "That's better," Arlo muttered. "Now we're on track." He didn't like being jostled so violently, but he had to approve of the speed they moved. It was way faster than his jogging, for sure, and hill goats seemed to have endless energy for long-distance running. Arlo couldn't help grinning. Playing along with the multiple choice options would soon get him to where he needed to be. Would he have ever considered this ride had he remained in adventure mode? Well ahead of him, he caught sight of a dab of color, the distinctive pale blue of the player's coveralls. Only this wasn't some random guy he'd spotted. This was a large square of painted metal, the side of the vehicle he pursued. It emerged briefly from the mist before vanishing again. It was enough, Arlo pointed. That away, boys! Chapter 27, Mudhound. Arlo abandoned ship as the herd of hill goats veered down the slopes and deeper into the mist. He wrapped his arms around his head, pulled up his feet, and rolled off the backs of the fast-moving animals. The moment he hit the ground, dozens of hard, cloven feet pummeled him for a good half-minute before the herd moved on without him. Wincing, he sat up and rubbed various tender spots on his belly and thighs that had been hit the worst. He fully expected some bruising later. Then again, it couldn't be worse than riding one of those mammoth ants, assuming one would have allowed him. He imagined a violent, juddering ride high on its hard carapace, then sliding off and falling to the ground, and maybe getting stamped on with those tree trunk legs. The vehicle was close. It rumbled along from his left, following long-established ruts that cut across the grass. His hill goat friends had put him ahead of the driver. All he had to do was step out and wave it down. Yeah, good plan. Hitch a ride. Sure, that'll work. Honestly, though, he had no ideas other than performing some kind of Indiana Jones stunt and climbing all over the vehicle as it bounced along, perhaps smashing the windshield and swinging inside to punch out the driver while other players yelled in anger and went for their guns. Actually, waving it down sounds like a solid move. Standing in the mist, waiting for the noisy machine to emerge on the muddy road, Arlo decided to go for a heroic posture. He still had a trace of Braveheart plum in his veins, so he stood in the middle of the road with his feet wide, hands on hips, chin up. If only a strong wind would cause his cloak to blow to the side. But alas, he was damp all over, and the breeze was almost non-existent. Some kind of all-terrain vehicle loomed out of the patchy gloom. Pale blue in color to match the players' uniforms, it had 4 sets of tank-like tracks, each short and triangular. The metal body's colorful paintwork was completely out of place in the murky, rainy gloom. Through the dirt-smeared windshield, the driver's eyes opened wide. He leaned forward, then shouted something over his shoulder, not that Arlo could hear a thing over the growling engine. Steeling himself, Arlo waited. A couple more faces appeared, peering over the driver's shoulder. The vehicle kept moving, rapidly closing the distance. 2 lives left, 2 lives left, he told himself, as panic threatened to overcome him. Then, abruptly, the hulking machine halted within spitting distance. Arlo tried not to look overly relieved, but he quivered violently inside. On the outside, though, he reckoned he looked pretty badass. The engine shut off, and a calm settled over the landscape. After a moment, a door swung open on the vehicle's passenger side, rather like a bus. Leighton stomped down a couple of steps and landed with a heavy squelch in the mud. He approached Arlo with a thunderous but grudgingly admiring expression. "Hill goats or mammoth ants?" he barked. Arlo blinked at the unexpected question. "Huh? Which did you ride to get here so fast?" "Oh, one of the mammoth ants," he lied. Leighton glanced around as if looking for proof. Since he saw neither a giant bug nor a herd of grazing animals, he glared again at Arlo and gave a nod. Well, I guess you're made of sterner stuff than I thought." Arlo had edged around to the side of the vehicle by now, but he couldn't see anything through the small, mud-spattered windows. "Is Emery okay?" Leighton jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "Find out for yourself." Without hesitation, Arlo swept past the man and boarded the vehicle. Aside from the driver's seat on the left, there were 10 cramped spaces for passengers, one short now that Arlo had arrived. To his utmost relief, Emery sat about halfway back, next to a window, with a space next to her. She looked angry, but unharmed. "All right?" Arlo asked her, ignoring the sea of staring faces around him as he went to sit down. Emery quickly nodded. Her jawline was tight, her brow knitted. "That's my seat," Leighton barked from behind Arlo, in a tone that suggested no arguing would be tolerated. "Get out of my damn way." The man gave Arlo a shove that sent him stumbling, then squeezed in next to Emery and clamped a firm hand on her thigh. "Let's keep moving." Kai, who sat close to where Arlo now stood awkwardly in the aisle, waved airily. "We call this contraption the Mudhound, like a snowcat, only for muddy terrain." The vehicle fired up and lurched forward, almost sending Arlo flying again. He gripped the headrest of a couple of seats and again tried to ignore the players around him, who stared at him with a mixture of expressions, some annoyed, others amused. Outside, the foot of a mountain loomed. "Is that Midway?" Arlo asked Kai, just to make sure. He had to shout over the noisy engine and rattling frame. Every head bobbed in unison from side to side as the vehicle rolled over bumps in the road. Kai nodded. "The town up on the top is Midway, a surprising number of houses crammed together with one spiraling road. There are only 32 of us, so we have plenty of space to spread out there." 31 now," a woman mumbled. "Oh, sure, 31 without Frank." Kai looked pointedly at Arlo. "He's the Watchman you murdered." "It was self-defense." "Whatever. Anyway, you're here now, so you can take his place. Mighty big of you to accept me." Arlo kept a close eye on Leighton, who in turn shot sideways glances at Emery. His hand still gripped her thigh. She ignored him, preferring to look out the dirty window. "What was that gunshot I heard?" Arlo asked, leaning toward Kai and keeping his voice as low as possible. Kai shrugged. "Your NPC tried to shoot Leighton. She missed, and that was her chance gone," he smiled. "Did you put her up to that? Wait, no. You didn't even know she would be riding up on the lift until she showed up out of nowhere. I guess she has a rebellious streak. Leighton likes that in a woman." Nobody else said a word, at least not out loud. Perhaps a few murmured to each other. Their faces were vaguely familiar. Arlo had seen them all on the player list. The noisy engine made conversation difficult, so Arlo swayed in silence, peering out the windshield at the mountainside ahead. The road they followed was narrow and meandering, with steep drop-offs on both sides, as if they traveled on the spine of a colossal animal. One false move, and they'd go slip-sliding to doom. Finally, they arrived at a giant wall at the base of the mountain. The Mudhound rumbled into a spacious tunnel entrance, plunging them into deeper gloom that even the headlights couldn't fully penetrate. Finally, the driver stopped and shut off the engine. Without a word, everyone stood and filed out of the vehicle. Arlo immediately spotted an industrial-sized elevator. The driver pulled the gate aside so they could all step in. Even with the large group, there was plenty of room for more. Buttons on the wall offered exactly 3 levels to choose from, labeled simply as ground, midway, and deliveries. "I guess we're not in a medieval setting anymore," Arlo said, his voice breaking the silence. Leighton was too busy ogling Emery to answer. She ignored him, staring straight ahead with her back to the wall. Nobody else responded either, except Kai. "When you design a game from scratch, you can go for accuracy in every detail, or you can just throw stuff together. Even the animals are made up, jackals instead of dogs, and so on. It just adds a bit of flavor. So we have a medieval village down below, modern conveniences in Midway, and a futuristic setting at Pinnacle. It's a split realm, made up of different eras, the past, the present, and the future." He grinned. "Midway will surprise you." "It's homely," somebody commented. A few heads nodded. "You'll see, Arlo," Kai went on. "Stay here a day or two and you'll start to wonder why the hell you'd ever try to exit the game. It's awesome here. We just enjoy life." Arlo glanced at Emery. He wanted to speak out and argue that Midway enjoyed life only at the expense of Old Village by exploiting the hard-working farmers and shamelessly stealing their crops and produce, and treating them like crap in the process, trafficking their women and beating up weak links for fun. But he refrained for now, and he was glad Emery did too. Her expressionless face and fixed stare suggested she was biting her tongue and biding her time, but it could also be that the Braveheart plums were beginning to wear off, and she was fighting to control her terror. The elevator abruptly halted, and a man, the driver again, rolled the gate aside. Everyone stepped out, and as Arlo crossed the threshold onto a slab of smooth concrete, his screen suddenly blazed white and displayed a message in huge letters. "Congratulations! You have made it to Midway. You are now beginning your second quest. Get to know the people of—" "Not now," Arlo murmured. "Screen off." Though most heads turned toward him, nobody questioned his seemingly one-sided conversation. They all had screens of their own and had experienced the same moment in the past. "Welcome to Midway," Leighton announced, deigning to offer Arlo a brief nod before smiling at Emery. "It's a ghost town, but it's our ghost town." He gently grasped her elbow and led the way. They'd all emerged from the elevator into a short passage with daylight at the end. It was only when the group marched outside that Midway revealed itself. Arlo halted and took it all in with a sense of awe. He stood on a paved road wide enough for a single lane of traffic, but the lack of markings suggested it was for pedestrians only. The curving road wound upward at a fairly steep pace, with buildings clustered tightly together on both sides. Single residences as well as small apartment blocks, most constructed of stone or brick, some with heavy slate tile roofs, others with corrugated steel, a mixture of thick chimneys and slender flues, painted ironwork next to modern aluminum, leaded glass windows alongside sliding doors with electronic locks. It was a mishmash of ideas, the chaos of a drunken architect, a designer's worst nightmare. Nothing seemed to make sense. Yet, in its own odd way, the irregular styles created an overall sense of uniformity where literally anything could work. "This place is nuts," Arlo said. A few chuckles swept about the group. Even Leighton nodded, though he didn't bother looking over his shoulder. He marched onward, and Arlo had to hurry to catch up. Rain still pattered down, and patches of hazy mist drifted across their path. Very few houses or apartments had lights on. One to the left did, and Arlo caught movement within as they passed. "So you all just live wherever you want?" he asked. Kai nodded. "Yeah, we each claimed zones. This lower section is owned by one person, Colleen. She has about 5 houses, and that taller building there, which has maybe 10 apartments in it. Go a bit higher up and to the right, and then you'll be in Wesley's domain. To the left is Branwen's, and so on. Jake, the guy who killed you, owns a zone on the backside. He has a view of a lake and claimed a cabin by the shore, so we call it Jake's Lake. April and Jordan live together now. They hooked up a while back, but since they weren't exactly neighbors, April gave up hers to go live with Jordan. But hey, it's no biggie giving up your lot when you each have 15 to 20 homes. Maybe you can take over April's old section if you play your cards right." Leighton let out a snort. Choosing to ignore him for the moment, Arlo turned his attention back to Kai. "Where's Pinnacle?" His question drew a round of sighs. "You're just like the rest of us when we first arrived," Kai said with a rueful smile. "Keen to end the game and go back home to your boring life, getting up and going to work just to pay the bills. You'll soon change your mind." He gestured vaguely. "Pinnacle's not far from here. It's near Jake's Lake, actually. Easy to get to. The toughest part is making the choice." "Yeah, about that," Arlo started. "Enough talk," Leighton interrupted. He turned, let go of Emery's elbow, and glowered at Arlo. "I haven't decided if I like you yet. You seem like a whiny-ass chatterbox." "You think I care?" Arlo retorted before he could stop himself. He instantly regretted his back-talk. Still, he maintained a cool expression. There was no sense turning into a blathering coward. The awkward moment persisted. Then the bald man chuckled. "Well, look at that. His balls are even bigger than I thought. Boys, I'm having a hard time deciding if we should welcome this mouthy turd into our clan or cut off those huge balls and feed them to the yakals. What do you think?" A soft laughter spread, but nobody offered an opinion either way. Arlo swallowed. "I like the first option better." Leighton shook his head and gripped Emery's elbow again. "Come on, my dear, let's get you home." Home, Arlo thought with an inward shudder. He thinks Emery's gonna live in his house like one of his many wives? Yeah, that's not happening. Chapter 28, Control Room. Rosie tapped her grandson on the shoulder. He jerked and spun around. What the? Gran, you have got to stop creeping up on me like that. She couldn't help chuckling. It's not my fault you didn't hear me come in. Who are you talking to now? He muttered, catch you later, into the slender microphone, then wrenched the headset off and tossed it onto the table. That was Mims. I asked her about the heat exchange. She's sending someone over tomorrow. Mims? She couldn't resist teasing him. Do you mean to tell me you asked a mere woman for help about a complex piece of machinery? He scowled. Don't be sexist. And yeah, her husband's an HVAC engineer. He knows more about it than I do, that's for sure. He glared up at her. What's up, Gran? What do you mean, what's up? Rosie turned, grabbed the back of her cushioned kitchen chair, and slowly dragged it toward Julian's workstation. After positioning it just so, she flopped down and smiled at his irked expression. Emery is ordering takeout for us all. Isn't that nice? Julian simply stared at her, his brow knitting. Wait, what? She's still here? Takeout? Yes, dear, of course Emery is still here. Did you think she was done with her interview? We had a nice little chat just now and gave you some space, as requested while you went outside to check the what's-it, but now we're back, or I am anyway. Emery will be here momentarily, and then we have some questions for you. Questions? What questions? Rosie sighed. My goodness, that computer is rotting your brain. She hasn't finished with her story yet. And I've become rather more curious myself. So yes, we have questions. Now then, what's happening on your screen? Her gesture caused him to glance over his shoulder, and though he didn't seem particularly interested in the text scrolling across the screen, he at least gave up on his protests. Nothing much. Arlo climbed the cliff, though, or part of it. His magic hammer got a use. His magic... Rosie shook her head. Never mind. Julian, dear, tell me about the VR gadget. Now that I've used it, well, I'm impressed. Thank you, he frowned. Impressed how? I'm mostly impressed at how easy it is to jump into the game. I put the headset on, and there I was. And you did nothing but... What? Press a button? Rosie congratulated herself. Oversimplifying a complex matter would definitely get him talking. She knew her grandson all too well. Sure enough, he leaned back in his chair and gestured at his screen. I mean, yeah, it's simple on the surface. The game runs itself. In fact, it's fully automated unless I override any functions. As for new players, all I do is enter a few details in advance. Name, age, gender, and other preferences, and the AI does the rest. But Gran, it's only that simple because I made it that way. So you put my name and age in somehow, Rosie urged, making sure to open her eyes wide as she gazed at him. And you have to do that every time, or? Julian shook his head and shrugged. No, you're in the system now. The only difference between you and a player is that I manually specified a target age rather than let the AI choose someone around your actual age. I entered 40, so it picked a woman in her 40s rather than one in her 80s. Are there any NPCs in their 80s? A few, but you wanted younger, so... Rosie nodded. So if I wanted to go in again, I'd just put the headset on and... What else? She'd gone too far. Julian narrowed his eyes and glared at her. You're not going in again anytime soon. Oh, good heavens, calm yourself, Rosie laughed. I'm simply interested in how it works. He performed a slow 360 rotation in his chair before continuing. There are about 30 free players in level 1 alone, a dozen in level 2, and so on. In other words, he broke off as Emery entered the room. Chinese food is ordered, she said with a smile. I'll put it on my expenses. This is a business meeting, right? Julian checked the time. It's only 4, kinda early for dinner. Well, time flies, Emery said, as she perched on the edge of the armchair. She jerked a thumb at Arlo. How's he doing? Fine. It seemed Julian had that cornered look, like he suspected something was amiss and didn't know how to get out of it. But it couldn't have been much more than a passing notion because he sighed and slowly rotated his chair again, obviously more bored than irritated. Rosie cleared her throat. Julian, what were you saying about players? Huh? Oh, just that there are a bunch in the game. They're in free play. Emery produced her recording device again. Julian noticed and, perhaps subconsciously, raised his voice. As you know, when you complete your quest, you can choose to exit, stick around in free play, or go on to the next level. If you'd stuck around, Miss McIntyre, you'd have picked up a bunch of benefits and developed the ability to drop in and out of the game at any time. You'd also be able to take a VR headset home. With a frown, Emery glanced again at the sleeping Arlo. So you let players have VR headsets like that one? Borrow. How many players are there, overall? Julian raised his index finger to say, "Hold on," and swiveled to face his screen. He tapped the keyboard and peered closely. 51. Puzzled, Rosie tried to remember all the people who had come by the house in recent weeks. There had been a steady influx early on, mostly young people who liked video games and were eager to try out something new. But Julian had grown increasingly cross with them, saying they were all too alike, so had switched his approach to hiring contractors for various tasks, arranging meetings with insurance people and accountants, and even setting up interviews for non-existent jobs. These people, he claimed, were vastly superior test subjects, ordinary people who might not be so naturally predisposed to playing video games. Some refused to try the VR, but most did. A couple $100 for about an hour of play was hard to resist. But 51 players? I don't remember that many people coming here, Rosie said at last. Well, that's because they didn't all enter through this house. The company isn't just me, you know. Splinter has 4 team members. Mims is my partner. I'm the computer genius. She's the marketing wizard. She has a hub in her office, too. So do Chuck and Larson, but their setups are more basic. Anyway, Mims has been taking in a bunch of new recruits for 5 weeks now, more than me, actually. You can't test a game with just a handful of test subjects. We need volume. Emery looked doubtful. 51, though? That's not what I'd call volume. Well, it's early days. I'm paying good money for these early subjects, but wider trials will be much cheaper per person. And all 51 test subjects are in the game right now? They could be, but they're not. At the moment, I'm giving free players a headset to take home. In the final release, customers will buy the headset from the store. The headset is the game. You power it up, stick it on, and in you go. And if you're a return player, you go back to the NPC body you already bonded with, picking up where you left off. You can exit any time. Unless you're playing your first level, like Arlo here, Emery murmured. And like me, earlier. I couldn't simply leave the game. I had to make it to the end. Julian shrugged. It's a more authentic experience when you can't exit until you get to the end of the level. But what if you're powerless to move forward? What if you're locked in a room, a prisoner, unable to escape? Rosie stared hard at the reporter, whose jaw had tightened considerably, her glare piercing. Emery, were you locked in a room? Even Julian leaned forward, clearly intrigued. Scowling, Emery took a deep breath before answering. Yes, Leighton and his crew took me to Midway, to his huge house, and wanted me to put on a nice dress. Of course I refused, and I yelled at them, and they laughed, and then they got kind of serious and scary, and, well, I punched Leighton in the face. He punched me back and threw me in a storeroom to cool down. Oh, Rosie cried. Oh my gosh! She turned to face her grandson. Julian, this is intolerable. He looked uncomfortable. I mean, yeah, that's obviously not... They let me out after a few hours, Emery said, but only because they knew I'd complain once I left the game. They were afraid of being shut down. She shook her head. If I were an NPC like those other women in the house with no way to exit, well, I don't even like to think how they're treated. Julian opened his mouth to say something, then thought better of it. Still, Emery guessed what he'd been about to say. They're not just mindless avatars, Julian. Not to me, not to other players. When you're in the game, those NPCs are people. She sighed and leaned back in the armchair. Anyway, while I was locked up in that room, I couldn't help wondering what I'd do if they never released me. I'd be stuck, with no safe word to exit the game. I'd have pulled you out, Julian muttered, looking troubled. When? After my hour was up? That's 4 days inside, Julian. What if you waited a bit longer, say another half hour? 6 days inside. Rosie huffed with annoyance. You absolutely must give players the ability to exit. I will, he muttered. And you really need to block these nasty people from playing. Julian changed the subject. Why didn't you tell me all this earlier, Miss McIntyre? I just wanted to leave. All I could think about was ruining your game in a scathing story. But then, she frowned and drummed her fingers on the arm of the chair. The golden rule is to never publish anything when you're hopping mad. My experience was ruined by some bad players, but otherwise what you've created is nothing short of incredible. I think you deserve better than one hot-tempered attack. With a smile, Julian spread his hands wide. And here you are. I appreciate the second chance, I truly do. Yes, definitely some teething problems to iron out. Teething problems, Rosie muttered. Still, even the thought of those awful men failed to dampen her excitement about going back in. She just had to stay away from them. Or perhaps she had a higher purpose now, to warn Arlo and his current NPC companion about the Midway men, although by now they'd probably run afoul of them already. Rosie felt she had to try, though, and that put her right back on her original path of digging for information. Julian, these players, do they simply put the headsets on and they're back in the game? Is that all there is to it? Julian squinted at her. Well, yeah, it's like Bluetooth. They're already paired with their NPCs. The AI knows who they are and just has to reconnect them. Rosie desperately wanted to know if that applied to her as well, but asking such a question would immediately send up red flags. She tried another tactic. What if a stranger came in here right now, from off the street, and put the VR headset on? What would happen? I'm thinking of safety concerns. For instance, children in a player's home, that sort of thing. With a snap of his fingers, Julian grinned. That's a great question, Gran. Emery, you can write in your story that it's perfectly safe in that respect. To use the Bluetooth analogy, reconnecting is easy, but the initial pairing takes a bit of work and requires an adult to authenticate it. The usual parental control. The adult in this case is me, but when the game is released to the public, the adult will be the one who bought the VR headset. It'll be up to him to prevent the kids from gaining access. How? Emery asked. Well, the game will come with pairing instructions. Pretty straightforward. But this theoretical guy who walks in off the street, he'll put the headset on and see a blank screen. Nothing will happen. Until they're paired in some way, Rosie murmured. Exactly. Once paired, Julian spread his hands, thereby ending the discussion on that point. As Emery went on to ask for more details on expenses, Rosie's mind wandered again. She was fairly confident now that she had only to put on the VR headset to re-enter the game. She was already paired. Maybe not permanently paired to Ava the baker, but at least recognized by the computer as a familiar face. She was an authorized user, as Julian would say. If the AI were a security guard, her previously assigned visitor badge was still valid and allowed her access to the building, even if she had no real business being there. Rosie tamped down her excitement. As painful as her arthritis was at the moment, the thought of returning to the game and spending more time there, perhaps even pairing in a more permanent way, filled her with longing. Chapter 29, King of the Hill. The steep uphill slog in the misty drizzle was thankfully short. A few of the players peeled off from the group and headed away to their own homes, but the majority stayed together. Arlo had the feeling they were keen to see what Leighton would do with the newcomers. Probably nothing good. The road had spiraled up around the middle of the town. The structures on the outer edge of the mountain likely had amazing views, but those deeper in suffered from darkened, narrow alleys. However, a tower near the center reached high above the rooftops, and naturally, Leighton had made that dwelling his own. He was, quite literally, the king of the hill. "Welcome to my humble abode," he said with a flourish, as he walked up a short footpath to the grand archway framing the heavy front door. "Come on in, Emery. Let's get you out of those wet clothes." He glanced over his shoulder. "The rest of you, get a drink and stay out of my way." He led the way inside, followed closely by Arlo, Emery, Kai, and 4 other players. Their footfalls turned into echoing squeaks as they arrived in a grand lobby with a black and white tiled floor and marble pillars. Straight off the lobby were a couple of adjoining wings, likely big enough to house several entire families, and a glance up the massive staircase suggested 4 floors directly above, probably a dozen rooms or so. "It's like a castle," Arlo muttered. He didn't have time to take it all in because Leighton waved them into a large receiving room containing busts of unknown figures, large planters, various low tables, and half a dozen ornate chairs with red velvet padding. "Don't sit down," he warned. "Wait until my wives have covered the fabric so your soggy asses don't ruin it. Back in a bit." With that, he took Emery's arm and ushered her through a separate doorway. She squirmed in his grip, and he shoved her a little harder than before. Arlo immediately set off after them. "Hey," Kai hissed. "What are you doing? Stay here." "I'm not letting him get his paws on her," Arlo growled. One of the other players, curly-haired and lanky, reached out to stop him with a hand to the chest. "Don't be an idiot. You're on thin ice as it is. She's just an NPC. Forget about her." "She's a person. She's a remnant, idiot. Nothing more than someone's profile downloaded into an avatar. Wake up." Arlo shot him a withering look and brushed past him. "Don't do it," Kai warned. But Arlo crossed the room and pushed the door open, the word remnants ringing in his mind. He marched without hesitation into a short hall with a marble floor, then glanced around, seeing a few other doors to choose from. At that moment, his screen illuminated. "You are in a corridor with 3 doors. 1. The first door is—" "Shut the hell up," Arlo whispered. "I can look in all 3, moron. Anyway, look, you said I could go back to adventure mode once I reached Midway. You do have that option now. Would you like to switch to adventure mode? Yes or no?" "Yes," he snarled. He pushed open the first door and stomped inside, then stopped dead as 4 women looked up at him. It was a bathroom, and the enormous tub was filling with steaming, soapy water. On each corner of the tub sat one of Leighton's wives, or at least he assumed that was who they were. They tilted their heads, a little surprised at his presence. The screen reappeared. "You are now in adventure mode. Enjoy. Get lost." The screen vanished, and he faced the 4 women once more. "But we're supposed to be here," one of them said, looking fearful. "I wasn't talking to you." Arlo searched the room. There was no other door. Emery and Leighton hadn't come through here. A cute redhead spoke softly, nervously, as she peered past his shoulder. "Did our husband send you in? He told us to be ready for his new wife, but maybe you'd like a bath first." What?" Arlo was distracted because each wife wore a light, gauzy, semi-translucent robe that left very little to the imagination. They wore nothing underneath, and it was this that threw him off for a second. He recovered quickly. "Sorry, wrong room." Almost tripping over himself, he exited and hurried to the second door. To his disgust, gold and jewels lined row upon row of shelving. As he stared around with growing amazement, he couldn't help thinking how dumb it was to store treasure off the same corridor as a bathroom. It felt so contrived, almost like the game relished the chance for a pointless, multiple-choice situation. "Pathetic," he muttered. With this much wealth sitting around in an unlocked closet, it was clear Leighton had no need for an extra gold bar. Taking payment was more of a token gesture. He couldn't care less, but he liked to make it difficult for others. Arlo pulled the door shut and tried the third. Taking a deep breath, he headed into a nicely furnished lounge and stopped dead. Leighton was there. He'd pushed Emery up against a wall and ripped her blouse open. His filthy hands were all over her, his mouth on her neck, and though she squirmed constantly, it seemed she was no match for his strength. With his blood boiling, Arlo scrambled across the room to get at him, his hand instinctively going for one of the knives strapped to his thigh. One swift, hard flick was all it took for the weighted blade to whip across the room and embed itself in Leighton's side, right under his ribcage. "Oh!" he gasped, jerking backwards a step. Emery took advantage of the distraction and wrenched Leighton's own revolver from his holster. She pointed it directly at his stomach and cocked it. The vile man was so busy staring in disbelief at the hilt of the knife in his side that he didn't even notice the gun, not until she fired and a boom filled the air. With a second knife at the ready, Arlo watched in amazement as Leighton staggered and glanced down with renewed surprise at the gaping hole in his gut. Blood started spattering the floor, and he clawed at this new, far worse wound. Arlo rushed forward, wrenched his knife out, and grabbed Emery's free hand. She allowed herself to be dragged away from Leighton, but then she resisted, raising the revolver toward him again and cocking it. "No," Arlo urged. "Yes," she countered in a fierce whisper. The weapon boomed again, and this time Leighton rocked backward and fell as a hole appeared in his chest. He hit the floor with a thud and lay there, his eyes wide, fresh blood spreading across his torso and pooling on the floor at his sides. Arlo and Emery stared in morbid fascination. Leighton stared back, shock still present on his face. But then his expression contorted into rage. "We have to go," Arlo said, quickly wiping the blade of his knife and shoving it in place alongside the other 5. "Come on." "Not until he's dead," she insisted. She had strong self-will for an NPC, even one with a scraped personality. Weren't they supposed to go along with the story, assist where necessary, scream helplessly, and be rescued by players? Wasn't that the point? Emery seemed to be driving the storyline at the moment. "It's better if he's not dead," Arlo said gently. "He'll come right back to life as soon as he dies." Leighton began wailing in fury and pain. That noise, coupled with the gunshots, would bring the other players running. In fact, Arlo frowned, glancing toward the open door. Nobody out there? Nobody rushing to Leighton's aid? Emery moved toward the injured man who was now whimpering as he lay in a pool of blood, hands trembling at his sides. With wide eyes, he peered up at her. "You might as well do it," he croaked. "Make it quick." "Maybe I won't," she said softly. "Maybe I'll let you die slowly, in pain." The corners of his mouth turned up. "I'll be back." Arlo stepped up close as well. "Why not leave right now? Why not go into God mode and watch from your comfortable chair somewhere in the real world?" Leighton laughed, but immediately started coughing. He seemed a lot weaker by the time he was done. "No point." He promptly fell unconscious. His chest rose and fell, but slowly. Blood continued to pool. Gently, Arlo pried the revolver from Emery's hand. He popped the cylinder open, noted 2 remaining bullets, and closed it up again. "I hope he takes hours to die," Emery said grimly. Arlo frowned at her. "When did you learn how to use a gun? And—" He trailed off. The subject of free will was a topic for later. "Let's get out of here, and, do your shirt up." As she absently pulled her blouse shut and fumbled with the few remaining buttons, Arlo became aware of movement behind them. He swung around to find a crowd of players in the doorway. Kai spoke first. "Oh man, you just poked the bear. Judging by the amount of blood, he'll be dead soon, meaning he could be back here any second. I'd get the hell out if I were you." "Why didn't he go into God mode?" Arlo asked. "He said there was no point?" "If you mean after he was shot, then he's right. There's no point. Nothing changes while you're in God mode. Your gameplay pauses, then picks up exactly where you left off. In his case, lying in a pool of blood, still dying." "We could grab his stash of mage pomelos," one of the players said from the back. "No way," another argued. "That's a lot of blood." "It's a gut shot, plus 1 to the chest." "And a knife wound in the side," Arlo clarified. A murmur swept through the group gathered in the doorway, offering a number of options. "He could use the crimson cloak." A sudden silence fell. It was Kai who'd spoken last, and he looked pointedly in Arlo's direction. "Use my cloak?" Arlo repeated. "On him? No way." "Leighton would rather die," another player interrupted. "He wouldn't waste time on pomelos, and he wouldn't waste the cloak when he has infinite lives. He'd trade it for something useful to him." Emery tugged on Arlo's hand. "We should go." Arlo nodded and addressed the crowd. Though he still held Leighton's revolver, he kept it pointed at the floor. "Are any of you going to try and stop us?" Most of the players moved aside. Kai remained where he was. "We could lock you up. Leighton'll be pleased with us. Brownie points and all that." "Seriously?" Arlo could barely contain his scorn. Are you his little puppy dogs? I thought it was the NPCs with no will of their own. Realizing Emery stood by his side, listening intently, he shut up about that for now. You're all players, right? You're all sitting at home on your computers plugged into this game. Why are you scared of Leighton? Why not take control instead of being his henchman? Kai smiled. Nice try, dude. It's not that simple. We're not scared of him. Well, I guess we are. With that, the others chuckled softly. He found the cup of infinite life, man. He's found more objects than the rest of us put together. He knows this realm inside out. He's the top dog around here, a super user. King of the hill. But why does it all have to be so violent? Arlo asked. Why not, Be nice? The small group laughed. Come on, man, Kai said with a roll of his eyes. Get your head out of your ass. It's a game. The NPCs aren't real. Hell, the players aren't real either. Not really. We can all die and come back again. Only with a limit. He gestured vaguely. But we all love it here. We get to plug in and hang out and we get paid while we're in here. You could too if you'd stop pissing off the boss man. Emery tugged at Arlo's hand again. Leighton doesn't have long, she whispered. We should leave. Your NPC is right, Arlo. Leighton will shoot you dead the moment he returns to life. Kai waved his fellow players out of the way. Clear a path. Arlo, we're gonna let you go. Spend the night somewhere. You'll have a choice to make tomorrow, if Leighton allows it. Spend the night where? With a raised eyebrow, Kai crossed his arms and said, Are you offering me your crimson cloak in exchange for one of my houses? Arlo scowled. No, because our deal was safe passage for Emery and me. We don't have that yet. That wasn't exactly what we agreed on. You know it was. Kai glowered at him. Then I can't help you. You killed Leighton and stole his new girl, so safe passage is off the table now. You're a fugitive, man. You'd better run. Arlo could see that Kai was disappointed, but he also recognized a sense of honor among thieves. They could easily wrench the crimson cloak from his neck, pin him to the floor until Leighton returned, and throw Emery into shackles. Yet they refrained. Maybe this was how a gang operated. There had to be some kind of code. He shoved the revolver into his belt, took Emery by the hand, and led her through the silent crowd to the grand lobby. A few new figures loitered in the background, more scantily clad women. Arlo paused when he recognized one of them. Isn't that, he said, nudging Emery. She glanced over and sucked in a breath. Indira! But though she made a move toward her, the players blocked her way, and Kai wagged a finger. No, don't push it. Get out of here while you can. Arlo protested again, as he and Emery were ushered out the front door. Where can I find Pinnacle? Kai kept shoving. I've been extra nice and helpful so far, but I'm done. Find your own path. Good luck. With that, the door shut in Arlo's face. Chapter 30, First Night in Midway. The rain kept on coming. Would it ever end? Arlo couldn't help noticing Emery's sullen expression. He guessed it was because she felt deprived of killing Leighton for good. He took her hand and led her along the path to the curving, sloping road. It continued on up a little farther, then leveled off and disappeared down a narrow alley. The streets were even more crowded here than below, with houses on top of houses, stacked in a haphazard fashion as though a giant toddler had been playing with building blocks, some perched diagonally across others. It's like someone generated the town using AI. What? Emery said, pushing her bedraggled hair from her face. It's all so random and... He shrugged. Never mind. Come on. Let's find somewhere to hole up. They walked, taking one alley after another, their trek often sheltered from the rain under numerous protruding buildings overhead. They turned tight corners, climbed steps, and wound their way through the town to the other side. It wasn't far as the crow flies, but no straight routes existed. It was turn after turn, a catacomb of alleys. Here, Arlo suggested, stopping at a random house. No lights were on. In fact, he'd seen very few lights at all despite the darkening gray sky. It was, as Leighton had mentioned, A ghost town. They approached the front door and stood under the covered porch. The walls had a stucco finish, painted some kind of dirty yellow, and the door itself was burnt orange with a deep red handle. Arlo peered into the small diamond window and saw no sign of life. It wasn't a huge surprise to find the door unlocked. He entered, and Emery followed close behind. With the door shut, a welcome peace descended. "This is quite nice," Arlo murmured as they walked down the short hall to a modest living space. It reminded him of a hotel suite, furnished with a sofa and armchairs, dining table, credenza, and a small modern kitchen. The appliances surprised him. A fridge and microwave, stovetop, dishwasher. It was all here, just like in the real world. "I don't get it," he went on, poking through drawers. "Look, silverware, plates and bowls, cups and glasses. It's a hotel suite. Where are the bedrooms?" He returned to the hall to find a bathroom, large shower with glass surround, clawfoot tub, and toilet, all spotlessly clean, before realizing another door led to a hidden staircase. Feeling like he'd just arrived at a vacation resort, he headed up the steep flight of carpeted steps and couldn't help gawking at the 2 bedrooms he found on the next level. They were a good size, and the one at the back had an enormous floor-to-ceiling window overlooking a breathtaking view. He stood for a while, awed. The weather might be crap right now, but he had no doubt the landscape of rugged hills and distant mountains would be a beautiful sight in the dazzling sunshine. He couldn't wait to wake up in the morning and, "Oh," he murmured, "I get it." "What's wrong?" Emery said from over his shoulder. He turned to her. "Nothing. That's the point. I mean, some might choose to build a town by the sea or a lake, but this weird, chaotic hilltop town works too. All of these homes just sitting here, empty and available, not a spot of dust anywhere. It's unreal. It's the kind of town people like me would kill for." "Why?" Arlo glanced at her. "I can't afford the place I'm living in. My girlfriend left me recently and she was paying half the rent. I don't make enough on my own." He frowned. "Not sure why I'm telling you this. That's a whole other world. The point is, I'm strapped for cash. This," he gestured vaguely. "This town is just sitting here, freely available for players to use and enjoy like a vacation, all the while getting paid in the real world and not missing a single day of work. I could pay my rent after a couple of evening sessions with the VR headset on." He trailed off, as Emery seemed to have lost interest in what he was lamenting about. Or maybe something in her programming prevented her from absorbing too much external information. "There is a lake," she said. Arlo followed her gaze to the distant, mirror-like surface far to his right. "Oh yeah, I guess that's Jake's lake." He turned to find an ensuite bathroom, and he sighed. "Geez, it's all here, except food." He screwed up his face. "Where do they get groceries around here?" Immediately, the skiff sprang to mind, and the lift. But those kinds of groceries weren't what he had in mind. It was one thing to demand grain, eggs, bread, and slabs of meat from the hard-working people of Old Village. But that didn't gel with the modern dwellings of Midway. What about chips, he wondered aloud. Sodas, beer, just everyday stuff? We need to eat while we're in the game. I guess our brains need nourishment. And we have everything we need here except basic food. I can't imagine sacks of grain being much good here. Seeing how Emery looked so tired, and how quickly the sky was darkening, he decided to keep his questions for later. "I think we're safe, for now," he said, going to inspect the ensuite. "Unless Leighton can use his god mode to find us, in which case we're screwed no matter what. We have to assume he can't or won't, so let's hunker down and rest. But we'll keep the lights low when it gets dark." He had to show her how to switch lights on and off, but he insisted she only use the one in the bathroom for now. Keeping the ensuite light on, but the door mostly shut, would provide sufficient light in the bedroom. There was no need to illuminate their presence across the town. Though the bedroom's massive window had curtains, Arlo left them open. The apartment stuck out over the mountain, so it wasn't like anyone could see in. The view in the morning would be amazing to wake up to. He gestured to the bathroom. "Take a hot bath. I'll get a shower downstairs. We can hang our clothes up to dry. Let's just make ourselves at home." It only took a moment to show Emery how to use the taps for hot and cold water. Her sullen, tired expression lit up. She gasped at the wonder of it and kept turning the taps on and off. "Fill the tub," he explained, "and adjust the heat as you go. Look, here's some soap stuff you can use. I'm telling you, this place is like a hotel." He frowned. "I wonder if there's coffee." He left her to it and returned to the kitchen downstairs. There was indeed a coffee maker, along with packets, filters, and pods. He stared at the glass pot as it percolated, releasing the wonderful smell. He noticed, too, that the fridge was loaded with beer, and a credenza in the living room was fully stocked with liquors and wines. "This is nuts. We're in a damn hotel suite. Midway is a resort town full of empty places to stay, for free. And that's how they get you. It might not be the Bahamas, but it's not exactly a slum either. Very comfortable and welcoming, private and quiet. And when you wake up on a bright sunny morning, you and your friends can get together, take the skiff out and go shoot some Quanthors, or maybe beat up a few useless NPCs. Then party in the evening with endless alcohol, women for the taking, or men if you're a female player. Or both." He grimaced, certain that these sickeningly dark thoughts were prevalent among the other players. This was their jam: parties, drinking, and senseless violence. If he were a sadistic bastard, he'd probably choose free play as well. Hanging up his crimson cloak, he stripped off his clothes and arranged them on the side of the downstairs bathtub. Then he took a hot shower and suddenly wondered if there was a TV. He hadn't seen one, but it might be in a cupboard or something. What channels would a TV be subscribed to in this place? Could he get the internet here? Keen to find out, he wrapped a towel around his waist and went to look. Nothing. No TV, no internet ports, nothing. The hotel was modern but unplugged. How ironic. But maybe that made sense. The entire realm was an AI-generated dreamscape, probably enhanced by human imagination. There had to be a limit to how far make-believe could extend. It likely took way too much processing power to create fully realized TV shows just for the sake of background detail. "Oracle," Arlo said, flopping down on the sofa. "What do I need to know? What's next for me?" The screen opened up. "Seek the mysterious Pinnacle and make an important choice that will decide the fate of this realm as well as your own." Arlo sighed. "Yeah, great. What is Pinnacle exactly?" After a pause, the screen replied, "I cannot answer that. Find the mysterious Pinnacle, and all your questions will be answered." "But where do I start? Would you like to switch to multiple choice?" "No. You have declined and will remain in adventure mode. Seek the mysterious Pinnacle and make an important choice that will decide the fate of this realm as well as your own." "You're useless." As if stung by his comment, the screen closed. He considered opening it up and questioning Kai or some of the other players, but he had a feeling none would be forthcoming. He understood that, at least. He and Emery were on their own for the moment. Well, let's enjoy the evening, get a good night's sleep, and figure it out in the morning. He almost drifted off in the quiet solitude. Another thing his mind boggled over was the lighting. He'd turned on a few low-level lights both upstairs and down, just enough for them both to avoid stubbing their toes in the darkness, and he sat on the sofa wondering where the hell the electricity came from. This added another layer of surreal mystery to the place. Nothing surreal about it. It's a minor detail. The game doesn't have to answer every little question. He disagreed with the voice in his head. Part of world building was ensuring realism. What's real about the dome? What's real about coming back to life after you're killed? "Shut up," he muttered. It grew dark outside. He drew the heavy curtains in case Leighton was out there looking for him. There was no sign of Shriekers, which was good in one way, but it meant the players could wander freely at night. Tired, he climbed to his feet, secured his towel, and went to check on Emery. "Are you okay in there?" he asked from outside the ensuite door. It was ajar. No sound came from within. "Emery?" Still nothing. Alarmed, he pushed the door open and peeked inside. She was asleep, the water absolutely still around her chin. He approached cautiously. Emery, it's time to get out and go to bed. Soap suds floated on the water, covering much of her body. Her knees were drawn up a little so she could lie flat. Another couple of inches, and her mouth and nose would be submerged. Gently, he touched her shoulder and gave her a shake. Hey! She jerked suddenly and pushed herself bolt upright. What? Arlo backed away, politely averting his gaze. Just checking on you. You fell asleep in the tub. Never a good idea. How about you pull the plug and go to bed now? Get some proper sleep. I'll be in the room next door, okay? He exited, with an image of her soapy, nude body fixed in his mind. Show some restraint, he admonished himself. Why? Another part of his mind demanded. Because... He wondered about that for the next 5 minutes. In the end, he decided it wasn't simply because she'd been created by a computer, but because she lacked a human's free will. As an NPC companion, she was supposed to help him on his quest, and that probably included a built-in predisposition to indulge his whims, whatever they might be. Even worse, she was a remnant of a real person. It would seem like taking advantage of a woman while she was possessed by someone else. He shuddered. Yeah, no thanks. After he'd retired to his room, hung up his towel and slipped between the sheets, she appeared in the doorway, clasping her own towel to her chest. He put the bedside lamp on and blinked at her. I'm sorry to bother you, she said tentatively. Bother me? You're not bothering me. What's up? I'm worried about the Shriekers. The window is so large, they can see inside. Arlo frowned. His own window was next to the bed, but it was tiny and faced the wall of the adjacent building across the alley. Hers was bigger and open to the sky. There aren't any Shriekers on the mountain, he assured her. We're too high, right? You said they couldn't fly much higher than the forest, and that even cliff climbers are safe from them. We're way higher than that. I think we're okay here, but you can close the curtains if you prefer. I tried. They won't move. He considered. I think they're powered. There should be a button or a switch somewhere. Emery approached, still clutching her towel. It wasn't wrapped around her, just dangling in front. Was this part of her programming? Was this how NPCs unwittingly ensnared players and guaranteed their return in free play? It made sense. Once the game launched, Julian Ravencroft wouldn't be paying players to be here. They'd be paying him. He had to maintain interest. Maybe you're right, Emery said. The noise I'm hearing sounds different to a Shrieker. It's deeper. Arlo sat up straight. Wait, what? There's a noise? Yes, something's outside. Just then, through the open doorways, emanating from her room, came the sound of violent scratching on the glass. Arlo leapt from the bed and pulled his pants on. Meanwhile, Emery cowered against the wall. Rather than rush into her larger room, he paused in the doorway and risked a peek. Only the light in the bathroom remained on, a sliver through the gap in the door, so the room was shrouded in darkness. But a figure stood on a ledge right outside the window. It was man-shaped, about 7 feet tall, gaunt as a skeleton, with enormous bat-like wings instead of arms. They were spread wide, the claws of the wing fingers scratching at the glass while it pressed its hideous face close and peered in. Its mouth hung open, teeth glinting in the subdued light. Eyes shone a glowing white. When it let out a screech, it was faint but deep, just as Emery had said. Arlo stayed back from the door. I don't think it can see me, he whispered over his shoulder. It's searching the room. Maybe it's Midway's version of the Shrieker, a squawker. Though it gave him the heebie-jeebies, he wasn't too worried. But who the hell wanted a monster like that staring in all through the night? He retreated to his own room, where he found Emery still cowering against the wall, clutching her towel and trembling. Take my bed, he said. There's only a small window in here. I'll take yours. With that thing out there? He shrugged, trying to look nonchalant. Like I said, it can't get in. I'll close the curtains, turn the bathroom light out, and sneak into bed. It'll probably get bored and fly off after a bit. It's because it's so late, she muttered. We're not supposed to be awake. Staying up after hours is forbidden for a reason. Shriekers can smell fear, and those who stay awake at night are often fearful. Yeah, well, that thing isn't a Shrieker, he argued. Go to bed. See you in the morning. She nodded, crossed the room, let her towel drop to the floor, and quickly slid under the covers. Arlo dutifully picked up her towel and went to hang it up in the closet. Then he switched off her bedside lamp and sidled toward the doorway in almost complete darkness. Before he could leave, she said, "I felt so angry and fearless today, yet so nervous now. Yeah, the Braveheart Plums really worked. I don't like this place. Those men, that creature." "She wants you to go to her," he thought, "and you know where that'll lead." "You're gonna be okay," he said softly. "See you in the morning. Sleep tight." He quietly closed the door. Then, standing on the landing between the two bedroom doors, he waited and listened. The creature had gone quiet, but when he peered around the doorframe, it was still there and happened to be glancing his way. It spotted him and immediately started up with its scratching and squawking. "Oh, shut up," he grumbled. He hurried into the ensuite and snapped off the light. With the room plunged into darkness, all he saw now was the creature's vague silhouette against the night sky. The moon was up there somewhere, behind the rain clouds, a faint smudge of light over the horizon. He fumbled for the button that would close the curtains, then decided against it. Determined not to let some oversized critter unnerve him, he slipped his pants off, threw them over a post on the headrest, and snuck into bed. "Oracle," he said quietly. His screen lit up, fiercely bright. As he'd expected, the creature at the window didn't appear to notice it. "What's that nasty bat person called?" "The people of Midway refer to it as the Stalker. It will follow you everywhere you go until it decides to leave you alone." Arlo let that sink in. "Well, that's just—" With a sigh, he thought for a moment. "How do we get rid of it?" "You cannot." "Seriously? I mean, what is it? What does it want?" "That information is unknown." "You don't know?" "According to lore, the Stalker has been around for centuries. It has never attacked. Its purpose is unknown." "That's the game's backstory. What is it, really?" "That information is forbidden." The creature had continued scratching after Arlo had turned out the light, but it fell silent again. He watched closely, certain it couldn't see inside the room. Maybe he'd get some sleep after all, despite the creepiness of the situation. As he was about to doze off, the creature moved. Its claws scrabbled and scratched at the glass as it turned around on the narrow ledge. With a curious flapping noise, it vanished into the night. Chapter 31. Control Room. Rosie grew more impatient by the minute. Her grandson, bless his heart, had been regaling Emery with endless game-related statistics and tales ever since announcing that the current player had settled down for the night. The young reporter listened intently while recording the information. Once in a while, she cut a glance toward her while Julian droned on. "And in Level 2, for example," he said, "there are a dozen players clustered in one area, just like in Midway, only at the side of a river. The difference is that—" Julian stopped, his eyes widening. "Hold up, what am I doing? You're about to play Level 2 as soon as Arlo's game is done. No spoilers from me, then." He laughed, and Emery smiled. "One thing that puzzled me about Level 1, she said, is how so many players happened to be in the game at the same time as me. I had the VR headset on for less than an hour at lunchtime today. Doesn't that mean the other players did too?" Julian slapped his thigh and barked a laugh. "Yeah, because one thing all of you seem to have in common is being your own boss, or at a job with flexible hours, or no job at all. And when a new player enters the game, everyone gets the alert and everyone wants in on it." Emery nodded slowly. "I see. Okay, another random question then. What if the current player completes Level 1 and goes straight on to Level 2? Do they just continue for another 4 or 5 days, or is there a break?" "It's up to them. It's like any game. You can quit and return to play the next level later, or you can carry straight on. You could do all the levels if you wanted." "How many are there?" "Ah, now that's classified," Julian grinned. "I'm thinking of keeping that a secret. I don't like the idea of players knowing there's a finite end to it all." "But is there an end?" Julian simply smiled. Emery pursed her lips. "If a player continues from one level to the next and then to the next, well, that might be 12 or more days in the game, but in reality, it's 3 hours tops." "Right, But what if the player needs the bathroom? Will he know he needs the bathroom while he's inside the game? For that matter, why do players in the game feel a need to pee if their real body doesn't? This caused Julian to chuckle. These are all great questions. Truth is, in the game, the mind simply expects a need to pee every few hours. And so it does, purely out of habit, the same way it feels hunger and sleepiness. Now, will that need to pee cause the real body to have an accident in this armchair? No. But if it were the other way around, for example, if I drank a gallon of water right now and then put on the VR headset, would my game self feel a constant need to pee? Yes, it would. Rosie couldn't help noticing a short line of text flashing red on his screen. Julian, dear, what's that? He followed her gaze to the screen. Then he jerked forward and stared harder. Damn it, the CDU is overheating again. The what? Emery asked as he slipped his headset onto his head. Coolant distribution unit, he mumbled. He tapped on his keyboard. After a moment, he said, Mims, put Troy on the phone again, will you? Yeah, it's acting up. I'll go take a look if he can walk me through what the hell I'm looking at. He abruptly jumped to his feet, glared at Rosie and Emery, and snapped his fingers at them. You two, out. He rudely ushered them from the room before they had a chance to comment. Once in the hallway, he pulled his office door shut and set off at a brisk pace, still talking to Mims, his headset apparently having a decent range on it. A moment later, he was gone. Rosie felt a shiver of excitement. It was now or never. I'm going back into the game, she whispered to Emery. Just a quick trip. Rosie, it'll be all right, dear. Stay here. I'm going to borrow one of those gadgets. Pushing open the office door again, Rosie snuck inside. Over to one end of the workstation sat 3 VR headsets, stacked in a pile. They were black, and so was the table, and everything else in the modern gaming world. They blended in so deeply that she doubted a missing set would even be noticed. She grabbed one and hurried out before her grandson returned and flipped his lid. Are you sure about this? Emery murmured. Rosie nodded. Come and watch over me. My bedroom's just down the hall. Once they'd slipped inside, Rosie locked the door and took off her shoes. She lay down on her bed with Julian's stolen contraption clasped in her hands. Go easy, Emery warned, perching next to her. In and out, okay? Understood. Rosie winked, took a few deep breaths, and carefully placed the VR headset over her face. As before, the screen gradually illuminated and faded into a picturesque aerial scene of Old Village sprawled below. Unlike before, however, lines of text appeared. Player recognized. Connecting. Player connected. Duration is 5 minutes. Alter, yes or no. Realizing it was awaiting her decision, Rosie whispered, yes, alter. Set duration in minutes to 5, 10, 15, 30, 45, 60, manual. Not wanting to push her luck, Rosie said, 10 minutes should be fine for now, thank you. Duration is 10 minutes. Approx NPC age is 40. Alter, yes or no. Oh goodness, Rosie murmured. Yes, alter. Let's go with 20 years old. The computer flashed an ellipsis for a moment, clearly busy. Then it returned a new message. There are no suitable NPCs in range of the current player at this time. Would you like to continue anyway, elsewhere in the game, or await the next available NPC within the player's proximity? Rosie clicked her tongue. This was getting tiresome. I'd like to wait for the player to be nearby. The current player is in sleep mode. Upon awakening, there is a statistically high chance he will visit the nearest convenience store. Would you like to occupy the NPC who manages the store? Well, goodness, yes, that will be fine. Please stand by. Your gameplay will commence shortly. At that point, a progress bar popped up. It gave no indication of the exact wait time, only that she was on hold. Right now, Arlo Cross was still asleep in the game. When morning came, he and his Emery NPC would resume play and, in theory, run across another NPC at the local convenience store. As mundane as that sounded, Rosie couldn't wait to jump in. Stand by. Her view of the realm shifted. It left the pleasant old village scene behind and entered real time, where it was dark. She glimpsed sinister phantoms, and then, as though caught in an updraft, began a slow ascent alongside the steep cliff face, up and up, until she reached the top and peered beyond to a vast landscape of silhouetted mountains under a moonlit sky. Stand by. She kept drifting toward those dramatic peaks. The sun rose beyond, and the sky over the horizon began to lighten, starting with orange hues that chased away the night. Morning inside the domed realm was fast approaching, and soon Arlo and Emery would be up and about, wandering the streets of Midway on top of the mountain. Loading. Begin. Rosie gasped, her world altered in a heartbeat. One moment she'd been floating gracefully toward the shadowy town, and the next, a maelstrom of green, sparkling light all around, flashing and flickering as she bonded with her assigned NPC avatar. It seemed to get a little easier with each game entry, but it still disoriented her. She made a mental note: tell Julian he should include a strobing light warning for those susceptible to seizures. Suddenly, she stood blinking behind the counter of a well-lit convenience store. The sun shone outside. She was here. She was in Midway. Her legs were suddenly wobbly. Breathing hard, she took a moment to calm her nerves. The fact that she had arrived in such a mundane place barely registered. She was far more interested in how it felt to possess a new body. A quick study of her small work area indicated no handheld mirrors or reflective surfaces, so she shuffled out from behind the counter to go find something useful. No, not shuffled. She walked on nimble young feet. Gasping with delight, she glanced down at herself. She wore regular jeans, a red t-shirt, tennis shoes, and a name badge pinned to her chest, as if she'd simply been transported to the nearest Dollar General. Twisting the badge around, she read Arlen, store manager. "Huh," she said, then jumped at the sound of her own unfamiliar voice. She spoke again, testing her voice. "Hello, Arlen. So you're in charge of this store? Well, I hope you don't mind me taking over for 10 minutes. The store had everything she'd expect to find, including a few handheld mirrors. She grabbed one and peered into it. A redhead stared back at her. She had a smattering of freckles and some pretty green eyes. Not as young as she'd hoped for, though. Perhaps in her early 30s? Still, a step in the right direction. Ava, the baker from Old Village, had been 40-something. "My goodness," Rosie whispered. "This is simply amazing." She trawled down one aisle and up the next, returning to the counter at the front end of the store. There was another aisle to explore, but something else caught her attention. Movement on the narrow, sloping road outside. 2 figures approached. 2 players, dressed in distinctly non-regular clothing, looking like they'd stepped out of a fantasy world and into a more modern setting that jarred with their attire. 2 familiar faces, Arlo Cross and Emery McIntyre. "Well, bless my soul," Rosie murmured. "There they are again." Chapter 32. A Quest for Food. Day 5. Light streamed through the window. Arlo woke and yawned. He was glad he'd left the curtains open. From where he lay, the entire landscape spread out before him, a magnificent sunlit view. No more rain. The sky was a deep blue, and what remained of the rain cloud seemed to be clearing out pretty fast. He stayed put for a while, enjoying the warmth of the sun's rays across his skin. What a way to wake up. He was beginning to think the other players had the right idea about spending time here. This was the start of his 5th day. The 4 days he'd spent inside the game might only be about an hour in real life, but it had to be a powerful restorative for the mind, a different kind of meditation from which you awoke relaxed and refreshed. The plan today, he reminded himself, is to find Pinnacle, wherever and whatever that is. He spoke rhetorically, and the computer refrained from lighting up and regaling him with nonsense riddles. "When I find Pinnacle," he went on, comforted by the sound of his own softly spoken voice, "I need to make the decision to restore the realm and go home, or not. What if I want to stay? That would be the free play option. The only thing is, Emery wants the realm to be restored. Can I do both? How would that work? At that moment, Emery screamed. Arlo leapt out of bed with his heart thudding. He rushed out of the room and collided with Emery on the landing, who spun around and pointed. The stalker was now outside her window in the alleyway, clinging to the frame and looking in at them. Though its eyes still shone white and expressionless, the mouth definitely grinned. Arlo reached inside the room and slammed the door shut. Then he turned and hugged Emery, who was trembling. It was only then Arlo fully realized they were both naked and mashed up against each other. Gently, he pulled away. Go and get dressed," he mumbled, his words coming out in a rush. "Are you hungry?" "I am. We need food." She nodded and went to collect her clothes from the larger room. Arlo's pants were in there too, but he paused for a moment, watching her. Is the real Emery still in her head somewhere? What if she's trapped inside, watching closely but unable to prevent her body from being used as a puppet? What a terrifying thought. But it's not her body. Emery borrowed the NPC's body while she was here. Now she's gone. This isn't really her at all. It never was. His mind seemed to be arguing with itself. Yeah, but remnants of Emery's personality remain. So what? It's a copy. You're fretting over a cloned and doctored persona inside a digitally created host. True, it's weird though. I feel like the real Emery is watching me. Arlo tore his gaze away and turned back to the small bedroom. Inching the door open, he peered inside. The creature was still there, loitering outside the window. It tilted its head at him and opened its mouth to reveal those tiny, sharp teeth. "What the hell do you want?" Arlo grumbled. He closed the door. A few minutes later, dressed in dry clothes, he and Emery ventured downstairs to hunt for food. They checked every cupboard and came up short. It stood to reason nothing perishable would be stored in an empty abode, but a couple of complimentary breakfast protein bars wouldn't have gone amiss. Even the fridge was empty aside from a good supply of beer. "We need to eat," Arlo said unnecessarily as they stood on the doorstep and peered out. Their view was limited to a slice of narrow road directly in front of them, but a quick peek around the walls of the covered porch showed it was clear in both directions. For now. His stomach rumbled. He fingered the pouch hanging off his belt. He had a few edibles stored in there, but nothing he'd call breakfast. "How do we find Pinnacle?" Emery asked. "Eat first," Arlo insisted. "Let's head downhill, and hurry. I think the stalker is still attached to the bedroom window." They set off, glancing up at the house as they went. An alley ran alongside, and in that darkened space the strange creature could be seen clinging high up on the wall. It gave Arlo the creeps. The complete lack of activity unnerved him. He'd half expected a team of players out looking for him, ordered by Layton to track him down. But maybe Layton hadn't returned to the game yet. Either way, the single, spiraling street was empty, and so were all the houses they passed, except for one. A lonely figure stood in a doorway as they hurried past. It was a woman, and she wore a robe as she coolly watched them in silence, her arms folded. Player or NPC? She neither smiled nor scowled. Her black hair hung loose and untidy, like she'd just crawled out of bed. He halted. "Hold up," he whispered to Emery. "We can't just wander around without a clue where to go." Checking Layton's revolver and his knives were on hand, he turned and climbed the street to where the woman stood in her doorway at the top of some steps. "Can you help us?" Arlo asked. "Get lost." "Probably a player, then." He sighed. "We need to eat. Can you give us a clue?" She said nothing. Arlo started to climb the steps. The woman refused to move for a second or two, but then she retreated a little, ready to slam the door shut. "I don't want any trouble," Arlo assured her. "Why does it have to be like this? Please, we're hungry. Just a bit of food, that's all. Do you have any, or can you point us to somewhere?" The woman looked him up and down. "Are you going to be sticking around in free play?" Definitely a player, he thought. "Honestly, I don't know." Arlo moved a little closer and glanced back at Emery, who remained in the street. He lowered his voice. "If I do, what happens to her? Because she wants me to restore the realm, and I can't do both. Or can I?" Now the woman smiled, though unpleasantly. "Are you falling for her? Figures. A beautiful girl with a nice body and no brain. You're a typical shallow man. I'm not shallow. And what about you? Why are you here? He broke off. Arguing about her morals wouldn't help. Look, the point is, I don't know if I can restore the realm if it means losing her. He let that sink in. It wasn't a lie. The woman narrowed her eyes. You know, the longer we stay here, the more it becomes a home to us, and the more we detest newcomers. Do you get that? Midway is a secret haven. It's ours. If it were up to me, we'd just go ahead and kill all the newcomers, but it's not up to me, so... I'm just looking for some food. Do you have some? Not here, she said scornfully. After a pause, she rolled her eyes. But there are stores. There's one down this road. You can't miss it. Arlo nodded and took a polite step backward. Thank you. And, where can I find Pinnacle? Get lost. With that, she slammed the door. Arlo and Emery continued down the road. Friendly bunch, he muttered. They were once in my shoes. You'd think they'd be a bit nicer to newbies. Then again, maybe not. The woman was right. He was an intruder in this place. He imagined he'd feel the same way if he'd been coming and going to this secret haven for any length of time, and new people kept showing up. The woman's accusation rang in his head. Are you falling for her? Was it that obvious? A jolt of angst shot through him. Imagine if he actually let himself fall in love with an NPC. How could he ever go home? He'd have to choose free play just to continue being with her, and then she'd hate him, because he'd be one of them. But if he restored the realm, wouldn't he lose her anyway? This was the important choice he was supposed to make, and it was beginning to suck. Penny for your thoughts? Emery asked him. He realized she'd been peering intently at him as they walked. He sighed. Sorry, I'm just hungry. I'm hangry, you know? Don't fall for her. Don't do it. Get some food, then find Pinnacle, restore the realm, and go home. A shadow fell across the street. He knew instantly it was the stalker, and sure enough, he glanced up to find the creepy creature gliding by overhead. It was looking down at him with those burning white eyes, silent and watchful, stalking him. But then a distant noise distracted him. He paused to listen, shielding his eyes against the dazzling morning sunlight. It sounded like gunfire. Yeah, definitely. He instantly felt exposed, and he grabbed Emery's hand and tugged her to the side of the street under the shelter of overhanging rooftops. The gunfire was sporadic and seemed to be shifting about quite a bit. Curious, Arlo scoured the sky, looking for movement. I know that sound, Emery whispered, her face pale. It's what they use sometimes, instead of the skiff. What do you mean? What do they use? The rattling shots echoed off the houses, even louder than before. Then a burst of activity caused Arlo and Emery to throw themselves flat against the wall to avoid being seen as a flock of large birds flapped past. There were enough to cause one sizable, flickering shadow on the road. Fire raptors, Emery hissed. They're dangerous. He watched in amazement as they flew overhead. Their bodies were man-sized, the wingspans 3 or 4 times larger still, and they resembled eagles only with fiery red feathers. Impressive though that was, it was the short bursts of fire that Arlo gawked at. Oh my God, he gasped. What is this? He couldn't count them all, but he guessed maybe 50 or more tore past, their flapping wings causing a surprising amount of noise, and their angry squawks sending shivers down his spine. Then, gunfire filled the air, and a stream of hot lead hammered into the rooftops, walls, and ground, not to mention the birds themselves. Several raptors jerked and twisted, feathers shooting in all directions as the creatures thudded down on the road. Most lay still after that, but a couple continued twitching. Arlo and Emery huddled together as the flock began to scatter. The drone of an engine followed, and a shape briefly showed itself. A couple of people in blue coveralls, side by side, feet dangling, attached to some kind of double-wide backpack that belched smoke. They were gone in a matter of seconds, though, chasing after some of the flock, their weapons rattling once more. What the hell was that? Arlo cried, crouching low. He had his arms around Emery, and she spoke close to his ear. They call it the dragonfly. This is the kind of hellfire they rain down on us from time to time. Arlo was aghast. But why? She had no answer, and he didn't expect one from her. He already knew this was the kind of crap players got up to, but to see it in person. Shooting innocent birds, he complained as he stood up straight. Beating people to death, abducting women. What the hell is wrong with these bastards? He trembled with anger, inwardly vowing to end this so-called haven and send the players packing. Emery climbed to her feet and touched his arm. You're not meant to understand why they do such things. If you did, you'd join them. But you have a different purpose, to restore the realm and set my people free. Yeah, well, she was mostly right, but he didn't want to get into his dilemma at the moment. His stomach still rumbled despite the scare. As they resumed their walk down the road, he couldn't help passing close to one of the felled raptors. The bird was enormous, one broken wing spread wide, the other pointing upward. The sightless eyes seemed to gaze at Arlo, and the open beak, yellow and vicious, looked ready to snap at him if he got too close. Did I really see them breathing fire? He wondered aloud. Emery nodded. They're predators, but they leave people alone. They go after hill goats and other mid-size animals. I've seen a flock attack a Quanthor or two. They use their fire to blind their prey. Not to cook it. He hadn't meant it as a serious question, but she shook her head anyway. No, they like their meat raw. Even the thought of uncooked, bloody meat failed to squash Arlo's appetite. His stomach growled again, and, as if he weren't already aware, Oracle chose that moment to pop up. You require sustenance. Find a convenience store and replenish your vitality. Yeah, I'm on it, Arlo muttered. Trust me, if I wasn't hangry before, I really am now. Chapter 33. On the Trail. The store actually existed. Arlo stared in amazement at a familiar grocery shop front. It lacked the mess of real-world signs and advertising usually adhered to the windows. It was cleaner and to the point. A sign read, Store, simple, no fuss. When they entered, Arlo couldn't help grinning. This is more like it. Emery, look at the snack food. He cast a cursory glance at the redhead behind the counter before moving through the aisles, marveling at the array of ordinary items found in any store back home. Donuts and chips, ready-made fresh sandwiches in a refrigerator, pastries and muffins. Emery looked completely lost, so he focused on her needs for a while. She was content to try something familiar, a deli sandwich, and he pushed both a BLT and a chicken salad into her hands before loading up on a couple for himself. He had to return to the front of the store to grab a basket, where he smiled at the redhead and hurried back to pile up on chips, cookies, and protein bars. I wish there were corn dogs and burgers, maybe some tacos, he commented. I could murder a burger and fries. Gotta wonder where all this gets shipped in from, though, and how. He stood and pondered that for a moment, trying to imagine a grocery delivery truck rumbling up the steep Midway road. It was a ridiculous thought. And then he remembered this was a game. In the real world, he'd been playing for a little over an hour. His body didn't need nutrition. His mind simply imagined it did. None of this food was real, therefore it didn't need shipping in from anywhere. Still, there had to be some game logic behind the free supply of grocery food. Why do these people need grain and bread from our farms? Emery asked, looking puzzled. They don't, Arlo said with a sigh. They don't need anything from you. That's nothing but a show of force, part of the game's backstory, what there is of it. They don't need your money either. Everything Midway could ever want is right here. Look, there's eggs and packaged ham and sausages. Everything except a simple burger joint. I wonder why ready-made fries and cheeseburgers are so hard to conjure up and keep hot. He shook his head, perplexed. Emery had found racks of assorted clothes and was sifting through the garments. Grab something, Arlo suggested. How do we pay for this? She whispered. Never mind how we... He stared at her, then frowned as he absently tapped his pockets. I don't know. That's a good point. It's not like I have my wallet with me. But don't worry about it for now, just go ahead. With wide eyes, she fingered the red fabric of a simple dress with spaghetti straps, then pulled it free and draped it against herself. Nice, Arlo told her. Not very practical for a quest, though. Seeing the look of disappointment on her face, he hurriedly changed his mind. Wait, no, it's fine. Go ahead, put it on. I'll be at the front of the store when you're ready. He sauntered away, glancing back only once to see her stripping off her poorly buttoned blouse. At the counter, he smiled again at the green-eyed redhead and placed the full basket in front of her. Then he spotted 6 packs of bottled water near the door and added one to his stash. Hi, he said to the NPC as he glanced at her name tag. So, Arlen, what kind of payment do you take here? She broke into a grin. Never mind that, young man. It's me, Rosie Denfield. He simply stared at her. Nothing clicked into place. Of course he recognized the old lady's name, but why on earth would this NPC... I have the VR on my head, she said, leaning across the counter. I'm Rosie. You came to see me about my shed. Julian doesn't know I'm here, but I don't have long. Cogs began to turn. You're... She was frowning now, looking down the aisle to where Emery was putting on the red dress. Rosie reached out and gripped his arm. Young man, why is she naked? But that was the last thing on Arlo's mind. I don't understand. Why are you here? Rosie let go of his arm, held up her hands, and wiggled her fingers with a look of wonder on her face. This is why. She suddenly stepped back and began hopping and skipping like an out-of-practice tap dancer. And this, she grinned at him, her red hair falling in front of her face as her weird rain dance turned into a pirouette. It was only then that another cog or two started turning. You were in Old Village, Arlo exclaimed. You were the baker lady. Rosie stopped dancing and nodded. Yes. Oh, when you're my age, taking over a body this young is... Goodness, it's magical. Well, good. Arlo had no idea what he was supposed to do with her unexpected visit from outside the game. Do you know how I'm supposed to pay for this food? With a chuckle, Rosie patted his arm. I do not. But since I'm in charge at the moment, I suggest you take what you need for free. She winked. I won't say a word. Arlo would have thanked her if his attention wasn't drawn to a small rack stuffed with folded maps. The legend read Midway. Huh? Really? What is it, dear? Instead of answering, he snatched up one of the maps and unfolded it across the counter in front of her. The map showed the entire town and its single, winding, spiraling road. All the structures were lovingly detailed. Many had names and words printed in neat lettering, including House of Leighton. There were 5 shop fronts, all simply marked Store and numbered 1 to 5. How imaginative. If he judged his present location correctly, Arlo stood in Store 3. And just up the hill from him, a woman's name was printed over a house on the right-hand side. Maggie. So that was who he'd spoken to? You can have the map as well if you like, Rosie said. More players were labeled, including the ones Kai had mentioned upon arrival. Colleen and Branwen and Wesley, plus a duo marked April and Jordan, and a bunch of other names he didn't recognize. He found Kai near the middle. What amazed him the most was another label near the top of the map, some way to the east of Leighton's place via passages and alleys. It was marked Arlo and NPC. He stared at that, a mixture of feelings surging through him. First, astonishment, because it had been labeled while he'd slept. How did these paper maps exist with such up-to-date information? Second, fear, because if the map was labeled, it meant the rest of the players could see exactly where he'd spent the night. That scared him. He and Emery had no way to remain hidden if the local grocery store had maps showing their whereabouts. Are you all right, Arlo? The redhead asked. I know this place is violent. Is there anything I can do to help with that? Her words barely registered. He was too focused on the details of the map. Outside the town, in the lowlands at the foot of the mountain, Jake's self-claimed lake was actually marked as such. Jake's Lake. He found that amusing. Then his smile faded. No way. His trembling finger traced a route from the foot of Midway's slopes, around the lake to a tiny triangle in a desolate region. It was labeled Pinnacle. Young man? He finally met her gaze. He jabbed his finger on the map. This is where I'm headed, if I can get there before the other players catch up to me. Rosie nodded and gripped his arm again. Tell me what I can do to help. I only have a minute or two left, but I can return. Maybe I can do something to make it easier for you here. He stared at her, thoughts swirling but nothing coming to mind. It could be interesting, having a conduit to the outside world, especially one who seemed to have snuck in behind Julian's back. But what could she do? If there were perhaps some way to sabotage the other players, leaving them no time to get in his way, or... What do you think? Emery asked in a soft voice from behind him. He glanced at her, only vaguely noticing the red dress she wore. Nice. Hey, look. He gestured at Rosie. This lady might be able to help us. She's from outside the game. Emery edged closer. From outside? Yeah, Rosie, tell her. But a strange look had come over the redhead's face. She seemed confused, glancing around as if wondering how she'd got there, blinking rapidly like she had dust in her eyes. Arlo quietly dropped the map into the basket, then took Emery by the elbow. We should go. Before Emery could protest, and before the redhead fully composed herself and returned to the here and now, Arlo marched outside with his basket of goods and around the corner out of sight. Perhaps not entirely by coincidence, he spotted a bench seat nearby, under the shade of an overgrown hedge. Arlo, we didn't pay for the... She said we could take them for free, he interrupted. Here, let's sit and eat. He fished out a sandwich from the basket. After ripping the packaging open, he handed her one half and bit into his own. Real or not, it completely fulfilled the expectations of his mind's desire, and he sighed with happiness for a moment lost in the simple pleasure of eating a decent sandwich. Emery seemed to like it too. They ate in silence for a minute or two, drank a bottle of water each, then tore into some chips and cookies. See this? Arlo said, with his mouth full after he unfolded the map. Look, it's Pinnacle. It's actually marked. Then that's where we need to go. Exactly. We're going there right now, straight down the mountain, then head northeast. He quickly refolded the map and stuffed it into the pouch on his belt, along with a few protein bars. It was full by then, as were their bellies. Their prospects and hopes had increased dramatically. He had room to stuff one water bottle into his belt. He left the others, along with empty wrappings, unfinished bags of chips and cookies, and the basket itself, on the bench. Littering wasn't Arlo's normal behavior, but this wasn't a normal world. Oracle, he said, as they continued down the slope with the sun on their backs. What's the best way off the mountain to the east side? Down the elevator? The screen opened up. The elevator is on the south side. There is no easy trail around the mountain. However, it is said that the pinnacle of transportation on the eastern slope is one way. Arlo's step faltered. What the hell does that mean? One way is a clue. He repeated the message to Emery so she, too, could ponder over the cryptic clue. I'll tell you, Oracle, you're getting on my nerves. Why can't you just give me a straight answer? Straight is also a clue. With that, the screen shut down. Arlo worked it through as they walked. The pinnacle of transportation, that's obviously a double meaning. Pinnacle can mean summit or mountaintop, but we're also trying to reach the place called Pinnacle, which happens to be down below. I think in that case, the word means the completion of our quest. Why is straight a clue? Because the route is straight down? And one way can only mean one thing. He had a horrible thought. What if Oracle meant them to jump off a cliff and fall? Their walk down the steep, winding road led them to a sharp bend. The road swung around to the right and leveled off. According to the map, it would take them all the way to the elevator they'd arrived in. That wouldn't do, but there was a narrow, fenced path off to the left, which intrigued Arlo. He peered at the map. This leads to the mountain's edge on the eastern side. There's nothing labeled, though. The path just ends. Maybe worth a look. Emery had no particular opinion on the matter, so Arlo led the way. He glanced back at her. You look nice in that dress. She smiled. Thank you. It's comfortable, but doesn't go with the boots. A shadow fell across the road. Arlo squinted into the sky to find the stalker creature passing overhead. It glared at him. Weirdo. Their path slowly curved around to the left, the fence on both sides at last giving way to tall, unkempt hedges. This was the town's outer limits. It seemed they were about to arrive at a cliff edge. Hopefully, there'd be steps or some way to descend. "Arlo," Emery whispered, suddenly gripping his arm. He'd seen it too. The path came to an end, widening into a sizable clearing on the edge of the mountain. Players stood there, silent and waiting for him. He counted 20 or so. Not all of them, but the majority. Kai was there, but Leighton was absent. The view would have been magnificent if he weren't so distracted. Mountains all around, a beautifully sunny day, absolute serenity for miles. If he were to stand closer to the edge, he'd get a good look down at the landscape and maybe view Pinnacle with his own eyes. But right now, they had an audience. "What's going on?" Arlo called, trying to keep his trembling to a minimum. "Are you here to stop me going to Pinnacle?" Nobody moved except Kai, who seemed to have been appointed as the spokesperson. "You're in my charge. I brought you here, and I still want that crimson cloak." "You can't have it," Arlo growled. "We don't have safe passage yet, and you haven't given us a home." "I know." Kai glanced around at his friends and colleagues. "We have rules here. Players don't steal from other players, so I need to buy the cloak from you as we agreed, or trade with you." Arlo had to admit that was fair. "I guess so, but that only works if I want to trade." "And what will it take to persuade you to trade?" The answer seemed obvious. He grinned inwardly. "Safe passage to Pinnacle. You give me that, you can have the cloak. Simple." The group of players shared glances. Arlo felt a shift in the air, some kind of unspoken agreement, or perhaps a vital piece of shared information he wasn't privy to. Whatever it was, it couldn't be good. Kai sighed. "Thing is, Leighton's not going to let you walk out of here. He's pissed." A sick feeling crept into Arlo's gut. He slowly reached for Emery's hand. "What does that mean?" "It means that you're not done here. Leighton wants a reckoning." "A reckoning?" Arlo couldn't help scoffing at the word. "Sounds like something a supervillain would say. He's not even here right now." "He's on his way, along with the rest." "The rest?" "Yeah, this is a pivotal moment, man. This is where you make decisions, but before that, he wants—" Kai cocked his head to one side. "Hear that?" A familiar, dull whine sounded off to the left somewhere, out of sight behind the short mountaintop trees. But it quickly grew louder, until a dark shape moved through the canopy. A machine drifting toward them in the air. The dragonfly wove into view, a small contraption consisting of 2 narrow seats fixed side by side, with an engine mounted behind them. That was about it, a kind of airborne double armchair. Though it was a 2-seater, only one person rode it at the moment, a dark-haired woman with the usual blue coveralls, her feet dangling, and her hands clamped around stubby joystick controllers fixed to the armrests. She descended to the clearing in front of everyone, the whining engine kicking up dust. A couple of struts popped out underneath to take the weight of the machine. It balanced precariously as she shut off the ignition, removed the seatbelt, and stepped away from it. Kai grinned at Arlo and gestured. "You're riding shotgun." "Huh?" he said. "Relax, it's fine. Your NPC can stay here. We'll be gone maybe 15 minutes. Arlo looked sideways at her. She gently shook her head, her expression begging him not to leave her with this large group. He took out the revolver and handed it to her. "If anyone gets too close, shoot him. I'll be back soon, okay? I think we've just got to do this." She took the weapon and scowled. "I don't like it." Kai approached and gave her a grin. "Relax. I'll have your man back before you know it." He nudged Arlo. "Seriously, she'll be safe. You have my word. Remember, I want your cloak so it wouldn't make sense for me to piss you off." Troubled, Arlo turned and sat in the passenger seat, which was identical to the other in every way, including the controls. Kai sat next to him and said, "Buckle up," then jabbed the start button. The engine roared. Almost before Arlo had fastened the seatbelt, the machine lifted off, its power rumbling throughout his body. Because his feet hung uselessly, he had the sense this was a ride at a theme park, only with no track. It moved fast, too. Kai gunned it, and they shot off the edge of the cliff and banked hard to the right. Arlo had no time to take in the scenery. He was too busy clinging on for dear life. He hoped the seatbelt wouldn't give out. "All right," Kai said, as they circled the mountain. "We're going for a quick ride down to the lower level, to Old Village. This little machine we're riding is called the Dragonfly. Very fast, maneuverable, and easy to control. And fun, right?" Arlo had to admit that it was pretty cool. "I thought it was out of commission." Kai chuckled. It was. But without the skiff, it meant rolling up our sleeves and fixing the leak. Just a fluid cable, but a pain in the ass to get to. It was startling how fast they got about. The mountain fell behind, and the edge of the cliff waited just ahead. "What are we doing, Kai?" "Having fun," the pilot yelled as he shoved forward on a lever and picked up speed. They roared low to the ground all the way to the cliff, and then shot over the edge. Woohoo! Their sudden height over the village far below was shocking. Arlo held grimly to the armrests as Kai circled and began a spiraling descent that caused a pressure change in their ears. "Stretch your jaw," Kai advised. "I'm going down pretty fast." "But what are we doing?" Arlo demanded. "Why are we here?" With a grin, Kai used a thumb to flip open a small plastic cover, revealing a simple round button illuminated in red. "We, my newbie friend, are going to have us a bit of target practice." Chapter 34. Air Assault. "Turn us around," Arlo shouted. "No way, man." Kai squinted, his eyes gleaming as he picked out some targets in the streets below. "Geez, look at 'em. Like a load of ants." Truthfully, they were so close now that the people fleeing in panic no longer resembled ants. They looked like humans about to be slaughtered by a maniac. "Kai, don't do this." But Kai jammed his thumb on the red button. The rattle of gunfire filled the air as bullets tore through rooftops and spattered the ground. A couple of people fell, glass shattered, dust and debris began to fill the air, and then the Dragonfly had reached the far edge of the village and the bullets cut into the tops of trees instead. "Yeah!" Kai roared. "Damn, it's... Dude, you've got to try it. I can steer while you shoot. You have your own weapon. If you want, I can let you take over the flight as well, but that's a bit more complicated to..." "Kai, enough. I'm not interested. What the hell's wrong with you? Those are people." The Dragonfly cruised at a steady pace over the forest. Ahead, the monastery came into view. "Dude, you've got to get past this. They are not people. Why is it so hard for you to understand? When these avatars die, they vanish in a puff of smoke. They literally wink out of existence. That's what I need you to see." He steered the Dragonfly around in an arc and headed back to the village. Arlo gripped the armrests in anger and despair. "Please," he begged. But Kai was insistent. "I need you to watch." This time, he carefully descended into one of the wider streets, at the intersection where the skiff had landed not so long ago. The tavern was right there on the corner. Unsurprisingly, not a soul could be seen. That didn't seem to deter Kai, though. "Send someone out," he yelled. "I don't care who. Just one person and I'll spare the rest." "Kai, shut the hell up, dude. Just watch." They hovered there for half a minute, almost within reach of the cobblestone, kicking up a billowing cloud of dust. No need to sweep the street now, Arlo thought, in an oddly detached way. Anything to keep his mind off what he feared would happen next. To his horror, the door creaked open. A man stepped out. He had to be in his 70s or 80s, his skin weathered, his white hair fine and wispy. He hobbled away from the tavern, leaning on a warped cane. "Yeah, makes sense," Kai muttered with a nod. "See, they think like people, sending out someone who doesn't have long to live anyway. But they don't seem to realize ordinary people don't vanish in a puff of smoke when they're killed. Are you ready?" "Kai, if you do this, then we're..." Too late. Kai jammed his thumb on the button. The weapon rattled, and probably 20 rounds ripped the old man apart. A window shattered behind him. Lifeless, he crumpled to the ground like a rag doll, his cane skittering away. "Keep your eyes open and watch," Kai growled at Arlo, "or I'll have to shoot another." Shuddering, Arlo had no choice but to stare in horror at the poor, innocent victim lying in a heap, and as he watched, the man's clothes began to flutter. A second later, the body dissolved into ashes. The gray dust, along with the equally dissolved tatters of clothing, floated off into the air, whirling like a miniature tornado as the particles rose and faded into nothing, perhaps to return as a shrieker when night fell. Very little remained on the ground except for shards of glass and bloodstains. Arlo felt sick. "You son of a—" Kai sighed. "Oh, come on, man. How much more proof do you want?" He wrenched on a lever, and the dragonfly began a sharp ascent. "Look, we don't willy-nilly shoot NPCs dead. We usually only hurt them so they stay in line and do as they're told. But you seem to be stuck on the idea that they're real people. They're not." There was no point in arguing. Arlo bit his tongue as Kai continued a slow, steady rise up the cliff. "Say something," Kai demanded. "Are you satisfied yet? This can be a ton of fun if you'd only lighten up." "There's nothing fun about it. These people could be pixelated frogs with googly eyes, and what you're doing would still be cruel." Kai scoffed and fell silent for a moment. "Do you even remember putting the VR headset on?" "Of course I do. It's just that there's always a moment when a new player believes it's all real. You act like your memory never returned, like you think this is real." "I remember everything. You know what? If killing is so easy for you, just murder me and take my cloak." Kai made an adjustment to the controls and steered closer to the cliff. "Maybe I will. And I'd sleep like a baby after, because you're only an avatar. I'd have to kill you a couple of times, but then you'd be done, problem solved. I'd still want the cloak, though. Will you give it to me if I promise to murder you?" "No. Damn it. Okay, so let's try something else. If you're so against the senseless slaughter of innocent NPCs, what if I promise to go after them more unless you willingly give me your cloak?" "Screw you." "Fine," Kai said with a chuckle. "Now let's see what we have here." Arlo sucked in a breath at the sight of a woman clinging to the cliff face. "Oh my God, no." Kai eased closer. The woman had seen and heard him, and she'd frozen in place, with her feet jammed into impossibly small nooks and crannies, and one hand gripping a slim hammer that was embedded deep in the rock. She twisted around to watch the dragonflies approach. She wore brown pants and a matching shirt, comfortable but warm. Her boots looked solid but slender-toed. What amazed Arlo was how little she carried. No ropes, just a simple backpack filled with essentials, as well as the hammer. She must have hooks stashed in her bag. How else would she sleep at night? "Hey there," Kai shouted. After a long pause, the woman mouthed something they couldn't hear over the engine. Kai cupped his ear. "What?" "She asked you not to harm her," Arlo croaked, his mouth dry. "Her name's Mullen. She's a person. Please, Kai, don't do this." "Oh, shut up. This is your last chance at redemption or whatever. Shoot this woman down, prove you're worthy to stay here in Midway, and then maybe Leighton'll go easy on you." Arlo twisted around to stare hard at the man. He'd made the mistake of thinking Kai was all right, not quite as bad as the rest, someone who might perhaps have a conscience. But no, he was as uncaring as the rest. "Does this place rot your brain the longer you stay?" he asked in all seriousness. Kai gestured at a control on Arlo's hand grip. "Flip the lid open. Press the button. Shoot this digitally created avatar from the cliff. Do it, or I'll do it myself, and you'll be sorry." Mullen understood exactly what was happening. She clung in terror, eyes wide, her hair whipping about. "Do it, Arlo." Kai's thumb was poised over his own firing button. He stared straight ahead, deadly serious. Arlo hesitated, his fingers instead creeping toward the knives strapped around his thigh. But at that moment, Mullen gasped. She blinked and shook her head, squinted, then focused on the roaring machine floating mere yards from her. And then her gaze dipped to the staggering drop below, and she cried out, her feet suddenly coming loose of the precariously narrow crevices she'd been using. She screamed and dangled helplessly, and it was only because her hand remained firmly glued to her pickhammer's handle that she didn't plummet to her death. "Do it now, before she falls," Kai warned. "It doesn't count if she—" Arlo whipped a knife free and jammed it hard through Kai's eye socket. The man went still in an instant, his shoulders slumping. Without his steady hand on the controls, the dragonfly began to list to the right. Arlo grappled with his own controller and yanked it too hard to the left, overcompensating and sending them both lurching in that direction. He fought to master the delicate maneuvering, nudging the stick instead of yanking on it. And just when he thought he had it, "Damn it!" he yelled, as Kai suddenly vanished into thin air and created a sudden imbalance that sent the dragonfly lurching to the left again. Meanwhile, Mullen's screams had turned into desperate whimpers as she scrambled to find her footing. Kai reappeared. Before the confused man could get a grip on his reality, Arlo let go of the control stick and grabbed another knife. "Get this thing under control," he snarled, pressing the tip so hard against Kai's throat that a bead of blood welled up. "Reach for your gun and you're dead." "Whoa, don't!" Kai exclaimed, one hand grabbing the control stick. He raised the other into full view. "Arlo, don't do this. This is my third life now. If you kill me, you'll be out of the game for good, I know. That's my point. Get us under control." Kai's expert hand quickly had the lurching dragonfly steadied. They hovered some 20 feet from the cliff. "Help her," Arlo warned, gesturing toward Mullen. "Get under her." Without a word, Kai did as he was told. Blood trickled down his neck, and he must have felt it soaking into his collar because his forehead beaded with sweat. "You're making a big mistake, man." Arlo said nothing. He found it interesting, though, how the prospect of one remaining life caused such a dramatic attitude adjustment. Kai moved the dragonfly closer to the cliff, and sometimes the angled jet nozzles caused the woman's blonde hair and clothing to flap like crazy. But at least she'd found the footholds again. "Sit on my friend's lap," Kai called to her. "We'll take you the rest of the way." The look of suspicion on her face was plain. Arlo, afraid the poor woman would be shot down if Kai grew impatient, reached out a hand. "Come on." The dragonfly eased closer and closer, bobbing gently, swaying to and fro. Kai was a mask of concentration as he nudged the controls in micro-movements. Mere inches from being squashed against the rocky cliff face, Mullen had no choice but to make a lunge for Arlo. The pickhammer, as if by magic, knew it was okay to unglue her hand, and just as it did so, Arlo grabbed her around the waist and yanked the frightened woman onto his lap. Kai had a moment without a knife blade at his throat, and he could have jerked the dragonfly backward and sent her toppling. Instead, he carefully retreated from the wall and began a slow ascent. "There we go," he said, putting on a cheerful tone. "Well done, Mullen. You've earned your place in Midway." Arlo, with Mullen on his lap, found it difficult to actively threaten the pilot, so he simply gripped his knife and held it at the ready. She wasn't heavy, but seemed overly scared of heights all of a sudden, squeezing her eyes shut and nuzzling up to his neck. "It's gonna be okay," he said. Her breath tickled his ear. "It's me again. It's Rosie." Startled, he almost blurted out her name. He bit his lip, casting his gaze askance at Kai. "I came back," she murmured. "My time ended, but I came back. I never expected to end up hanging off a cliff." Still, Arlo said nothing. Kai glanced at him. "So what now, newbie? You not only failed the test, but you killed me as well. You've made things worse for yourself. Layton's never gonna let that pass, nor will I." "Take us up," Arlo told him. "Oh, trust me, I will," Kai said. He scoffed and shook his head. "Life here can be great if you want it to be, but dude, I think that stick up your ass is too firmly wedged in there. Despite how she feels, that girl on your lap isn't real, nor is Emery. Stop talking, or I'll jab this in your other eyeball." "You should consider yourself lucky. The dragonfly is hard to learn. You could have crashed on Old Village. Mullen would be dead, and I mean dead, dead." "Enough," Arlo snapped, "or you'll be dead, dead." By this time, they'd reached the top of the cliff. Kai steered the dragonfly over the edge and picked up speed, heading toward the mountains. With the sudden lull in conversation, Mullen spoke again, or rather, Rosie. Her voice was soft, but fierce. "These people are awful. The moment I get back, I'll tell my grandson to switch off their VRs. This is appalling. I can't believe he condones this kind of violence. You and that lovely young woman don't deserve this nonsense. And frankly, nor do I. There was me, expecting to pop in and enjoy a moment with no arthritis, dancing around in a youthful body, and what happens? I end up clinging to a cliff while a nasty young man threatens to shoot me down. I've never in all my life dealt with such rudeness. Arlo thoroughly agreed, but he kept quiet. Kai, steering the dragonfly around the Midway mountain, started up again. I don't know if you know this, but nothing will change if you fall for this or store the realm crap. All you'll do is take away Leighton's many wives and a bunch of other NPCs we're partial to. But hey, we'll get to choose new ones, and that's always fun. It's kind of a shame we all have 3 lives to play with, Arlo said, speaking clearly to make sure Rosie picked up on his hint. It would be fairer if we all had just 1 life. Who cares about fair? It would make everyone less carefree. Humans are only supposed to have 1 life each. If we were all on our last lives right now, I'm betting we'd be nicer to each other. Kai glanced sideways at him. What? Seriously? Is your stick really that firmly wedged? Man, I give up. There's no hope for you. He sighed. I guess I'll turn you over to Leighton and let him deal with you. He stopped talking after that, and so did Rosie. She squirmed for a moment, then pushed herself upright in Arlo's lap and blinked with confusion. What happened? He could only force a smile. It's okay, Mullen. You're safe. Maybe. Chapter 35. Control Room. Rosie woke, her heart racing. The words "exiting game" flashed incessantly at her until she sat up and whipped the VR off her head. Oh my, she gasped, clutching her chest and blinking as her bedroom came into sharp focus. She felt hands on her arm. Emery was there by her side. It's okay, relax. Goodness, Rosie said. How long was I out for? Emery smiled. No more than a minute. You were mumbling at first, saying, let's go with 20 years, and I'd like to wait for the player to be nearby. And then you went quiet for maybe 15 seconds. And just when I thought you were waking, you mumbled some more and went quiet again. What happened? A minute? Rosie muttered. She checked her bedside clock. It did indeed suggest that barely any time had passed since she'd put on the VR headset. She knew this was how it worked, but it still didn't seem possible. Rosie? Feeling out of sorts, Rosie spent a moment climbing off the bed and getting her balance. Then she explained, I took over the body of a convenience store worker. I spoke to Arlo, who of course looks different in the game, and you were there too, Emery. Well, not you, but a young lady trying on a red dress. Her cheeks flushed at how the NPC had simply stripped off in full view. And then what? The reporter urged. And then my 10 minutes were over and I couldn't believe it, so I went in again. This caused Emery's eyebrows to shoot up. Again? Yes. I told the headset to put me back in, and I ended up in the body of a young woman hanging off the side of a cliff. Oh, it was terrifying, and a noisy machine was hovering nearby, and Arlo was one of the pilots, and he stabbed the other in the face, who vanished into thin air and reappeared, and then Arlo pulled me onto his lap and told me he needed help. She broke off, her heart beginning to race again. Whoa, Emery said. Take a breath. You're safe now. Rosie checked the clock again. She couldn't get past the fact that such a short time had passed since she'd stolen Julian's VR headset. It didn't seem right. Maybe this was what he meant about flippage, as he'd called it. Maybe young people accepted the time difference more easily, or it could simply have been the situation she'd found herself in. What a terrifying few seconds. For what was essentially a moment of dreaming, it had been so vivid, scrambling for a foothold on the cliff while her right hand had been locked around the hammer's handle. If it hadn't been for that, she'd have fallen to her death. She took another long breath. All was good. She was safe now. But Arlo was still in there, and he'd asked for help. Let's get back to Julian's office before he misses us, she muttered, slipping her shoes on. She tucked the VR headset in her bedside drawer, crossed to the door, and cracked it open. Julian stomped past at that moment, heading for his office, sounding irritated as he talked to Mims. A single thing wrong. I don't get it. Anyway, I've called the CDU engineers out and they'll be here tomorrow. I can't be dealing with this crap. Rosie took a deep breath, shook the kinks out of her fried nerves, and smiled at Emery. Ready? Of course. The two of them entered Julian's office just as he hung up and threw down his lightweight headset. "What did we miss?" Rosie asked. Julian turned to face her. "Engineers coming tomorrow. You all right, Gran? You look pale." "Oh yes, I'm fine. Just needed to lie down for a second." Emery cleared her throat. Julian, we must be in the closing stages of Arlo's level by now, right?" He grinned and rubbed his hands. "Indeed, Miss McIntyre. Are you ready for round 2? I expect you'll be all set to go in less than 10 minutes. What if Arlo sticks around in free play?" Julian slowly sat. "I somehow doubt he will. If he does as his NPC wishes, all the NPCs will experience a moment of joy and wonder as their boundaries are removed and freedom is restored. That moment will be very real to them, but then they'll be bumped back to their original posts and their memories reprogrammed. It'll be a complete start over for them, a reset. Meanwhile, the free players will remain as they are. They'll see no change other than their NPC wives being whisked away to Old Village. They've seen this before. It's like housekeeping. Everything is renewed." "And what about the NPC I'm paired with?" "She'll go with you into level 2 no matter what. She'll essentially be gone from level 1 whether Arlo exits or rejoins in free play." "And if Arlo decides to do level 2 as well?" At this, Julian paused. "He won't. It would be confusing if you're both there at the same time. I'll ensure he has no option for level 2 at this stage. He'll wake up in this armchair just as you're setting off on your second journey." Emery nodded. "Good." Since the dialogue had come to a conclusion, Rosie sidled closer to Julian and placed a hand on his shoulder. "My dear, I'd like to ask you a favor." "Sure thing, Gran. What's up?" She turned her smile into a glare. "Ban all those other players from the game." "Huh?" "You heard me. Do it now on your computer. Turn them off." Julian stared incredulously at her. "You want me to revoke their passes just like that? What on earth for?" "Because they're mean, Julian." He snorted with laughter, then quickly stifled it and faced her with mirth in his eyes. "Gran," he started with that mansplainy tone. She cut him off straight away. "Don't you dare talk to me like I'm a child." She glowered at him as his eyebrows shot up. "I'm appalled at what you're allowing in your so-called piece of entertainment, and I'm not going to stand here and say nothing when Emery is about to go in for another few days." "Yeah, but level 2 isn't as—" "I know that these NPCs, these digital avatars, aren't truly people. But don't you see? It's not about what happens to them, Julian. It's about what happens to the people who are murdering them." He frowned. "Huh?" "Julian Alexander Ravencroft. Do I have to remind you how you felt when your parents were killed by that drunk driver?" Julian sucked in a breath and visibly recoiled. It hurt Rosie to bring up the matter, but she believed an important lesson could be extracted. She softened her tone, though. "It's been 13 years, and I remember it like it was yesterday. How long did we both suffer after their deaths? The grief was unbearable. But do you remember how I accepted it and moved on while you resorted to drugs?" "Gran." She hushed him with a finger on his lips. "My dear, I was as angry as you even after the drunk driver went to prison, but my anger was killing me and I had to let it go for both our sakes. So what did I do?" "You forgave the bastard," Julian snapped. Yes, I did. And it was what I needed. It wasn't for his benefit. He could rot in hell for all I cared. But forgiving him allowed me to move on with my life and to take you in and give you a home and get you into rehab." Julian shrugged and turned away. "What does this have to do with anything?" "What did you do, Julian? After rehab, when you came home still angry, what did you do to get past your grief?" "I ruined his family business," he snarled. He faced Emery. "Yeah, go ahead and research my past. It was cancel culture at its finest. I poured every ounce of my being into shutting down that man's swimming pool business. His wife, his eldest son, 2 cousins, and 3 other staff, all out of work because I destroyed their reputation. I faked reviews, hundreds of them, posted everywhere, tightened the screws until it snowballed into a full-on boycott of their services. It was a beautiful thing to watch. They came crashing down and went bankrupt." He jabbed his finger at her. "Justice isn't always about putting a man behind bars. It's about revenge." Neither Emery nor Rosie said anything for a moment. They let Julian simmer in anger, and he stalked about the office with his fists clenched. "And did that help with your grief, Julian?" Rosie asked at last. He glared at her, his nostrils flaring. "It sure made me feel better." "No, it didn't. You spiraled. You grew angrier by the day, even after your revenge was complete." She felt like a stereotyped master criminal when she uttered that last word. "Julian, my point is that dishing out revenge is toxic. And these players, who go into your game to be violent just because they can, aren't experiencing a healthy form of release that makes them better people in the real world. No, sir, it doesn't work that way. They're poisoning their souls. They're seeing what they're capable of and enjoying it, and that has to be doing more damage than good. NPCs aren't real, but they seem real in the game, and harming them is no different than harming people in everyday life. You can tell yourself NPCs are fake, but you're simply acting out a nasty, vicious part of yourself and normalizing it." Julian's mouth fell open. "I'm not doing it." "Of course you are," Rosie snapped. "Maybe not directly, but you've certainly nurtured that aspect of the game. You're as much to blame as all those players, and you should be ashamed of yourself." Her anger was brimming over by now. "Julian, deactivate those players and let Arlo get to the finish line. Or else." "Or else what?" he shouted, his face red with fury. Rosie crossed her arms, tilted her head back, and looked at him as though he were a naughty schoolboy. "Cancel culture." She jerked her head sideways to where Emery sat. The young reporter had her notebook and pen out, purely for show, since she was recording everything anyway. Stiffly, Julian returned to his swivel chair and sat down. He stared at his screen for a while, his shoulders heaving. After a while, he rotated. "I can't just deactivate them mid-game. I'll get them paid and thank them for their services as soon as Arlo's done here, and that will be that. I'll start over with new players and I'll enforce strict rules. It'll be better." He swallowed. "I always planned to do that. As I said, I guess it's time." "Thank you." Through the window, Rosie was dimly aware of a car pulling into the driveway. She was too preoccupied to think about it, though. "And what can we do to help Arlo right now?" Julian spread his hands, looking a little lost. "I mean, he's in the middle of it. I can't do anything obvious like yanking players out." "Why?" Emery asked. "Because it's cheating, because it's stupid." He challenged her with a glare, then looked away. "He's just gonna have to man up and get to the end of the level." Rosie sighed. "At least force them to behave." He blinked at her. "Huh? Behave? How the hell am I supposed to do that?" Rather flustered by his irritation, Rosie found her own anger rising again. If each player had only one life remaining, they might be less inclined to risk danger, to be more considerate of each other. Julian snorted. "Sure, I can arrange that. Anything else? Want me to cripple them too? Maybe force them all to sing Kumbaya while we're at it?" "Don't get snarky with me." "Fine!" he exploded, swinging around in his chair to face the computer wraparound screens. He started tapping at a furious speed. "Reducing all players in level 1 to 1 life only. Done. Look, even Layton's lost his infinite lives. They'll all get a notification any second now, along with a message that violence to background NPCs will result in immediate banning from the game. How's that?" Rosie narrowed her eyes. "I mean, that's certainly an improvement. When you say background NPCs..." Julian spun around again. "It's done, Gran. Message is sent. Remember that every minute equals an hour inside the game. So, in the time it's taken for me to explain this, probably half an hour has passed for the players. They've already moved on. Let's not complicate it further." With that, Julian got up and brushed past Rosie. At the doorway, he paused and glared at Emery. "You still want to go in for level 2? If so, get ready to put the damn VR headset on. I'll be right back. Gotta take a piss." He was so mad that he didn't even bother clearing the two of them from the room. He stormed off down the hallway, and the bathroom door slammed. "Well," Emery said after a moment. She smiled. "I think you might have rattled him slightly." Rosie sighed. "I just hope I haven't made things worse in there, and worse for you." "I don't think so. He needs this story, and he needs it to be favorable." Emery got up, crossed to the sweeping computer table, and picked up one of the two remaining headsets. I'm ready. As soon as Arlo exits, I'm going in. Well, in the meantime, my dear, a car just pulled up. If that's the takeout you ordered, let's get you fed before you set off on your quest. Chapter 36, 3 Ways Down. Arlo's anxiety increased as Kai steered the dragonfly toward the cliff on the north side of Midway. The group of players was even larger than before. It was probably every last one of them, and they all wore the familiar blue coveralls, as if they'd shown up in their Sunday best for a special occasion. With them, a dozen women crowded together, notable for their skimpy attire. Jake was there too. He glared and drew a finger across his throat. The message was obvious. Emery was in the grip of a bald man with a bushy beard, Leighton. Damn it, Arlo growled. Get us down. That's the plan, Stan. The moment Kai landed the dragonfly, Arlo pushed Mullen from his lap and marched over to Leighton. Get your hands off her. Immediately, a number of players stepped forward and blocked his angry approach. But Leighton waved them back and removed his arms from around Emery's shoulders. That didn't stop him giving her a sharp smack on her bottom. Ah, the newbie returns, he drawled. He had a mischievous gleam in his eye. Are you ready for your final challenge? What's going on? Arlo demanded, glaring around at the sea of faces. Yeah, every player was here, all in blue, loaded revolvers at their hips. What is this? Leighton put on a surprised expression. Why, this is your farewell party. We do this at least once a week. Every time a new player enters the game, they eventually get to this point, and we gather together to see them off. Emery was the most recent before you, though she won't remember. Arlo spotted Indira among the crowd of women. She looked scared. They all did. The uneasy feeling in his gut increased. They'd been dragged out here wearing nothing but lightly fastened robes and almost translucent nightgowns. Some wore flip-flops, others high heels. It was clear they had zero freedom here. Arlo didn't want to think about what Leighton had put his so-called wives through. Anger welled up, his fists clenched. And to think the disgusting bald man expected to take Emery as another? Before he could blurt out a stream of hate-filled insults, Leighton gestured expansively. This is it, Arlo. Your way down to Pinnacle. You have 3 options, and I don't mind admitting that I intend to make the choice for you. He said it so calmly, so matter-of-factly, that Arlo almost didn't pick up on the threat. Again, before he had a chance to retort, Leighton spoke again. Let the man through. The crowd of players immediately parted, and the women scurried out of the way. Mullen, unsure what to do with herself, stood alone for a moment, until Kai took her by the elbow and led her over to the others. Emery gripped Arlo's arm, refusing to let go as he tentatively followed Leighton toward the mountainside. There, directly ahead, stood a metal pole, firmly embedded in concrete. Leighton grinned. What a pretty red dress Emery's wearing. If anyone deserves clothing from the store, it's the NPCs. He looked pointedly at Arlo. I assume you acquired some coins to pay for it? Sure. His obvious fib caused Leighton to frown. You didn't pay for it? Why do we need to pay for it? Arlo growled. You steal grain and eggs and milk from Old Village and you don't even use it. We collect, sure. And then we deliver that stuff to the game gods at the top of the service elevator. Leighton shrugged. It's symbolic. No idea what happens to it all, but our stores get restocked after delivery, so who cares? A chuckle swept through the crowd. It was then Arlo remembered the elevator's 3rd level, labeled as deliveries. Got it. So the farmers work tirelessly in the fields, and then you guys spend 30 minutes each week to go and steal it. Man, all that work you have to do, loading and unloading. Leighton's grin broadened, and he pointed directly at Arlo. See that, guys? Balls of steel. This is why I'm going to give him a chance instead of caving his head in. Do you know, Arlo, that you're only the 4th person to kill me? Dying with a bullet in my gut is underwhelming. Sorry to hear that, Arlo said. Next time I'll try to kill you in a more exciting way. Maybe some missing limbs? Leighton nodded, his smile fading. All right, smart mouth, listen to me. This is where all newbie players end up. Come here. He lunged toward Arlo and grabbed him by the collar. Despite how much he struggled, Arlo was unable to break free of the man's grip and ended up being dragged to the solid pole on the edge of the cliff. Take a look, newbie. Gasping, Arlo focused on the scene. His first thought was for the dizzying height. His second was that the pole supported one end of a taut cable stretching all the way to the ground in the far distance. Oh my God, a zip line. Leighton seemed to relish holding him so close to the edge. There it is, boy. See it? Follow the zip line. At the bottom there's a path circling the east side of the lake, then it branches off and leads to… See it? Arlo's eyes widened at the sight of a small pyramid that gleamed in the sunlight. Pinnacle? There you go. Yep, Pinnacle. That, my smart-mouthed young friend, is where you're headed. And when you get there, you'll make a decision. Leighton wrapped an arm around Arlo's shoulders. But you don't have to use the zip line. You have two other options. The man pointed off to the left, where a giant nest perched on the rocks a little lower on the steep slope. It blended in pretty well, unlike the massive creature that hunkered there, one of those red-feathered fire raptors. It watched the proceedings in silence with its beady eyes fixed on them. That, Leighton said, is another way down. Did you spend an hour at the aviary in the village? If so, you'll find it easy to talk the raptor into being nice when you grab it by the legs. He frowned. But you didn't. I can tell by the look on your face that you completely missed that opportunity. Some of Arlo's anger turned to embarrassment. He glanced sideways at Emery. She shrugged. You didn't ask and we didn't walk past it, so… Arlo cursed inwardly. How many opportunities had he passed up? He wasn't a very good player. Too much time grumbling instead of exploring. Leighton clapped him roughly on the shoulder. Now let's see the third option for getting down to Pinnacle. As he led the way past the nest, the raptor twisted its head to follow their progress. Abruptly, it stood up straight, partially extended its wings, thrust out its chest, and let out a puff of flame that caused the edge of the nest to blacken in an instant. Yeah, no, Arlo thought. He couldn't imagine gripping that creature's talons and riding it down to the ground far below. He'd be better off on the zip line. He was aware of the entire group of players shuffling along behind, keeping their distance but not wanting to miss the show. Behold, Leighton exclaimed. Arlo stared in confusion at a glowing disk of light a little way inward from the dizzying slope. Grass and foliage surrounded it, but it had been trampled flat close to the perfectly circular disk. It looked like a powerful searchlight embedded in the ground, pointing straight up, dazzling him as he peered into its center. What the hell is that? He muttered. That, boy, is your third option. This is a split realm, 3 different eras of technology. Here you have the future, a teleport device that will disintegrate you, transmit your identity down to Pinnacle, and assemble your molecules all in the blink of an eye. No thanks, Arlo muttered. Perhaps you'd prefer to take your chances with the old world method, clinging to the legs of the fire-breathing raptor. Nope, Leighton grinned. So, the zip line then. A decent modern mode of transport that we've all tried once or twice in our lives. Easy and dependable. Arlo didn't like the sound of it at all. He didn't like any of the choices. You're telling me there's no other way down? Oh, sure, for those of us in free play, but for you, this is it. So what's it to be? Your audience awaits your decision. At that moment, every single player present, including Arlo, received an unexpected interruption. Though Arlo could only see his own screen popping into view, literally every blue-suited man and woman present glanced down at their own and frowned. System update. Henceforth, all players have been reduced to one remaining life only. All spare, unused bonus, and infinity lives have expired. Furthermore, from this point forward, any undue violence toward NPC characters will result in an immediate ban from the game. Thank you. Arlo read the message 2, 3, 4 times, with a growing sense of hope. Was this Rosie's doing? Had she spoken with Julian and made it happen? Oh my God, he murmured. Emery. He didn't have a chance to explain the update to her because outrage spread among the crowd of players. Each looked angrier than the next. "What the hell is this? They can't do that. This isn't what we agreed." "So I just lost 2 lives for no reason?" One of the female players, the one named Maggie, pointed at Leighton. "This is your fault, all this crap about taking wives and—" She turned to the guy next to her and punched him hard on the arm. "And you, all of you. I knew this would happen one day." "Oh, you knew, did you?" the guy she'd punched retorted. "You're not to blame at all, then. You've never taken the dragonfly down to Old Village for some target practice?" "No, I shoot hill goats, not NPCs, and I don't take multiple husbands." "Nor do we. You know what I mean." The argument grew fragmented and louder, and the dozen scantily clad women began to edge away, clearly terrified. Leighton quietly simmered, but his face darkened by the second, his jaw tightening. At last he exploded. "Quiet! Every goddamn one of you, shut the hell up!" The argument trailed off. Breathing hard through his nostrils, Leighton reached for Arlo's shoulder and gripped it hard, painfully hard. "Boy, I'm guessing you had something to do with this, so let me explain what's going to happen." "Boss," Kai called, "before you do anything." "Shut up." "But that's my cloak." "Shut up." By this time, Arlo's fingers had circled the revolver tucked into his belt. One of the players, a tall guy with red hair, piped up with a warning. "Hey, newbie, do you expect to shoot us all with the few bullets you have left in your gun?" 2, actually, Arlo thought. Absently, his fingers dropped to the knives strapped to his thigh. He had 6 of those, but even if each blade successfully took out a player and he shot 2 more dead, he'd still face overwhelming odds. Unless some of the players fought with him. Why would they, though? They might be troubled by the challenge and annoyed at the game system's warning, but that didn't mean they'd step in on his behalf. Not even Kai, who wanted his cloak. "Let's get to it," Leighton snarled. "I'm going to choose your mode of transport to the ground. I'm tempted to stand you on the teleporter and throw Emery on with you, and watch you both get reintegrated into one horrific monster, a mutant with 2 heads and 4 arms. It's happened before, and it can happen again." "What?" Arlo gasped, but Leighton gave him a shove away from the teleporter. "But Emery's staying here with me while you get mauled by the fire raptor." "No," Arlo protested, his fingers again moving toward his knives. He was scared. Even if he took out Leighton with one quick stab, 1 or more other players were bound to retaliate with gunfire. He didn't want to die either. Why not, he thought. You're close to the end anyway. Dying is just one way to leave. As Leighton gave him another shove, Arlo rummaged in his pouch for his spare blue maruler. It was a little squashed, but he pulled it out and quickly started to peel it. And then Leighton knocked it out of his hands. The fruit went spinning off the edge. No words were exchanged about the matter. Leighton forced Arlo onward, returning to the huge nest where the fire raptor tensed up again. Emery stuck close even while Leighton barked orders to keep moving. Arlo wanted to whisper in her ear. All he could do was glance at her, raise his eyebrows, and shoot her a look that he hoped meant, "Are you ready?" Leighton clamped a meaty hand on Arlo's shoulder. "This is your stop, Arlo. I hope you know how to sweet-talk a deadly fire-breathing eagle. Emery, stand back. NPCs don't go beyond this point. This part is for players only." Despite his command, her hand crept into Arlo's. "Don't leave me here," she whispered. Arlo took a deep breath, disentangled himself from her grip, and then lashed out. His punch caught Leighton on the chin, sending him staggering backward. It wasn't the best punch, and he cursed himself inwardly. It was better than nothing, though. He grabbed Emery's hand again. "Run!" With the crowd of players suddenly bursting into angry shouts, Arlo left the giant nest behind, as well as the fearsome raptor bird, and made a dash for the zip line. He hated the entire concept of it, but it stood to reason this was likely the choice he would have made if tensions hadn't spiraled so much. A straight shot to the ground, Arlo thought suddenly as he eyeballed the taut cable. The word straight was one of the clues for this. So was the phrase one way. Now I know why. A small triangular trolley perched on top of the cable, complete with a standard carabiner loop, and a simple handle with rubber grips. The idea of hanging off a zip line with no harness terrified Arlo. His life depended on the strength of his fingers. Quickly, he grabbed the handle. "You're gonna have to hang on to me, Emery," he urged. "Arms around my neck. Hold tight." She threw herself at him, arms across his throat like she was trying to strangle him, her legs whipping up to circle his waist. Behind them, Leighton charged with a blood-curdling roar, his face red, nostrils steaming, boots pounding. Arlo took a step forward and launched. All of his and Emery's combined weight immediately transferred to 10 digits curled around the stubby bars. Not even his thumbs, really. He felt it all in his fingers. "Oh, crap!" he yelled. He was grateful Emery clung like a limpet to him. She likely had her eyes clamped shut, but her hands and arms grasped his neck and head, while her legs were strong and unyielding around his waist. All he had to do was hold on to the handle for, 30 seconds? A minute? The air rushed by, whistling past his ears despite Emery's face glued to one side. He focused all of his energy, everything he had, into his hands. He could do this. He could do this. And he really thought he might. The seconds ticked by, and the horizon seemed to rise up around him. His target was still a pinprick in the distance, but every passing moment brought him closer to the ground. Still a long way down, though. He tried not to look. Just when he thought he was going to make it after all, that his grip would hold fast, the trolley began squealing. It started low in volume, but quickly grew worse. Then it wobbled, causing the smooth ride to turn into a bumpy one. It jolted him around, putting extra strain on his fingers. "No," he growled. "Come on." Not far now, not far now. He had to be 2/3 of the way there, maybe more. The ground rose up below, mostly mud after yesterday's rain, plus scrubby bushes and occasional rocks. The terrain appeared to pick up speed as he closed in on it. "We're still too high." He clenched his teeth and yelled, "We're gonna make it, just hold on." Emery said nothing, but she let out a moan of terror. And then the trolley broke apart. The wheels split or twisted, and that caused the casing to turn over sideways, which immediately snagged and ended their swift ride. Just for a second, Arlo wondered what they'd do if they ended up hanging there. But the powerful jolt caused him to lose his grip on one handle, then the other. They fell. Emery screamed. Her grip loosened, and they started to come apart. Arlo tried to hold on to her, but they ended up free-falling separately to the ground. How far? He didn't know. As they plummeted, he lamented the single life he had left. If he died, his time in the game would be over in a heartbeat. But worse than that. If he died and Emery didn't, she'd be left alone with Leighton and his gang. Chapter 37, Death at Jake's Lake. He blinked awake, staring up at the blue sky. The zipline stretched directly above, probably 50 feet or more, maybe 70, whatever. It was damn high. He was laid out on his back in a spread eagle position. Had he died? Obviously not. None of the players had any spare lives now. The fact that he was still here meant he'd survived. "Emery?" he groaned. No answer. He carefully rolled onto his side, testing for injuries while searching for Emery. She wasn't there, so he rolled onto his other side. What he saw filled him with horror. She hadn't landed flat like him. She'd come down head first. The side of her face was jammed into the mud while her upper body lay on its front, but her legs were somehow bent the wrong way from the waist down, her knees sticking upward. Her spine was toast. "No, no, no," he began to moan. Crawling over to her, his tears flowed, and a strangled wail erupted from his throat. By the time he was close enough to shakily touch her shoulder, he was a blubbering mess. "No!" He moved closer until he could see her face. He fully expected to find a sightless gaze, but instead her eyes rotated to focus on him. Her mouth was open, and her lips twitched as if she were trying to form a word. "Oh my God," he croaked. This was worse. This was so much worse. He tried to remain calm. Shouting and screaming his grief wouldn't help her. She had to be terrified enough as it was. So he stroked her face, gently pushed her hair aside, and bent low to kiss her forehead. All he could do for the moment was murmur comforting words, but he was barely aware of what actually came out of his mouth. His mind was spinning, trying to think. She was an NPC. If she were indeed a game construct, then surely there was a way to save her. NPCs might only get one life. But she wasn't dead yet. She had a chance, right? The cloak. Tears leaked from her eyes. He felt for his belt pouch, wondering what he had in there. Mage pomelos. Yes, he had a couple. He ripped the map free and tossed it aside, then dug out the precious red fruits, which were squished almost flat. His fingers were already slick from the juices, and he gently poked them into her mouth, mud and all. "Swallow the fruit," he whispered. "It's a mage pomelo. Drink the juice, okay?" She didn't seem very aware. Her tongue barely moved. He poked a little harder, deeper, with a finger full of fruit pulp to trigger an involuntary swallow. It was going to take some time, but he had all day. He had all week if it came to it. "Use the cloak." "Come on, Emery," he urged. "This will help." Only then did he kick himself. It would help more if he untwisted her broken body. Or would it? Part of him was terrified to attempt it. It could hurt. It could kill her for sure. Never try to move somebody with a spine injury. But if a couple of mage pomelos miraculously healed her, she needed to heal with her legs the right way around. Tentatively, he slid his arms under her upper body like he was a forklift and eased her upward. He wanted her to be lying on her back. Her legs were already in the correct position. She just needed her top half turned over. "Dude, use the damn cloak." He worked with tears in his eyes, knowing he was probably finishing her off but seeing no other option. Did it hurt? He doubted it. She made no sound. Her broken spine likely took away all the pain, leaving no feeling whatsoever. When he finally got her untwisted and lying face up, he searched for signs of life. Incredibly, she blinked. Her chest rose and fell, slowly but surely. "My God," he breathed. "Is this even possible? Are you alive only because you're an NPC, or—" He worked on feeding her the rest of the squished mage pomelos. Every tiny morsel went into her mouth. He massaged her jaw and throat, trying to get her to swallow. She did so, or at least appeared to. Every time he squinted into her mouth, her throat was clear of obstruction, so he pushed more of the fruit inside. "For God's sake, pay attention. Use the cloak." Finally, listening to the voice in the back of his mind, Arlo paused and sat up straight. Then he whipped off his mud-soaked crimson cloak and draped it over Emery, tucking it snugly around her chin as if putting her to bed. She stared upward, blinking once in a while, her lips quivering. "Oracle," Arlo muttered. The screen lit up. "Yes, Arlo?" "I don't know how this works," he went on, speaking loud and clear as if to some unseen machine god. "But I want to use the Crimson Cloak's power to heal Emery. Do you understand? Do it." "The Crimson Cloak will only work one time. Are you sure you wish to use its healing power on an NPC companion? Please confirm. Yes or no." Arlo tapped yes without hesitation. He sat for maybe half an hour, munching on a protein bar. Thirsty, he took a few sips from the bottle of water, but saved most of it for Emery. At first, nothing appeared to happen with the cloak. Nothing changed. Emery slipped into unconsciousness. He pressed his ear to her chest and listened. There, a heartbeat. He licked his fingers, held them near her lips, and felt a faint coolness as she exhaled. He touched his hand to the crimson cloak. Warm. It tingled a little, making him think something might be occurring. So he waited, staring off into the distance. The mountainous scenery calmed him, even though he felt utterly alone right now. The lake lay nearby. The zipline had failed a little too early, but the established footpath wasn't too far away across the muddy terrain. Then he'd continue on the trail to Pinnacle, which had to be just over the rise. Arlo plucked open the folded map. Pinnacle was depicted as a triangle, and he'd seen a pyramid when looking down from the mountain. Ah, but a three-sided pyramid was technically a tetrahedron. He stared skyward, remembering his geometry classes from a decade and a half ago. He'd actually enjoyed that stuff. He could visualize Coach Mathis gleefully tapping at the whiteboard with his dry erase marker. A pyramid's base can take any shape, like a square or a pentagon, but a three-sided base makes it a tetrahedron. He sighed. His mind was spinning out. The drone of an engine caught his attention. It came from the mountain, someone flying the dragonfly down toward him. Arlo sat up straight, shielding his eyes against the sun's glare. Who the hell was that? Probably Leighton again. But when the oversized backpack rocket landed, the lone pilot turned out to be Jake. That was his lake nearby, after all, and Jake still had it in for him. Arlo fingered his revolver, but remained sitting by Emery's side, watching as the bearded man cut off the engine, unfastened the seatbelt, and approached. It took a while for him to get close. "You're trespassing," Jake called. Arlo didn't bother to reply. He stayed alert, taking the revolver from his belt but keeping it out of sight. Jake came trudging up. "She dead?" "Yeah," Arlo lied. "Too bad, but there are plenty more to choose from." Jake finally halted a few yards away. "Why are you still sitting here?" Arlo sighed. "What's it to you, Jake? Just leave me alone, will you?" "Can't. You're on my land. That lake's mine, and so is that mud you're wallowing around in. I have a boat and a cabin, and I've claimed it all. I own it all, and I don't like uninvited visitors." Jake's hand rested on his own revolver. "Do you ambush everyone who comes this way? Do you generally hate all new players who are on their way to Pinnacle?" "Yep. It's a valuable part of the newbie's journey." "Well, I'll be leaving in a minute. No need for you to get worked up." Jake grinned. "Oh, but there is. Leighton's going soft. The surest way to stop this place from getting too crowded is to kill any new players before they get to Pinnacle. Simple, right? So..." He pulled out his revolver and casually aimed it. His thumb pulled back on the hammer until it clicked. Arlo's heart raced. "I'm not going to let you kill me again. Anyway." He nodded past Jake and frowned. "Who the hell's that?" He couldn't believe it worked. Jake actually glanced over his shoulder. It was a nonchalant glance, as if he had no care in the world, but it was still half a second where he wasn't paying attention. Arlo cocked his own revolver and fired from the hip. He felt a sting on his thigh, but he was already rolling to the left and bringing the weapon up higher before he registered it. Jake jerked, and then Arlo fired again. As it happened, Arlo's first shot was on target, from the hip. His second shot was worthless, completely missing. Jake stumbled, clutching his shoulder. He started to howl, but then he whipped his revolver up and fired. He missed too. Arlo was on his feet by now, his knives flying as if by magic. The first three found their target in Jake's chest. The fourth struck his neck. The fifth thudded into his face just below the left eye. The sixth, well, Arlo held on to that one for the moment. Jake fell forward onto his hands and knees, still clutching his revolver, but too busy gushing blood from his neck to think about using it. He let go of the weapon and used both hands to try and stem the flow. Gurgling, with his eyes bugging wide, he glared at Arlo for a moment, and then pitched forward, the impact on the ground shoving all the knives deeper into his face and body. He lay still after that, twitching. Arlo approached slowly at first, then faster, rushing to retrieve Jake's discarded revolver. He clutched it and retreated a few steps, squelching in the mud. Jake died, and his body remained. Breathing hard and glancing all around, Arlo held the weapon out straight, waiting, just in case. But no, it really seemed his gaming days were over. He was probably waking up in his house right now, screaming at the VR headset, maybe calling Julian and shouting abuse down the phone. Either way, Jake was done. It was a while before Arlo moved. He stood there with his arm stuck out, hand trembling, revolver wavering, until he let his arm fall to his side. He and Emery now had a clear path around the lake. The dragonfly stood nearby, useless to anyone watching from the top of the mountain. He could use it to fly to Pinnacle, but after his failed skiff flight, maybe it would be safer to wait for Emery to wake up. It wasn't far to the pyramid. They could walk the rest of the way. Assuming she healed. Chapter 38, A Final Push. Arlo checked the revolver's cylinder. It had 3 rounds in it. He slipped the weapon into his belt, went to retrieve his trusty knives from Jake's body, then checked on Emery. There wasn't much to see under the crimson cloak. She rested on her back in a normal, comfortable posture, but who knew what state her spine was in? All he could do was wait. And so he waited. Oracle, how long does the crimson cloak take to heal someone? Is that something you can answer? The duration varies depending on the severity of the injury. Any guidelines you can give me? He asked, already getting irritable. External wounds may take 20 minutes or more. Healing serious internal damage to organs is likely to exceed 40 minutes. Broken bones will take at least 60 minutes. And a severed spine? The estimated time of healing is 2 hours since it involves both delicate vertebrae and the nervous system. 2 hours, Arlo said, nodding. Okay, that's fine, I can wait. Can I carry her, or should I leave her alone? For a spine injury, you should not move her. That's what I expected, thank you. He got up and started walking, avoiding Jake's corpse. His level of hope had increased dramatically, but it was a low-key, tamped kind of hope. He didn't want to tempt fate if such a thing existed. So he paced back and forth, squelching underfoot and looking forward to getting back on firmer ground. Venturing closer to the lake, he spotted Jake's cabin in the far distance. Nice, but lonely as hell. Why didn't more of these players have partners? Even a so-called artificial NPC would be better than wallowing alone. If Arlo lived in that cabin, or anywhere in Midway, he'd certainly prefer to have Emery with him. Otherwise, what was the point? Because players like blasting Quanthors and beating people to death. They took attractive NPCs to their beds whenever they wanted, then discarded them. They probably treated them like crap. There were no rules for these players. They wanted to act badly. They got off on being openly sadistic assholes in this make-believe realm, which probably suggested they were restrained assholes in the real world. Even Kai, he thought, as he stared across the water. At first, he struggled to understand how he was the only one out of 30-something male and female players who rejected such a dark and violent lifestyle. Was the human race really this vicious? Then he realized there might have been plenty more before him who had rejected it and opted out of the game, as he planned to do himself. Those who remained in free play were the scumbags out of perhaps hundreds of others. I'm one of the good guys, he assured himself. A soft gasp caught his attention. He spun around to find Emery squirming gently, her hands in the air, feeling for something that wasn't there. Arlo broke into a run, slipping and sliding in his haste to get to her. "Emery!" he cried when he knelt and took one of her flailing hands. Her fingers immediately tightened on his and she relaxed. "Emery, how are you feeling?" She turned her head and gazed at him. She looked exhausted. I'm okay, I think." "Just rest a bit," he urged. "Let the cloak finish its healing." Emery licked her lips. "I'm thirsty." "Of course." Arlo grabbed his rather squashed bottle of water and allowed her a few sips. Tears sprang to his eyes as she licked her lips and opened wide for more. "Steady now." "I'm cold and wet," she complained after a minute. Color had rushed back to her face under the streaks of dirt, and she seemed much more alert now. "And my poor dress." "We'll wash it," he promised. Though she grew restless, he forced her to lie still for a further 10 minutes. Terrified she'd snap in half if the crimson cloak wasn't properly done with her. But it soon became apparent by her fidgeting that she was ready to stand. She threw the cloak aside and climbed to her feet. "Be careful," he warned. "I'm fine," she said, squinting at him. "How bad was it?" "I don't remember much. I remember the fall, and then you were yelling. She frowned. "Don't worry about it. You're fine now. The cloak did its job." He stared down at the bundle of muddy red cloth. It seemed wrong to leave it there, but it had no further use and tended to hang heavily when wet. Arlo gave it a mock farewell salute before turning away. He found Emery gazing at him. To his surprise, she stepped closer, kissed him quickly on the lips, then retreated and gazed some more. "What was that for?" he whispered. "For saving me." "Oh, well." She smiled and looked beyond him. and for saving my people. Pinnacle is close, Arlo. There's nothing in our way now. You're ready to choose. You can restore the realm and everything will go back to the way it should be. Her eyes gleamed with happiness. Arlo's smile faltered. Yeah. I'm gonna restore the realm and save your people, that's right. End the game and never see you again. He swallowed. Let's go. It was good to be out of the mud and on firmer ground. Arlo, holding Emery's hand, felt like a nervous teen in the early days of a relationship. The raised path around the lake offered a pleasant walk, and they took their time, enjoying the gentle breeze, warm sunshine, and dramatic mountain views. Restoring the realm seemed like the obvious choice to her, what they'd been striving for all along. Finally, she'd see her world restored, the dome lifted, and her people free to travel. Midway's oppressive rule would be gone, but his stomach churned. While she wore a happy smile, his was forced. Restoring the realm had been his goal, but with the players now on their final life and a new anti-violence rule imposed, maybe life in Old Village wouldn't suck as badly as before, right? If that was the case, there would be no need to restore the realm. There would be no need to lose Emery. The ground on both sides of the path grew wetter, like a bog, with occasional grassy islands, as if the realm was trying really hard to turn this bleak spot into forest land. Despite that, Arlo found the scenery soothing. He'd never known such solitude and peace. Pinnacle came into sight ahead, a triangular structure about 2 stories high, with huge panes of green-tinted glass. A tetrahedron after all, then. The sun glinted off one side, dazzling them. As if that wasn't enough glare, Oracle popped up as well. You are approaching Pinnacle. You face an important decision. Please choose carefully, as you cannot reconsider afterward. Got it, Arlo said. Emery glanced at him. What did it say? He repeated the message. She smiled. It's an easy choice. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, Yeah, easy choice. At that moment, a shadow passed over them. Arlo knew immediately what it was, and he glanced up to see the stalker gliding overhead with its wings outstretched. It grinned down, its awful white eyes piercing. Then it circled around and returned, descending as it came. Arlo and Emery slowed. He let go of her hand and fingered Jake's revolver. Be ready to duck out of the way. I might end up shooting this thing. The stalker thumped down, and an unwashed smell wafted in the air. Wings creaked and flapped, then folded away. The sinister creature, tall and gaunt with oily, dark gray skin, stood with its legs apart, firmly entrenched and in their path. Move aside, Arlo growled. Their route was blocked, but that didn't mean he and Emery couldn't wade into the boggy ground and go around the obstacle. He just didn't want to. The stalker tilted its head to the side and opened wide, again showing them rows of tiny teeth. The eyes burned brighter. What do you want? Arlo snapped. And then something happened that made him cry out in surprise. The stalker shrank in height, its legs and torso thickening. Leathery wings shriveled away, leaving distinctly human arms. The face contorted, the mouth closed up, and the white glow faded from the eyes. What the? Arlo whispered. It was only when the ugly dark gray skin lightened to a familiar tan color that he realized the creature was transforming into a human. A naked one, too, a bald but bearded man. Leighton, Arlo gasped. What the hell? The man stood smiling, naked and unabashed, looking pleased with himself. My other guys. Like it? He had the kind of expression that suggested he didn't give 2 figs whether Arlo approved or not. My original quest was for the Black Barbastel. Yeah, I had no idea what it was. The Book of Knowledge said it was a rare little bat that was nearly impossible to find and trap, but guess what? I did it. I tracked it down and cooked it. Tasted like crap, but man, earning the power to fly, well, you have no idea. His smile turned into a scowl. And you never will. You're done here. That's up to me, Arlo retorted. Leighton flexed his fingers and rolled his shoulders, then half-turned to look back at the glass building. You think I'm just gonna let you go in there and choose free play so you can stick around in my realm after disrespecting me? Think again. Huh. And I thought you liked my balls of steel. Judging by the man's expression, that sentiment had been to save face in front of the other players. In reality, he was a tiny man with a massive, overly fragile ego. Arlo shot a sideways glance at Emery. She looked fearful, but managed to croak, "He has no weapons." Leighton overheard and gestured to his naked midriff. "Sure about that, sweetheart?" He chuckled. "Yeah, not so tiny there," Arlo thought grudgingly. Emery paled. Calmly, Arlo pulled out his revolver. "Get out of here, Leighton, or I'll shoot you." "You won't shoot an unarmed man, schmuck." "Sure about that?" Before he had time to change his mind, Arlo cocked the revolver and fired. The resounding bang was accompanied by a flash, and Leighton's knee exploded. He crumpled with a gasp and then started screaming in pain. Inside, Arlo's heart thumped almost out of his chest. He trembled all over. But he feigned nonchalance, holstered the weapon, took Emery's hand, and strode past the man who writhed on the path. "That'll keep him busy for a while," Arlo murmured. But he was wrong. The screaming suddenly stopped, replaced by the flapping of wings. Glancing over his shoulder, he was just in time to see the stalker creature leaping at him with outstretched claws. All three of them went down together, tumbling off the road and into the bog. The revolver went flying. In a frenzy of flailing limbs, angry snarls, and frantic grunts, Arlo and the stalker rolled and struggled and fought. He felt stings on his face from long claws, and he retaliated by whipping out a knife and stabbing over and over into whatever dark gray flesh presented itself to him. Blood began to flow, most of it, the creature's. Still, Leighton was full of rage. He roared and attacked over and over, slashing and biting until Arlo was punctured and bleeding in multiple places. Trapped under the creature and being dunked face first in the bog, Arlo reached for another knife and slashed blindly, stabbing and swiping until he made contact and elicited a screech. The pressure on the back of his head eased, and he surfaced, coughing and sucking in breath. The stalker lunged again, stretching its mouth wide and chomping down with those razor-sharp teeth. The fangs sunk into Arlo's chest and he howled. Then, a deafening bang. Clutching one side of its head, the creature toppled sideways and collapsed in the mud. As Arlo scrambled clear, he glanced back to find Emery holding the dripping revolver at arm's length, its barrel trailing a wisp of smoke. The stalker's wings diminished, its limbs fattened, and the dark gray skin lightened to familiar human tones. Watching intently, Arlo rummaged around in the pouch at his side, a crazy idea coming to him. Leighton lay in the bog, half his face screwed up in pain, the other masked by blood from a gaping wound on the side of his head. Even then, he didn't look done. He struggled to rise, a manic grin on his face. "That's all you got? Best shoot me dead while you can. What are you waiting for? You know we're not real. What's wrong with you, boy? Go on, take the gun and—" Arlo threw himself at Leighton and crammed a small piece of stay shroom into the man's mouth. He used his fingers to shove the weird fungus all the way to the back of the throat. Leighton violently lashed out, landing a blow on the side of Arlo's face that knocked him sideways. Stunned and blinking, Arlo rolled onto his hands and knees, then straightened up and bunched his fists, ready to fight. But Leighton remained still, partially laid out on his back, half sitting up, frozen solid. His eyes darted about, wide and panicked, and his lips moved, but otherwise he was utterly paralyzed. Arlo dropped his fists and relaxed. "You done?" he said, as calmly as he could, but with a thudding heart. "I'll be on my way now." Words emerged from Leighton's mouth, but they came out as a weird gargling. Nodding in satisfaction, Arlo gently pried the revolver from Emery's fingers. After peering at it for a moment, he sighed and tossed it into the bog. "Let's keep moving." They set off at a brisk pace, leaving Leighton to moan and mumble. Freshly dripping with gunk, Arlo couldn't help feeling irritated at the attack. They'd had a sense of calm earlier, walking in the sunshine and drying off after their fall from the zip line. Now they were hot and bothered again, squelching underfoot. Pinnacle loomed ahead, 2 stories high, sunlight gleaming off its 3 triangular glass walls. The heavy green tint made it impossible to see inside. "Remind me," Arlo said. "How long does a stage room last?" "About an hour," she replied. "That's plenty of time. Let's finish this." Chapter 39, Pinnacle. The doorway into the glass structure revealed itself in much the same way that the Red Sea parted for Moses. The lower section of the facing glass wall rippled like liquid and drew apart, offering a modest archway to enter by. Once Arlo and Emery were inside, the glass repaired itself behind them, rippling back into existence and solidifying until it was as unbroken and complete as the other two walls. There was no structural framework, no beams or supports, nothing but three giant panes leaning against each other. The interior was surprisingly dark due to the heavy green tint that cast a sickly hue over the marble floor. The spacious room was completely empty. Arlo sighed and rolled his eyes with disgust. "Well, this is just perfect." "I don't understand," Emery said with a frown. "How are you supposed to make your choice?" "I don't know. I expected a control panel or something. There's nothing here." They paced about anyway, their footfalls echoing. Very little sunlight penetrated the tinted glass. The room felt cool. "Why are we here?" Arlo yelled, his voice not echoing as much as he'd expected. "Oracle, help! Give us a clue!" But just for a change, the computer screen failed to activate. Trying to calm his anger, Arlo took a deep breath and exhaled before speaking again, this time in an overly theatrical manner. "Pinnacle, I'm ready to make my choice." To his astonishment, one of the huge glass walls brightened. There was no artificial light involved. It just lost its tint, and the outside world shone through as clear as day. Only, the view wasn't what he expected. What? Familiar real-world streets greeted him, with a few cars parked on either side. His own gray Chevy Silverado was parked in the driveway of an old house with a neat front lawn. He recognized the place. "That's Rosie Denfield's house. This is... now." He stared in amazement, his mind racing. It was like a window to reality. On impulse, he reached out to touch the wall with the palm of his hand. As he did so, ripples spread outward, and a large message appeared in bright yellow lettering. "Exit here to go home." "Arlo," Emery whispered, tugging on his hand. "That's not the right choice." "What if I want it to be?" he argued, though mostly out of curiosity. "Look, there's my truck. That's Rosie's house. She has a shed in her backyard that she wants cleaning out. I was gonna get started this afternoon and come back tomorrow. Anyway, that's where I am right now, sitting in an armchair plugged into a game. If I step through here, I'll be back home." She fell silent. He suddenly felt bad. Even at this late stage, it was cruel to talk openly about her being a figment of the imagination. "Sorry," he said, turning to her. "Let's look at the other options." When they faced the second wall, the dark tint lifted to reveal a new scene. This time it showed Old Village, but people ran screaming as the skiff came flying in over the rooftops, its cannons rattling. Slugs tore through the houses, dust and debris exploded into the air, men and women dropped. Giant words appeared in pale blue along the bottom of the wall. "Enjoy free play." In the foreground, grinning players from Midway wove into view, and one of them was Arlo himself. He turned and winked at the imagined cameraman, then gave a shout and took off after a young redhead. She screamed when he caught up to her, then fell under his weight. "This one's mine," the on-screen Arlo yelled. He looked down at the squirming young woman. "You're coming back with me. We're gonna have some fun." Arlo, the real one, scowled and turned away from the scene. In his periphery, the mayhem continued, though suddenly muted. "That's not me," he grumbled when he realized Emery was gazing at him with a look of horror. "I'm not like that. It's just a made-up video. I would never be a part of something like that." But he knew the damn projection had seeded some doubt in her mind. Great. It made him seriously wonder what kind of future they could ever have, even as friends, if he chose to stick around. Despite the new game law prohibiting violence to NPCs, she still saw this realm as nothing but a brutal lifestyle, and he'd be a part of it if he chose free play. Yeah, no. They turned in unison to face the third and final wall. "This is the one we want," Arlo assured her as he touched the glass. "We'll restore the realm, and then I guess I'll go home." "Stay," Emery said softly. "We could make a life together." "Sure, if you don't forget me." It was hard to keep the bitterness out of his voice. Through the brightening glass stood Old Village, with forest land on the far side. But this scene was calmer than the last. The monastery stood close by on the crest of a hill adjacent to a stand of trees. Everything looked familiar, except that the old structure was intact, and monks walked to and fro. The horizon stretched into the distance with no sign of the enormous cliff anywhere. Words were emblazoned across the bottom of the wall in huge glowing green letters: "Restore the realm and advance to the next level." "Oh no," Arlo thought, his heart sinking. "That's not what—" "This is it," Emery whispered. She clutched Arlo's arm. "Look, there's no cliff. The monastery is restored. This is how our realm should be. It's how it was before the dome." Arlo frowned. The cliff wasn't always there. Did she remember that personally, or was it simply how she'd been conditioned? In any case, it was what she'd hoped to return to, a world before the cliff and before Midway. "People are traveling," she said, with tears in her eyes. "Everything is lovely. It's perfect." Horse-like animals carried riders and pulled wagons. A caravan of maybe 15 people was arriving in Old Town, and meanwhile, small groups passed them as they headed in the other direction. Nobody was confined to the town in this view of the realm. "Oh, Arlo," Emery gushed. "This is the one. Choose this option. It's what I've dreamed about for years. It's what all my people have dreamed about." "This isn't what I expected," Arlo muttered. "This suggests the only way to restore the realm is to keep playing, and I don't want to keep playing." Her smile faltered. "But it's the only way." He began pacing. "Oracle, patch me through to Kai." The screen lit up. After a delay, text appeared. "You still here?" The simple words on the screen conveyed a weariness in the man's voice. "Kai, I thought restoring the realm would take me home." After a long pause, Kai responded. "You can either exit, restore the realm and go to the next level, or stick around in free play. Those are the 3 choices. But I don't want to go to the next level." "So exit. What's the problem?" "The problem is—" He lowered his voice and turned away from Emery's increasingly worried frown. "The problem is that I want to restore the realm for the people of Old Village first, but then just go home. I don't see that as an option." "Ha! It was easy for me. I picked free play. I don't want that, damn it." "Look, you don't have to be just another asshole like us, if that's what you're worried about. There are no rules. You can live in Old Village for all I care. Be the good guy. It would actually make things more interesting." "Yeah, no thanks," Arlo muttered, his mind whirling. "Can I pick one, then another?" "Nope. You choose by walking through the wall. Once you walk through, that's it. You've made your decision." Irritated, Arlo waved the screen away and stared again at the third glass wall. It towered over him, dark, foreboding, and silent. "What's the next level even look like?" he growled, putting on his fiercest expression as if that would somehow frighten the triangular wall into submission. Nothing happened. The charming, peaceful scene continued. Emery reached for his hand. "Please, Arlo, do this for my people. Do this for me." With her free hand, she absently touched the wall. Immediately, a loud bleep sounded. Ripples spread outward from her hand. The scene of Old Village still played, with droves of people coming and going. The ripples distorted the image but didn't interfere with it. A message popped up in a bright red font. "Sorry, only a player can make this selection." Arlo let out a breath. "Emery," he called softly. "I'm not going to choose this wall. I'm going home." She let go of him. "So that's it?" she hissed, her eyes suddenly blazing with anger. "After all this, you're going to abandon my people?" He spread his hands. "It's not my fault. I want to restore the realm, but I don't want to play another level." "Play another level? What does that even mean? Another quest, but I don't want to do that. Emery flung up her hands in disgust. Then our quest together has been for nothing. I helped you for nothing. At a loss, he activated Oracle again. Is there really no way for me to restore the realm and then go home? Yes, all levels offer the choice to exit. If you do not exit here, you may proceed to the next level and, upon completion, exit there instead. Arlo scowled. Complete another level? That sounds like a lot of work. Emery only heard his side of the conversation, but it was enough. At least that way my people will be saved. She stepped closer to him and gazed into his eyes. I'll go with you. We'll go together. He quietly shut off his screen and studied her. I don't think you can do that. I'll do it if it means saving my people. That's not what I mean. Inwardly, he quailed. He also felt a rising shame. She was willing to leave her village behind in order to save it, while all he wanted now was to go home. She was brave and selfless while he had no thought on his mind other than taking the easy route out. She won't remember me after this, he thought. So why commit to another level just so she gets some kind of divine moment of happiness as her people are freed? They'll all get their memories wiped right afterward. He glanced at the first wall. It still showed the quiet, peaceful street in the real world, and his truck parked in the driveway. The words glowed in yellow beneath. Exit here to go home. It was so tempting. Take the $200 and run. Go home and sleep properly. Eat some pizza and drink beer. Alone. That single word from his inner voice struck hard. What did he have to go home to, really? Frozen dinners and TV. No girlfriend, no life. Besides, all of that would still be there when he was finally done with the game. He'd only been plugged into the VR for an hour or so. He could manage a bit longer, and he'd get paid more. Taking a deep breath, he nodded and exhaled noisily. All right, fine. Emery's face lit up. You'll do it? You'll restore the realm and save my people? Sure, I'll proceed to the next level and exit the game at the end of that one. Or I'll die trying. I guess the result will be the same. He reached out to touch the glass. Here we go. Immediately, ripples spread outward, charged with a tingling static energy. It felt warm and reassuring, inviting. A new message popped up, this one in lime green. Walk through the wall to lock in your selection. Emery moved closer to him, fearful but determined, ready to step through and share the next quest. Arlo shook his head. No, you don't have to come with me. I'll go alone. I'll restore this realm as promised and exit once I've completed the next quest. You should stay here with your people. He smiled. Thank you for everything, but this is where we have to say goodbye. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. Arlo faced the wall again, enjoying the gentle tingling around his fingers. Once he walked through, everything would change in his wake. Hopefully, Emery would experience the ending she'd been promised. A grand finale to the game, the restoring of the realm, her people living happily ever after. All fake, of course, but real to her. She'd vanish from existence, unaware of her fate. A kind, painless end. Meanwhile, Arlo would be off on another quest. He nodded, took another deep breath, and stepped through the wall. At the last moment, Emery slipped her hand into his again and gripped tight. He went to shake her off, but it was too late. A static charge enveloped them both and pulled them into a green-tinged maelstrom of sparks and zaps. It was as if he were peering inward to his own misfiring brain synapses. It lasted all of 2 seconds, and then he and Emery fell through, into whatever kind of hell lay beyond. Chapter 40, Control Room. Julian spun in his chair with a smug expression as he scooped the last of his noodles into his mouth. He'd eaten an order of General Tso's pretty fast, despite it being a little early for dinner. Emery had barely touched her own dish before the time had come for level 2 to start. Confused, Rosie put down a half-chewed crab rangoon and waited for Arlo to wake up. In the armchair next to him, Emery lay still, her VR headset showing the same red light. Neither moved. "I don't understand," Rosie said after a while. "Julian, why isn't Arlo waking? Is he all right?" "Oh, he's fine, Gran. He hasn't woken up because he's still in the game." This didn't help abate Rosie's confusion. "I thought you said he'd wake up just as Emery was going in." "He's chosen to do the next level." "What?" "But dear, he can't. You told Emery you'd take away that option so the two of them wouldn't meet." Julian grinned and delved in a bag for a spring roll. He studied it while he spoke. "Yeah, well, I changed my mind and kept the same options as usual. He went ahead and restored the realm, a regular hero. All the NPCs experienced a joyful moment when the dome lifted and their world opened up. They're all happy. All's well that ends well, but..." He shrugged. "It's just an uploaded story narrative, and it only lasts a second. The reality is that the NPCs have had their recent memories wiped and reset. Every last one of them is back in Old Village, ready to start afresh when the next player comes along. Maybe things will be a little more civilized this time around." "But Julian, Arlo's companion would have been reset as well, but since her body is needed in level 2, I figured I'd give her a nudge so she'd choose to go with Arlo. It gives a better sense of continuity, you know?" Appalled, Rosie put her hands on her hips and barked at him. "Julian Alexander Ravencroft, are you serious? You've put them in the game together?" "Why not? We have multiplayer capability." "But Arlo's companion was an NPC before, and now she's..." "Yep. Now the real Emery has taken over that body. Should make it interesting." "Julian." "Oh, relax, Gran. It's not the end of the world. Look, Emery's getting to do level 2 as she wanted. And Arlo made his own choice. He could have exited, or he could have stuck around level 1 in free play, but no. He decided to restore the realm and move on to level 2. "You should have brought him out of the game," Rosie snapped. "I can't imagine how awkward it's going to be for poor Emery now." Julian got up to throw his empty takeout container in the trash. "Arlo will have to start treating her like a real person. Maybe he'll like her better. Or maybe not. This is a good thing. Now we have 2 individuals playing side by side, a true multiplayer game. It'll be fine, Gran." Rosie paced the room, fighting to control her temper. Her grandson was getting above his station. "Julian, are you trying to irritate that poor young reporter? Do you want her to write a good story about you or not?" "She'll be fine," he assured her again. Reaching out to stop her, he spoke softly and earnestly. "Gran, seriously, relax. They'll get to know each other as they play the level. And they can always exit when they get to the end or when they lose their 3 lives. 3? Rosie said sharply. "Or 1. 3. Normal rules going forward. Gran, stop fretting. They'll get along great." With that, Julian quietly left the room. A second later, he popped his head around the door. "By the way, if you happen to find that missing VR headset, just put it on my desk, will you? Thanks." After arching his eyebrow, he disappeared again. Rosie stood alone, simmering with annoyance. Her grandson needed to learn the difference between games and real life. It was one thing to manipulate AI-generated people in a make-believe world. It was quite another to play with the emotions of 2 individuals who had placed their trust in him. Was this because she'd taken the headset? Had he guessed she'd returned to the game and interacted with the current player and his NPC? Was this late change of plan his sneaky, petulant way of getting back at her? If so, what a little snot. Honestly, he could be so petty sometimes. "Well, Julian," she muttered, thinking again of the VR headset in her bedroom. "If you think you can get away with this, think again. Just wait until I figure out how to jump into level 2 myself." Next. Catch up with Arlo and Emery on their next quest in Level 2, the Emerald Egg, where they meet merfolk, conquer the beast in the floating cavern, survive the horrors of Ghoul Ravine, and brave the sinister Cinder Soul in the underworld.